Is this what I wore to the first thing? I don't think it was. Let's find out. Because if it is, then I need to change it up. Hey, puppy. Hey, honey. Alright, chap. Why isn't the music playing? Oh, it is. It's just really quiet because it's fucking Swan Lake. This might have been what I wore. It is. I wore this outfit. Alright, we're gonna go change it up.
Hello, Odessa.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Alright, I am down to start prepping when you are. If there's anything you need me to go over beforehand, let me know. I'm just gonna pick a different outfit. Flop said he wants us all to wear black, so I'm gonna entertain him.
Why does he want us all to wear black?
Because apparently something about it being Jasper's funeral.
Oh, that's a sentencing hearing.
That's what I told him, but, you know, I'm gonna entertain the kid.
Oh my god, it's his first fucking goddamn major court case, I swear. Alright, well, I already have that outfit anyway, so... Yeah, I do want to go over some of the questions. I kind of had myself and Alexandra kind of go over the closing because I wanted it to be
Yeah, I saw.
a little bit more personal and then more fluid. And I still slightly have a problem with the closing.
Yeah, I know. Alex kind of mentioned it to me. Like she wanted to add certain things. Yeah, we'll just go over it. Where do you want to meet? Somewhere that's not, like, busy.
We can just go to the courthouse if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, can do. Yes. All right, I'll meet you there.
All right, see ya.
Bye. Okay, this is not the kind of music I need right now. I want dark, spoopy music. All right, chat. Should we put our hair up? Be a little bit more serious. I would do this hair, but it doesn't really fit. Don't want to do the Shirley Lemon's hair. Could do that hair. I actually think what I had was actually better. literally have just changed the coal set from last time. Thank you, Heaven. I appreciate you a lot. I know this is all hell, I'll tell you that much. Also, hey, Whiteleaf. Just casual class 2? No. Oh my fucking god, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days, dude. Oh, I can't fucking...
Up here. Odessa.
I know, I was trying to, sign in as legal aid, but then I can't change my, status. So, and then there was class 2 fire, and so I was hiding. I can't bring my phone in there, so.
Just drop your phone. Smuggle it in for you, just put it on silent.
Now, what is he now?
Sorry.
Whoa, what's going on here?
Sorry.
Anyways, I just think
You do it.
Jeffrey Price is off his knocker. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he should.
Oh, I see why we're here.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
Mr.
no,
Freddy,
this
you're
is
being
just
tagged in.
a hilarious
Sure.
case so
Hot
far.
tag.
There's spitballs everywhere.
Okay. As you
Gunner
can see
shot
from
Jeff.
today, Jeffrey Price.
Oh, then he's still shooting.
Got it, the snake. I think I finally killed it.
This,
Okay, continue.
this entire this is why we're here.
Seems legit.
All right, Freddy, continue, please. Someone call 911. Thank you.
Do I need to
Don't
go
touch me.
do medical?
Please.
No,
Away from
it's
me.
Gunner. He's fine.
Just give me some room. Anyway, as you can see from testimony today,
We're getting
Trooper
that.
Ripley has clearly
Demi's a doctor. He won't.
just a it's a sham, clearly done. Oh, thank you, Cody. Done for chasing Martel's heart, who he's clearly in love with too.
What are the things that we
and he'll
want
do anything to make sure that everything works out for her.
So
Martel clearly, in her
yesterday
testimony,
when we were
showed
going through everything
she
with
has
Ash, a lot of
some
it
type
came
of,
down
ill
to
will towards
her
Riggs,
not really
for
answering
him
questions.
switching apartments after
So we
some type
kind of
of
had to just start
relationship
asking a lot of
or,
foundation questions
some type of
because we can't go from
emotional
one
or
question to
physical
another
attraction towards
on
With
Riggs.
Ash, no.
Seems like it's a little bit of
you
a
can't go
mutual
from
thing.
one
As you can
question
see,
to
both
another
their witnesses,
without
a little bit
foundation.
incompetent. Ripley's obviously
And I'm
very
worried
rich,
Flop is not going to have the
insult these
skill
two
to do it, and he said it himself that he's afraid.
and old men. In
Flop
their
is
police
really,
work
really,
when
really,
he's
really
clearly
nervous,
under heavy
and
investigation from high command.
Between
other
him and Ash
officers.
up there, it's going to be
He's also
rocky.
part of a gang. He's also,
I offered to help. You know, we could help in the
very,
document,
very
but he doesn't
publicly
feel
part of a
comfortable doing
gang.
that.
Oh, he's also a dad.
Okay,
He's also a
so
dad.
we already have
Okay,
all
so
his answers.
KM.
No.
We
not
can
his, not
easily-
his questions. Ash's.
Kaminsky and
He's
Riggs
afraid
have both
asking hers.
shown, talking to Price, that there was no binding
Okay,
agreement. It
why
seems like
is
this was
he
just
afraid of asking
two,
her?
He's just really nervous
Riggs
he's
and
going to fuck it
Kaminsky
up.
being nice and offering their home to Jeffrey Price.
All
and,
he needs to do is just read the
You gonna be
questions,
okay?
and that's it.
Yes and no, because if he gets objected
and
to, he
he,
needs to be able to answer it.
unfortunately, has ruined
He's
and
not going to be
destroyed the
there
trust
by
between two
himself. He
friends,
doesn't have to 100%
and
answer
that's why
it.
they had to get rid of him.
Other
Clearly,
people there
it's
can
just,
answer it as well.
Personal issue between two
Yeah,
people.
and I said that to
and
him.
nothing
He says
more.
he doesn't feel comfortable us doing that. He wants to be able to do it himself.
Jeffrey Price
Well,
is
this
just
is his
upset
first case.
That-
It's
I mean,
something
what
that
is
he's going to
that,
learn over
he,
time and
he
not
got
just
found
based
out, he
off
got
of
got, and now he's
being
trying to
there right
lash
away.
out against
What
poor
does Titus
Riggs
He
have
and
can
his
Kaminsky.
hands up?
try.
Show the 13 Alpha in the courthouse, code 4.
Found out about
Jesus.
them
I don't
switching,
know.
and you were upset.
This court case is
Huh?
completely on fire. and It's
Also,
beautiful.
screw you for trying to
Yeah.
witness tamper. We'll be looking into you later, Jeffrey
Right,
Price.
we're off to deliberate now.
Not then. Take long.
Someone
Good thing
clean
they
up
don't have
the,
an
the trash
investigational
on my-
unit.
Oh, never mind. That's Alright, let's go.
Yeah, can someone scoop up the
All right. So if he's really worried about doing rebuttals, we can tell him that he doesn't need to focus on them.
He's
That
also
all he
worried
has to
about
focus.
like on the spot questions. I told him, he asked if it's okay if he can sidebar and take a quick question to have us help him, because yesterday when I was doing questions with Ash, I was able to get the foundation pretty quickly. He just was confused how I did it. Silence your phone, she says.
Hi, Espinosa. Well, you can't have your phone, so I can have my phone in here. What's up? I'm starting to prep for the court case. You stayed up too late, and you're going to go to bed.
What? I've never heard anyone say pizza puts someone in heat.
Okay. I appreciate you, Espinosa. Hopefully, you get a good sleep. And if you have to keep sleeping, that's okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck is happening. Oh my
Get your
god.
rest. Oh my god. Go get some sleep, Espinosa. You're being a mad lad right now.
Why is my viewer number wrong?
I
Why is there-
appreciate you. I don't want you losing sleep for it. Gee, why does everyone say that to me? My god.
Oh, they're getting rid of views. Okay, whatever.
There's a snake on Peach's leg!
Alright.
I'll get
Got
it, don't
70
worry, just hold
speed.
still.
Oh my god, there's a snake in Freddy's
already
got
pants.
Also,
Good
you
job.
can just put in Google
Nice,
at
great.
7 EST to whatever fucking time zone you're in.
Who's shooting
Oh
spitballs
my
at
god,
me?
I have to do it all the time, and I'm like a 3-hour difference. You want me to do your time zone too?
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Horrible.
Alright.
Hey, it's ready.
Bye.
It's ready. Pull my finger. Pull my finger.
Okay, so if he wants to
Fucking guy.
sidebar, he can 100% sidebar. It's
that
pretty
was a good
much-
one.
You do the objection, and then he would have to say, Your Honor, I would like to sidebar, and then he can talk to us, and then he can
Hi, Kitty.
answer. If he's having to do questions, he can always sidebar and do a quick powwow, and then re-ask
Oh
questions.
my god. It's disgusting.
I'm gonna have to check my pants.
This
after
is
that
making me
one.
Yeah,
feel better
Gunner, is
about the
that
court
wet?
case.
You should probably go to the restroom.
Yeah, so
Skid marks.
I'm struggling with words right now because
That sounded more
anxiety
than
and
skid marks,
you know all that
dude.
stuff.
Oh,
Couple
we got
things.
this.
Couple things. First things, did you see my email about? Did you see my email about how we're missing charges on there?
Yes, I've added them.
Sorry,
And we just
Your
have to
Honor,
bring them up into the entire thing.
Someone's
That
playing the
I've got-
clam trombone
I've got
over there.
ideas.
You know what I mean?
Getting stabbed in the guts will do that
Yep.
to you.
Okay. And then
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure they
We're
were
back in
in
session.
the
Is
entire
everyone here and ready to
pre-trial. We
go?
stated them.
Yeah,
It's just
I know
that
I stated
forgot
them.
To...
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just question was what is he going off of? You know.
Alright, perfect. I'm gonna
Um.
give the ruling. Mr. Grayson here is going to
Oh, rolling. Let's see.
elaborate after I'm done, but it's gonna be very simple. Due to Peach's great closing argument, we have decided that we're gonna rule as such. Mr. Zrig and Mr. Kaminsky, are you here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, it's us, right?
Okay.
Standing right here.
Your masturbation rotation, okay? You are to include Mr. Price, always as third. So I don't care who goes first and second, but Mr. Price will be third. You will also allow him to live with you two, and he will be paying you $5,000 a month in rent. All three of you are bachelors. All bachelors need to stick together.
I pay
Mr. Grayson
$5,000 a
will go
week.
into further detail as to what will happen. You know, and again,
He's
this
just
is your
court
week of
ordered
meeting.
to masturbate with them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Do we have to clean up after
Stop,
ourselves?
hold on. Can you guys hear Grayson?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Grayson,
Oh,
you hear?
he's so lost this one.
He's having some issues. Give him a minute.
Can anybody hear me?
There we
Yes.
go. All right, perfect, Grayson. All right, go ahead.
So,
Such a troll. I'm such a troll. I'm
case of
such a fucking troll.
versus
Also,
Violent
Odessa
Threat.
calls Jeffrey Daddy because it's a whole story. It's not. There's nothing to it.
This week is about bringing together a unified police department. Today, we have once again seen officer-on-officer violence and
Oh, this is
clear
great.
signs of disrespect and a lack of unity.
I sent
will
him a
listen
text
to me
message.
now,
So I
and you will
said,
pay attention. Because if you do not, I will involve the Senate, and then your careers will become on the line. As far as this case goes, there was a clear sense of a tenancy. A verbal
I said,
contract
"Great work,
Mr.
Daddy.
Riggs
Hope you have
in
fun
his
with the roommates."
questioning
Smiley face.
stated there was a legal contract
Oh my
between
God.
the parties. He agreed there was a tenancy in place. Now, because there was no break clause established, that leaves it up to the courts to establish one. We're refusing to do so. If you want to break this tenancy, you must come back to this court and ask us to rule. That isn't what's happening right now. This is an eviction notice. This is a continued tenancy between you all. You will move back in together. You will learn to get
Oh,
along.
I
And
love
if you don't,
this.
you will pay
Both of them lost.
with
Okay, so let me get this
Also,
straight. So it's a
Wisconsin
masturbation
people
order,
enjoy.
right?
Is that
So one of
understood?
them
Yes,
could
Your
just
Honor.
refuse,
Now,
right?
Mr. Kaminsky,
For
Mr.
like
Riggs, and Mr.
a
Price,
month.
step
And the
forward.
person who's after them would have to wait. Is
Listen
that-
to me.
Maybe.
Your conduct today,
Maybe.
specifically in regards to Captain Martell, was reprehensible.
Just
You will all write her a
Force
letter
them to
of
do blue
apology.
balls for a
You
month.
will mean every fucking word you say.
just whoever has the
And if
most
he
patience.
Isn't happy with it, we'll discuss
Well, Kaminsky and
further
Riggs,
You
they're
will
not
sign.
dating anyone except for
Yes,
each
Your
other.
Honor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't they dating?
Okay.
Yeah, Jessica
Now.
could really screw them
As far as the tenancy
in the
goes,
non-screwing sense.
5K a month, and Mr. Price will be a living maid for you guys. He can help clean you up. And get
I'm
you
sorry, what
ready.
did he just say?
Fine, right. Shut the fuck up. This is not debatable.
He said he's gonna help clean you up?
Uh huh. This is a week of unity, gentlemen.
Oh,
Do we
there's
have
so
any
many
unity
casings on the
between
ground.
LSPD and
Fuck
Sonora
the
Desert Sheriff's
SDSO.
Office?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, I don't have my flashlight. I can.
What?
We'll get the fuck out right now.
Okay.
Wrap your arms around that man and tell him. You're his friend.
Which two are you talking to?
All three of you. I want a group hug. I want it right now.
Bring it in, boys.
Okay, all right.
What a great turnout.
Oh, they're starting now. I see. Should we?
Freddy can lick my sack and my balls.
Okay.
This is great.
Peach, get out of
We're
here.
all
That
friends.
will. What? Okay.
What's the difference between your sack and your balls?
Freddy can lick my sack and my balls.
What's the
ball
difference?
is
I'd be worried.
inside the sack.
It's
Probably learn the difference.
Fucking pee is
You're
stored.
fucking out of
It's
here.
not true. Okay. Well, maybe he needs a class.
Your Honor, question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the
Got a beautiful picture.
final month payment now that they're together. Can
Rudolph, get down.
the plaintiff have a pro rata reduction for the entire
Yeah,
week
he
was?
he doesn't have to pay until.
Rudolph, get down.
May.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bryce, if
Sorry,
you
you
don't
think
get
about
keys
something?
by the end of the day, let us know.
Yes, sir. Also,
Hey.
if I put on the rotation,
It's legally
you
binding.
get-
You have to.
Look,
You know, I've
your
already
communal
it's like
wanking is like once the door's closed, that's on you. But like, look, I'll be honest. You get your turn. Take your turn.
I mean, I've got the rotation done up for the next year, and I've already laminated it. It's gonna be really hard to.
You're gonna have to do it
Modify.
again.
Sorry about
Oh.
that. Just,
All right.
just remembering something from this morning. You know, August really loves getting into my drawers. You know, if I leave them open, he just starts digging through them. Makes a mess.
Oh, they just want to find what exactly is in all your drawers.
Yeah, it's quite annoying. So closing, right? Yes.
Okay, now let's keep talking about Flop.
Never would do that flop.
All right, so how we're gonna handle him is we're gonna make sure that he's aware of the fact that he can rely on us. That if he's not sure about how he wants to go forward with whatever questioning he's doing, to just say, "Can I take a moment?" And the judge should allow him to have a brief counsel with the rest of us.
We also need to talk about the Ash stuff, so allowing her to wear her helmet and the thing regarding if she puts her hands up to allow for a recess for her to kind of take a breather.
I mean, if she puts her hands up, we can easily just say,
Oh, more class 2.
"Honorable Judge, can we just take a brief recess?"
Yep. And then Alex has said for today that she wants to essentially be a supervisor role in all of this, but she's willing to talk where you need her.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I am very tired. I haven't been sleeping well the last fucking 3 days, so I was hoping to just kind of lean on Alex a little bit more and not have to
You gotta
talk
also
for
remember
hours
it's
on end.
like in her head it's like 3 a.m.
what is
So
court?
she's willing
Welcome
to
to
pass
court.
shit on to me. I'm terrified, but
Why are you terrified?
it's my first case. But I'm happy to talk because I am coffeeed. I am very coffeed.
Okay. Then if I start kind of getting really quiet, because you're gonna understand, if I start going like, that means I need to stop talking for a little
Got
bit.
you. I can ask any questions and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
bye, Jeff.
Take it
Good,
easy.
good result.
I don't,
Jeff, come here.
I don't really know what to think about.
So
what
hear me
this
out.
is.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a court-mandated order, right? Like it's an order in terms of they have to wait until you've done it. So do you have the patience
The
and
judge
the
said I
spite?
literally have to masturbate on the days I'm scheduled to.
Wait, I didn't hear that part.
I asked that. Can I just not show up to my appointments? And they said it's.
I'm sorry, it's an
legally
appointment?
Binding. Yes, Riggs. Okay. So before the two of them went back and forth, right? They had a spreadsheet, and they would make me leave, and then they'd each have like 2 hours a day to just go to town. They both stayed in the house. I think they kind of did it together, to be very honest with you.
Oh my God, Riggs and Kaminsky are together. Oh
And
my!
now
I
they've-
never would have thought.
They've ordered me to also be on the schedule, and apparently I have to do it.
And who's going to confirm that you've done it?
Well, nobody, because they won't be sitting there watching. I guess.
All right.
Oh my God. This was part of my final eval. This court case. Well, it just.
I don't know if you won
thought it was gonna
or
be,
if you lost. Honestly, I'm gonna be completely
it
honest.
was a little middle ground. It was middle ground. I feel.
You kind of lost.
Anyway.
Hello, Martel.
Hey,
Oh,
Jeff.
Peter.
Hey, where did Kaminsky and Riggs go?
Thank you for the follow,
They
Clover. I
left. They
appreciate
should go
it.
back on patrol. Probably maybe to write you your letter.
Okay.
What'd you say?
We have to write you letters.
Who?
Me, Kaminsky, and Riggs.
Oh, what?
I guess for our bad behavior against you in the court. I don't know why I'm involved in that, but
Thank you. Okay, good. Yeah, get that written.
All right, man.
Monday on my desk, okay?
All right.
Yep.
Should we go stock up on food so we don't pass out during the court case?
I can grab a
I'm
bunch.
going to contact Melton and see if he didn't go to bed already.
He probably went to bed.
Yeah, let's get some food so we don't pass out. It's going to be, I think the maximum is 3 hours because there's a court case after. Hey, Sam.
I'm kind of hoping that the questioning can go pretty quickly.
Did you speak with Dan?
Yes, and we are going to treat him like a hostile witness if he acts like a hostile witness.
You can also strike the witness if he continues to be hostile.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I was trying to make
That's
sure
what
you
we
know.
are going to do if he decides to be a fucking nitwit and not trust me with the fucking case. He decided to leave.
Do you have leading questions prepared if we get authorized or if we get approved? Or granted, rather?
I mean, his questions are pretty restricted. I don't see him going like, oh yeah, I got this call from Marcus and he decided, like, he'll go on a narrative, and that's the thing. He can't go on a narrative.
What I'm saying is,
I can start writing up questions that
well,
are
I'm just
more
saying, be
leading
prepared for
Dan.
it. So when you motion to have a hostile witness, you essentially allow yourself to lead the witness.
Yeah, I know. I could pretty much lead Dan without preparing the question.
Okay, just want to make sure you're ready for that. All right.
It would just be me being like, what about the original case did Alvin Kowal talk to you about during these phone calls?
All right.
Did he ever state any victims that he may have harmed during these phone calls? Like, it's just literally chopping what he can say down to specific questions and only those specific questions.
Yep. Okay. Alex is going to watch out for objections for us. That's kind of what I've asked her to do because she's going to have the most experience with it. That allows you and I to focus on everything else. Okay. Let's go. I need to eat. So let's get like a proper meal and then we can have snacks or something. But I will pay for a proper meal right now. I think. Yes, I will.
I just emailed Holden.
And then, did you hear about the thing on Sustancia Way the other day?
Yep.
You know who I treated 10 minutes before that tweet went out? Not too far. I think you probably saw my statement.
I believe it was May.
Yeah, that was a
Fauna.
fun experience. I had to 311 asking for welfare checks.
It's understandable.
I was trying to get someone else, but he was 10-7, and then luckily, I think it was Hawkins. Is that his name? Eli Hawkins? 311? Is that him?
Hello, Grizz. My Grizz.
Oh, Balto.
Don't pay me then.
But yeah, Hawkins was there, and luckily, I literally just took him aside and said, "Hey, do you mind just sticking around?" And luckily, he was willing.
Titus! Hey, how's it going? Going well. What have you been up to?
Hey, LT, you're looking good. Just wanted to say hi.
Oh, hey, Odessa. Not an LT anymore. Just for a minute.
Oh, I didn't know you. I guess you're probably really busy with the medic stuff.
That I'm just old. Odessa, I've been doing command for a year, and I thought it was time for someone useful to step into my spot.
Oh, well, fair enough. Well, it's good to see you.
Well, now I can just get on duty and do whatever the fuck I want.
Wait, did he leave? I needed him to be at the court case later to protect Doug because he's going to be co-counsel against Chenge.
Oh, are you doing the terrorism case later?
Fortunately.
Yeah, it's after our case.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to go, but, you know.
I'm more worried about the John Doe case this evening.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I'm terrified.
What time does that
That's
start?
not terrorism. There's terrorism after that.
I said I'm terrified. I know. I said the terrorism case, and then my case was before it. Sorry, my words are a little. I'm a little anxious right now. My words are
There's a lot
jumbled.
of court cases happening in the next little while, and there are multiple instances of terrorism on the docket. So it's a general confusion. Oh wait, Hayes.
She's talking to Titus. Right?
I have someone for you to meet.
1 second.
Go say hello.
I love that there's so many.
Oh, I thought you were pointing at me. I'm like, I know Hayes. Oh gosh.
Look at all the pugs. We're slowly amassing a pug army.
Hell
It
yeah.
makes me so happy.
I'd call Argos, but he's at home right now.
You yelling for me?
No, I don't know what I was yelling at. I don't know. I've just been yelling at a lot of things today. Hey, if I end up getting sued for stabbing Gunner, I'll need an attorney.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm a witness because I literally saw you defend your animal.
Yeah.
By doing what you did.
Thank you.
So, well, I can't. Well, I mean, I guess I could make. I don't think I really should be your lawyer. I think I'd be a better witness.
Yeah.
Anita has Hey, all the other animals have been dropped off. With the prison cat got dropped off this morning.
Yeah, I met Flap.
Say again, Odessa?
I met Flap. Flop's new chicken.
Oh yeah, Flap, who I dropped off with Flop.
And then of course I've met Moose.
Yeah, Moose. Who else? Caden
Moose
is fostering Jax.
Moose is the biggest cuddler. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh yeah, I think he's going to be easily adopted here, whereas the mainland was stupid.
Not you.
Bye, Hayes.
I don't know what's happening.
All right, boys, we should head back to the prison.
Making me run in heels.
Yes, I am, because he wants us to restate our reasoning as to why it's sealed.
Wait, what the fuck? Was that on the
No,
email?
he just emailed it to me.
The fuck? What just happened? That was weird.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Demi.
He's already approved the motion.
Well, our reasoning is just...
It's not in the main thing. It's he did it directly to you?
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Okay. All right. What did he say beyond that, other than just say restate your reasoning?
That we have to be in court by 6:30, and be aware I'll be asking you to renew your motion to close the proceedings and weighing the arguments against the right of the public to bear witness to such a serious matter.
We have precedent.
I mean, if he wants us to restate the investigation, then I don't know what his reasoning as to why he motioned and accepted the sealing, because he never really said why.
Do you want... Should we talk to, Demi and see what she thinks about this? Because obviously she can't weigh in on the case itself, but, the fact that he's re-motioning something and see what her opinion is on it.
Sealing it for pretrial is one thing. Waiving the right of the public to observe the case is going to be decided separately.
Do you want me to speak with Demi and see... Just get her...
I mean, it doesn't...
Because I don't know what to focus on here. You know what I mean? Like, I think Holden wants to watch this man get murdered. I think that's what Holden wants. That's what it's beginning to feel like. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, Demi just went 42. Okay, he's taking it as he's gonna be doing the actual decision of sentencing.
That's not today. We're not sentencing today. Let's talk to Grayson. If Grayson's still around, give him a call. Since obviously he can't conflict him. He's already conflicted.
I fucking swear, everyone's just like, oh, you're trying to kill somebody. No, I'm trying to put it on the table for you to figure out if you want to kill somebody. I don't really care, honestly.
Rudolph, get down. Rudolph, get down.
I'm going the wrong way. Hi, Grayson. So, I'm having this issue where Holden is wanting me to restate the motion for sealing
Rudolph, get down.
due to him wanting to do the sentencing for the trial for John Doe today. And from my understanding, I was just pushing for the court case to be sealed for the verdict and not the sentencing. I don't have anything to stop it. Okay.
He didn't tell us we were going to do sentencing, so we can't prep people to come and speak.
Yeah. Well, he's saying that I have to restate the motion of sealing before the trial itself, and that's what's got me confused. I think so? Yeah, So now I gotta move to get everybody that could do any type of admission for the sentencing to get their act together today. Yeah, I know. I'm just calling you to kind of see if there's like anything that I need to do other than just be like okay. Yeah, it was just mostly just to make, because there's also the whole thing where even the defendant is saying that they're gonna try and kill him after the court case. So our entire reasoning for sealing was to protect him and police officers from getting shot on. Okay.
Rudolph, get down, honey.
All right.
Well, there goes. You good? Hey, Hayes? Your silence is killing me.
Okay, yep. I will,
Okay. No, that's not where I want to be.
Alright, thank you, Grayson. Bye.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Sorry, I was talking to Grayson.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're okay. You just flew out of a car at like 80 miles
I know! Because someone wanted to take a line right. And that's a race. There's a race happening South Great Ocean Highway. Nice.
Can I get like civilian spike strips? And I can just
No.
kind of lay them across the road and...
So Grayson is just saying the state in layman's term that we don't have any serious
okay.
issue with him.
Instead of going here, just go to the grocery store just up ahead.
No, we're going to go here.
I could get us...
We're buying food. We're buying food.
I could get us food.
We're buying food.
I know, but I could get us like...
I know you can get us food. We're buying food.
Ow, my head.
Hello.
You can do it.
Oh, my head's hurting me. There we go.
I believe in you.
You got this.
Ugh, I don't know what she's fucking doing.
Hello. Hello. Can I get
Look who it is!
two times crib of coffee and
Look who it
two
is,
times
chat.
coffee times 2?
These are people who play Betty and
yeah,
Honey, who played.
I'm an
Two
idiot.
survival
I
kits.
know.
I can't breathe right now. That's hilarious. I'm gonna get some cereal. Hey, Alex.
Hey, Odessa, how you doing?
Not well. So, Holland's just emailed Hayes saying that he's going to want to do the sentencing today and that we need to restate completely why we want it to be sealed, and he plans to unseal it today.
Oh no, my car isn't here.
Yep.
I am currently in Polito, Carlos.
Yeah, so we are. Yeah, we'll come pick you up.
Thank you.
Where you at? You at the house?
House.
Okay. Hayes, go to here. We gotta pick up Alex. Alright, we'll see you in a second. Apparently Nova stole the car.
I'm gonna need you to drive because I have to email Golden back.
You sure you don't want any PBSO nutritional bars?
I'm pausing.
They're chocolate
I
chip
got enough
flavored.
food. If I really wanted free food, all I need to do is go into the snacks and
Oh,
just
yeah.
grab some. Oh my, what the? Okay.
They
that's
they
a
went
floating
full
car.
platform 9 3/4 there. That yellow house up here on the left. There she is.
Oh yeah, I'm aware where she lives. Alright, someone else drive, I got an email.
You drive.
Where are we headed? Where are we headed?
Wherever.
A gas
either-
station, probably.
What do you need from the gas station?
I know, I
Gas.
see that you need gas.
Oh, yeah. Why is there so many cars? Why? Oh, there's a race lining up here. Okay. This
It's
is
fine.
This is fine. Oh, it's Kitty.
We'll get
Kitty won't
out,
kill
don't
us.
worry about it.
All right, you gonna refill?
Yeah.
Kitty putting her mask on. Oh, I guess say hi to her. I came to give you a hug, Kitty.
Aww. Hi, love.
How are you doing? You doing all right?
You know me. Doing alright.
Oh, yeah. I've got
You
a-
excited for all our updates? I'm
I'm so
excited.
fucking pumped. Yeah, Lucy wanted to talk with me at some point, but we've both been super busy. So hopefully after this week I'll be good. But I've got to work
Alright.
on. I'm doing paralegal stuff now.
Oh, nice. So I'm getting mixed messages regarding like research and stuff like that, but so far Cross seems super like.
Oh hell yeah.
He's like, no, by all means. When I told him, I was like, yeah, we want to be able to like make vaccines should there be a plague that comes over the city and stuff like that. And then when they heard that you're like the head of our R&D, they're like, oh my god, she's great.
Oh awesome.
Even
All right.
Dr. Janice said she loves you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. All right, sorry, I gotta go. But have a good one.
All right, bye bye.
This case is at 1 a.m. my time. I am here to supervise. I am here to object. I have a case tomorrow morning at 3 a.m. EST. I'm already suffering. And now hold it!
I thought he was okay with the ceiling. He said he was fine with it, and now he's fucking getting cold feet. So it's just like...
Well, he's getting a bar complaint.
Yeah, I'm probably
Jesus
gonna help you with that
Christ.
because this is
We can
ridiculous. You
all
didn't...
put bar complaints in. Jesus fucking Christ.
He didn't respond to my motion to add Bass as the witness. It took me bugging him to figure out whether or not the evidence that I was motioning to put in was even accepted or not.
It's like he's more focused on his dreams than he is about his job.
He's been doing this for a long time, though, Odessa. He can smell bullshit.
That's true. He was a judge before, and he became a judge again.
Oh, Alex, you
By
weren't
choice.
there. He thought we were up
what?
to no good. He's like, I know you're up to something.
Yeah, we want to make sure that Seaside doesn't kill the defendant, and they have freely stated this to the defendant, and the defendant has freely stated this to me, that an attack is going to happen after the court case.
Fucking me and Hayes, most evil people here in Los Santos.
Yeah, obviously. I feel
I'm
so
just trying
scared
to
in this
kill-
car.
I'm trying to kill everybody, supposedly. I don't understand the weight of death.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's one of his rebuttals is that we're sentencing a man to death today, and it's just like, you do know he's killed a bunch of people, right? I kind of get that he's gonna be.
Yeah, we're gonna show up, not prepared at all, and just be like, kill him, maybe?
Hayes, nuclear option still is on the table. The one that you suggested.
What if the attack just happens before the court case and we don't have to deal with the bullshit?
Oh, Hayes had this lovely idea of playing every single video in the courtroom.
Oh. The problem is also that they're very long.
We could get screenshots from them and place
I
them up.
already have screenshots for every single one, and they're all in the case files for each one.
I've also
I just don't want Ash to have to state all of this in front of a bunch of people. And restate her trauma to a group of strangers that are just gonna wanna gawk.
And how fucking shitty is it to tell you that sealed is okay? You prep your witnesses, you confirm to them, hey, it's okay. It will only be the people who need to be involved, and then to be like, I am going to decide that on the day off. Yeah, he's getting I'm so ready for bar complaint. It'll be my first bar complaint, but
It's gonna be mine too. Also, Dan is still wanting to be a wild card and try and make it about Reggie getting a bar complaint instead of filing a proper bar complaint and going about it that way, and he wants to testify it on the stand to use it in his bar complaint.
What? Why?
So we're gonna treat Dan like a hostile witness if he starts
if
popping
he's
off
doing
like a
like
fucking
that.
hostile witness, and then we're gonna strike his testimony if he wants to do this shit.
Okay, so
You won't
you're gonna
listen to
have
me.
to get a sizable defense for the courthouse, right? Because if it's gonna be unsealed,
Oh my fucking god.
and I know you weren't prepping for that, but it's gonna have to happen now. Because who knows what the fuck Seaside's gonna do.
And we're all so happy right now. We are so happy to be here.
I don't want to fucking have to be like, oh yeah, cops, you get to stand around at the fucking courthouse for 2 hours plus.
You can put all your effort into a court case and Holden will find something to fuck the state over.
I mean, he's not even finding something. He's just fucking dancing back and forth on his decisions. And I'm just... Once you say, and you hit your little fucking gavel on your stupid little fucking desk, it's done. You can't go back on it. There's no, oh, but, you know, I didn't really want to.
Wee woo.
All right, so we need to start prepping. We need to start prepping character witnesses and such.
We restricted the people that actually...
Oh, there's
Grayson! Do you want to be a character witness?
Grayson, we have issues.
Yeah, he's already been informed.
Let's hop on.
Why would I want to be a character witness for that man?
Against that man. They're
Again,
sentencing.
well, like,
Seeing as we've been informed that it's going to be sentencing 2 hours beforehand, we need to scramble to get our character witnesses in order.
you okay? Here's your issue, right? As a judge, sometimes I have to carry out the death sentence. I have to grant it as a part of my job. Personally, as a private citizen, don't believe in the death penalty.
No
I
one
hate my life.
believes in the
Not the
fucking
time,
death
Cross.
penalty in this fucking state. Even though criminals go around shooting police officers and say, yo, dog, I want you to die. The only people that believe in the death sentences are the fucking people shooting Glock 18Cs.
Yeah, I know. I just personally have issues with it.
I mean, you don't need to say, I want him to die. You can just say that you don't believe he's going to be somebody that is reformable and should be staying in Bolingbroke for the rest of his life. Like, my goal isn't to kill him. My goal is to make sure he doesn't get out of Bolingbroke and starts hurting more people.
Your other issue with getting me as a publicly elected official to get on the stand and say that about a private citizen is if, say, for example, Judge Holden gets shot coming into work today, who's going to step in?
You can't step in. You're already conflicted.
I think everybody is, but somebody would have to step in, right?
The whole situation is just such a
It's a shit
fucking
show.
mess, and it's all the fault of one person.
Holden?
Yes. He granted my sealing. Now he's saying I have to restate the reason why I want my sealing.
Literally 2 hours before the court case, which also, if it's not sealed, they will need a police force caught there to protect the fucking defendant, which we're trying to do.
The
But
defendant
yeah, that
himself,
doesn't
who
matter.
has stated that his life is in danger, and said that they're planning to attack him after the court case, Jack Ruby style.
The whole reason why we had asked for a pre-trial hearing was to get that sorted. He said, okay, and now he's like, actually no, I'll go back on my word. You guys figure it out. And to then also be like, oh yeah, I'll also do the sentencing today, but yeah, you have a whole court case to prepare for. I'm sure you've done nothing for it, probably. We have time. Yeah, we're...
Did
That majorly pisses me off.
Mr. Saxon ever get a lawyer?
No,
Or is he actively the idea that you can put to death after self-representing is horrendous.
Hey, Hayes, I'm going to send you an email.
Yeah, same, but you know.
I know.
But
I
it's
tried to get him a
actively
lawyer.
self.
He literally
it's
did a
all
middle
on,
finger.
on him. Yeah,
He's always been horrendous.
Well, the reasoning is, though, Grayson, is he knows that it's going to get under Ash's skin. So him not having a lawyer means we can't depose him.
Is this purely so he gets to question her?
I
Is he
would
trying
presume
to-
so.
Jesus Christ.
He's a psychotic individual.
He's had many opportunities to get a lawyer. Lawyers have approached him and said, I am not working
And then
with
he
that
conflicted
man.
them.
I mean, I was right. I mean, my conflict isn't necessarily about this reign of terror. It's about the previous one. Like, that one I was actively engaged in. It was an issue then. He has always been mean and vindictive and as personal as he possibly can be. So yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and then when you as a state do literally everything you can to protect both victims and defendant, you just get, like, punched in the face for it. Which is... that gives the complete fucking wrong message.
So let me get this straight. He wants to hear the entire case, hear the entire sentencing, and decide if this man should live or die within 3 hours, considering there's another case 3 hours after.
Wait, 3 hours? Isn't it like way longer off?
Nope. We have 3 hours. Because ours starts at 7, his starts at 10. Or the next starts at 10 with Nova.
Have you seen how many witnesses and stuff we have? Oh yeah, but he also didn't respond to motions on the docket whatsoever, so he should have had more.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, Bass
he
is still
refused.
gonna come to the court case, and we're gonna ask him right then and there if he can actually.
Yeah, he just didn't answer any of the motions. And then during the whole like pre-trial scheduling, we all answered and then he started blaming us. It's a whole. I'm gonna calm down now. My anxiety is showing. Musa. I need food before I pass out, Hayes.
Oh, you got it.
I was actively contemplating.
Oh, I thought you were buying food for both of us and I was gonna pay you back.
No, here.
Going to
Oh no. Dean's World to get food myself. Literally what I said it. It's a thing. Jeez, the more I think about this, the worse it gets.
You know what's interesting? You know what's another thing to consider? If he wants to put the man to death today.
Have him to do sentencing another day.
Okay? Are we good?
Wow, we'll get like one little piece of breathing room. I'm gonna stay mad.
I'm going to be
Before
honest.
this court case is going to be at 1 a.m. for me.
defending-
I have another
if I was
court case.
defending him,
3
I would be
a.m.
arguing
EST.
so hard about the usurpation of the time frame in which you would actually argue for mayoral or senatorial clemency.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like you can't, because if they're gonna shoot him today, like you gotta let the mayor be able to read through the entire case. I mean, she's gonna be here, but like, it's still ridiculous.
Well, make a decision, right? And also maybe the Senate, if you wanted to go that way, or if anybody wanted to go that way in his behalf.
It's also a huge process for the DOC to prepare for an execution. Like, they're not aware.
You can just wrangle a couple of people up. I'm sure they're fine and prepared to just shoot somebody to death today.
Take someone's life, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember talking with
Seaside
both.
wants to do it, so half the city as well. This is
Yeah, might as
why
well
I
just
wanted
call
to
them
do
up.
it.
They can do it for us.
Yeah. Jesus.
Hey, Flash, how are you doing?
That you can
Okay.
thoroughly know that we are not happy.
Oh, I am. I'm reading that. I understand that, and I am. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So the sentencing's been moved, but it's still probably going to be unsealed. Excuse me, sir.
I
Sorry.
can't argue the ceiling. Like,
You kind of want the sentencing to be unsealed.
No,
so the
that's
public
fine.
can
We
give
don't have no issue with
testimony
that. The
if
issue
required.
is just we wanted the court case to be sealed because one of our witnesses is going to feel intimidated.
They are actively dealing with their trauma still.
Yeah. It was hard enough for us to get her
It's
to, you know,
hard- yeah,
Did you not
you
get a
get-
deposition?
we're going to depose her and then he's going to be there anyways because
He's self-representing.
And he has the right. Yeah, but
also,
I
I,
mean, to
didn't
be
have any
perfectly
time
honest, yeah.
to get a deposition going anyway.
I got you.
I mean,
It's
if he
just,
doesn't
yeah.
respond to motions, how could you motion for a deposition?
Mm-hmm.
You know, one thing we probably could suggest in the future in this sort of scenario, if it cops up, is video. He'd still be able to witness it, but he wouldn't be in the same room. I don't know.
But the problem is that they need to be able to cross.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
Also, like we said, we're working with like an active threat against this person. We want to keep it as sealed as possible. His name is not on the thing. For a reason. Ever since the start, Mackenzie has done everything correct. And this is just a major, like, fuck you interface.
I mean, look, if you get the verdict you're after, and it all goes down the way it needs to go down, you'll be okay. Despite the bumps along the way, right?
Maybe.
All right, so
I'm gonna co-sign it.
yeah. I was gonna sign in as legal aid, but I realized you can't go on like in trial are busy, so I don't want to get calls when I'm in there.
Yeah, that's a shit show. I mean,
I'm close to getting my bar license hopefully soon anyway, so it won't matter.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I need to go find food. I will.
Well, I appreciate your help,
see
Grayson.
you guys
It
later.
does
Look,
mean a lot.
Honestly, if I could engage and actually help more, I would.
No, we understand you're limited in that, but we appreciate it.
No problem.
You have a good one, Your Honor.
Okay, bye.
Oh, Jenny's here.
I'm gonna need to go at a shooting range after all this.
Yeah, I'm down with you.
Oh, wow. Where'd you get them from?
So, security.
My brain's melting. Who's on duty right now?
Wow.
Here, I'm gonna give you a whole bunch of these. Is Gunner around? I wanted to get Gunner one.
He's in his head right now.
Alright, well, here's a whole bunch of them.
Where'd you
can
get
give
them from?
Here you go. Give them to Gunner and give them to Ready, okay?
Yeah, I'm down to shoot the shit out of something.
Going for you, Grayson. These are so cool.
Got a
Thank
whole
you.
lot of
These
weed.
are awesome.
So much weed. So much fucking weed.
My brain is dying.
I'm gonna be fucking
So what are you guys
catatonic
doing?
after
You're
this.
studying for your case? Oh. What are you doing, Croc?
What am I doing? And you are watch.
Right. Yeah, no, I wasn't even looking. What are you
Yeah, watch. Watch.
How are you doing it?
Watch.
At around 6 p.m. EST, top of the hour, I'll need assistance transporting a prisoner to the courthouse for their trial.
Actually hit one of them and I said no.
I don't know why the court system is gone to like fucking speed motion trials.
Oh yeah? Okay.
I
well,
have no fucking clue.
I mean, I know, but I don't want to say it because I can't really say it. And
It's not even this one. It's also like,
no, it's
fucking
the other.
terrorist.
Yeah, that one in particular is, you know, maybe some people don't want to
Oh,
be in
yeah,
prison
oh,
for
yeah, I
so
know,
long
yeah.
because there's not much to do in prison.
They have a skate park. They have animal therapy. They got farming.
Maybe they're not so content with the prison, I suppose.
Well, then don't do dumb shit.
Yeah, people don't seem to, don't really think that way in the city, but
POC
yeah.
from PD. I will be needing assistance getting Alvin Kowal set up for his trial at the top of the hour. Officials are around currently. Copy.
I gotta be in my head for 2 seconds. Just keep an eye.
Hey!
Hi, Cross.
Hey, I sure hope your court case isn't rushed tonight.
Can I tase him, Jenny? Nice.
Oh, he has a shotgun.
She was reaching! She was reaching!
I put it away, you dumbass.
Hey, give her one of those,
Now I'm reaching.
I wasn't even.
The taser
Give her,
is horrible.
give her one of the first aid kits. What the fuck just happened?
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, take that. Yeah, give it to Gunner.
Huh.
Hey, move out of the way, man!
Oh, perfect. Ready brand, baby, right?
Apúrate, cabrón!
You apurate, cabron.
Ooh, that was close.
Leave.
Oh, I tried.
Got it for you guys.
Hell yeah. That's sergeant material right there, Jenny.
Alright, we're going.
Stop getting into
I have
trouble.
not been in trouble. People just always assume I'm in trouble.
Suspended less than a month ago.
No. No.
Alright, I'm driving your car.
Nearly a week ago.
Well, actually, it wasn't a real suspension.
What do you mean it wasn't a real suspension?
Just didn't really suspend me.
Oh, hi.
Hello. How
Shoot
are
me in the head.
I mean, you almost got shot in the head. But,
By whom?
A local.
Oh, amazing.
It wasn't any real shooting. It was Gunner did the shooting, but they definitely drove. I mean, you can see the tire tracks.
Yeah, I can see that.
I got run over twice.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, the Alexandra wasn't nearly as lucky as you were. No, sorry, Alexandra.
I'm having a day.
God damn it.
Jess, I'm having a fucking day.
What do you mean you're having
we're
a
having a
day?
day.
I can't tell you, but I'm having a day.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, you could be attacked. Well, no, well, we'll see. But it's just I'm having a day. It's gonna.
Why did I hear the word attack in there?
I didn't say attack.
Okay.
Yep.
I 100% do not believe you, but okay.
Yeah, we're good. All right, where did Hayes go? Oh, and Ash has just tweeted.
Hold on, I need to get something fresh.
Hey. Stop screwing around, guys. Oh, my creepy
What are
music.
you guys working on?
Classified. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, I mentioned the name that. Oh, well, it's court cased.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
who else
public
is
knowledge
there?
that she's gonna-
tweeted, and then it's pretty easy to determine.
Yeah. All right. Where did Hayes go?
So, good luck, guys.
Oh, there she is. She's on the phone. My mouse is like drifting a little bit. I think I got a hair on it. Hey! Guys! Come You can't have your food yet. No, Dasher. No, it's too early.
She said something and went that way.
Yeah, no, I found her.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hey, Murphy.
Huh. Huh.
What are you hiding?
Yeah, I know why she's hiding.
Huh.
We'll see you in an hour and 20 minutes.
Could you imagine if you fucking forgot? Could you fucking...
I swear to fucking God.
Could you fucking imagine?
I swear to fucking God, I would lose it. I'm already losing it.
Are there any, like, legal substances you can snort?
Sugar?
Yeah, that's like gonna get me high.
You're not getting high for
Not,
your court.
no, after the case. I need to find something to snort off your daughter's ass.
Stop! Oh, I need to tell you something about Maddie.
Oh, what's up?
Well, actually, Jess can also tell you what happened with Maddie.
Jess?
Oh.
No,
She
no.
got very upset when I implied I would tell you.
What
Very
happened?
upset.
Jessica?
HIPAA.
I'm one of her emergency contacts.
It wasn't an ICU admittance?
It's still an emergency contact. I'm allowed to know their medical records.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
According to Dr. Blake, it is, because he had to yell at Dr. Nancy. He said only emergency contacts can be aware of what's going on in the ER.
Oh.
All right.
Hey, you know what was weird? Turns out Murphy Braun drives a Lambo. He was just here.
Why you guys screw me over like this?
And then Alex and
Why
I were
don't
kind of
emergency
like,
contacts
you
only
know,
apply in emergency room to ICU stuff?
could you imagine if Holden forgets about the case?
Listen,
I'm highly doubting he does.
Yeah.
Highly doubting. So we will try and get Bess to be accepted on the spot since he wants to do the whole, you guys gotta restate why you want the ceiling.
If he's gonna be a shit, we're gonna be a shit.
Now, I do want us to get every single fucking image plastered up onto the fucking board for each victim if he wants to be a shit and wants to make this open.
I'm down.
With every
Yes,
little picture
you're
of the person there.
Should we, during the closing, when we read off the names, should we put up each image?
Well, we would have to get Holden to do each image.
I wouldn't do it like that.
How do you want to
Bye,
do it?
Alex. Bye, Alex.
Bye, Jess.
Oh, sorry, not you, Alex. Other
shit.
Alex. Dr. Alex, who says that, oh no,
Oh.
she told me specifically not to tell, so I can't.
Motherfucker!
But I can.
Okay, go ahead and tell me, Alex, what happened?
So,
give me
hold on.
some sort of
I'm
enjoyment
thinking
before
about
this.
chocolate for a second.
Yeah, I just want
Motherfucking
it clear
Belgians,
that
I swear to God.
definitely didn't tell you about her wrecking her vehicle today.
Uh-huh. no, it wasn't even her vehicle.
How did
So-
she do it?
So, we were just chilling. We went hunting. We had a really, really successful hunting trip. Ooh, money. We're like, oh, what are we gonna do while we wait? Oh, let's do some dodo driving.
Mm-hmm.
We were just chilling, driving on Los Santos Freeway. She's like, we're gonna drive up there, like, on the railroads, to then realize, oh shit, the dodo truck driving really slow on the railroad. Let's go back to the road. I'm like, good. Maddie is no longer trying to go off-road with a freaking dodo truck. We'll stay on the road this time. But actually, no. She decides to, like, go off the highway to, like, the prison, crashes into something. Suddenly she's not in the dodo truck anymore. I'm like, oh, so does she have a headache? I get out of the car and I see her lying in the middle of the freaking road, flowing through her windshield.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, me and Leah have decided that that we're bringing her to driving lessons.
All right,
Very
so
excited.
Hayes, where are you putting the list of the images?
I mean, we could put it in the email chain that we have.
Okay, I'm gonna let y'all do your private work. Well, then see you, ladies. Good luck tonight.
It's really hard for
Have
me
a
right
good
now
day.
because for some reason my brain wants to be really slow and I'm about to punch a wall.
Where do you have them? I can grab them. And where are you putting them?
I emailed you, Jessica, because supposedly I didn't grab that one.
Okay, yeah, you got it there.
It's literally going through every video and grabbing the most gruesome fucking scene.
All right, so we just got that one so far. Or do you got? Well, you got some on the evidence list, don't you?
I do.
All right. Do we need to just put them all in our email chain and then we can drag them when we're ready? All right. So we need one for Levi. We actually need one for a lot of them. Not for Allison. You got one for Faith.
Levi is a little bit harder to get. I really wanted to just fucking play this.
I'll try to meet them.
All units helping with the transport transfer to R5 to coordinate with DOC. Like, it doesn't help that I also need to fucking... I hate the fact that I need to do all of it. I have to get all the people prepped and ready to do transport because no one else is going to start doing it.
Isn't he around?
He didn't say that he wanted to help, so fuck him. I'm tired of asking for help from SCU and not getting it. I'm not gonna fucking beg every single fucking time.
All right. How does that look for Levi's one? Got the knife in his heart.
Yeah, that
bleeding
one's
out.
good.
Okay. The list on evidence for Reese Orland's video is
Hey,
wrong, but I'm
Ron,
sure it's
yeah,
in the report. So let me.
What?
When I clicked on it, it's the other video, but it's okay. I'll get it. I'll just find it.
Oh, you know, what are you up to?
Hey, Murphy. Just wanted to tell you I appreciate you, okay? Appreciate the shit you go through. Is the scheduling for this weekend? Ah!
You just hurt him in the soul.
I don't appreciate that at all, especially for games which I've been waiting probably like 20 years to be able to play again.
They've already said they're gonna patch, but I don't. Whatever.
Alright,
Remains to be seen.
I think...
But they do usually lavish
you guys
affection
review the
upon their
questioning
own
for Ash
internal
because you
IPs.
said that there was problems with
So,
leading with that
always spare no
question.
expense to at least be able to say that it works.
We'll see. They probably rushed it out. No, I mean they were gonna do it for the 20th anniversary, and they couldn't even meet that 3 years ago. So.
Oh. Well, let me know when it doesn't suck.
I will let you know. You'll be the first to hear.
I'd gone over them all and then sent them to Ash.
Hey, how
what?
good do you guys feel about this court case tonight?
I feel fine about it. Just fucking mad dashing because things change.
Wait, what else changed now?
Nothing else. Just have to fucking clean the other stuff, and then I also have to get transport all situated.
Well, have you already talked to them about transport?
Yeah, they're getting it set up right now.
No, it should be golden,
I'm
dog.
just reminding PD that they have to help them with it.
Look, it's just a
So
serial
many-
killer. Who cares? They're cringe.
You know half the city wants to kill this guy, right?
I'm not hearing a problem here.
It is on the court to decide if he dies or not. Not the state.
Yeah, but I'm still not hearing a problem.
Okay.
It puts officers' lives in danger who have to drive him there.
See, there you go. See, there we go. Someone has a reason.
You were a cop, You're forgetting cop.
I mean, just don't get in the way of the bullets flying.
I
no.
zoned out. I did not hear what you asked whatsoever.
If there is a prisoner coming to the courthouse, that means there's a bunch of people protecting said prisoner.
I mean, are they
Or
protecting those?
trying to harm the
Yes.
prisoner.
If they're gonna blow up, a transport, that puts every single
Are they
officer.
really protecting him?
You're a weirdo, Cross. Go farm. Go farm,
Yeah.
Cross.
Yeah, but at least I know
Come-
what love and affection are.
I know what that is also. Good job. You were at a dictionary. Why doesn't he just park his car in the thing?
He's weak.
That is true.
Ones that had to like run after him as when he was ADA. I was just running after him.
Braun
I'm
run
pretty
away?
sure. What?
Braun, did
I
you
think
run
he
away?
left.
Oh, I was,
Yeah.
I was
good.
yelling at Cross. I didn't notice.
Yeah, I think he left. I
so
saw
Cross
the
deserves to be yelled at.
Oh.
He's getting too much praise at the moment. Put him in his place.
He's forgetting his life as a police officer that I have to state the obvious.
I mean, he might never come back. He might literally just be a judge now, yeah? He seems to be
Are you
enjoying
sure
it.
about that?
Nah. He'll
Isn't
end
there
up
a new
now.
SOP where they can't, people that are not police officers can no longer drive CVPIs?
I mean, does an SOP actually affect a private citizen? Because I don't think it does.
It's a
got a
government
point.
issue vehicle, so the towing company
And
definitely
this-
affects.
But this has also come into effect after the fact of Cross leaving the
Oh,
Unified
he's
Police
grandfathered in. Jesus Christ. It's gonna go to his Eagle too.
And is somebody gonna go tell TJ Walker he's gotta give his CVPI back?
No, but I'll tell him Cross on the ass. I don't care about TJ Walker. I don't talk to that man.
Mm-hmm.
He's shift 3 problem.
I think he's got the license plate 13 Alpha too. On his CVPI.
When a cop shoots
When
him
you-
down,
when you-
does
when
he
you
also
double
still
down-
go beep, 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 beep?
He should be made to. That should be a rule.
It should be a rule. You guys literally did communal masturbation, so I feel like you can make this a rule.
What the fuck?
We do, look, I'm gonna be honest
Wait,
with you.
what?
That was brought to the court case. We didn't introduce it.
What the? Okay,
But I really feel like if
This is
if
what happened when
if you
cadets
could
all
bring
lived
him-
together.
Sorry, what did I miss?
Well, 2 of them were no longer cadets, surprisingly.
With the full officers?
Can we recap, please?
Okay, so there was a civil small claims court between Price versus Kaminsky and Riggs. The testimony was given on the stand that they kick Price out of his bedroom, which is also the living room, nightly for their scheduled blocks of time in which they are all masturbating in the living room. And he wasn't happy about this. He's also not invited to their private time in the bedroom where they play board games, but it sounds like it gets rough.
Uh-huh.
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 Yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, uh-huh.
What they put Martel through on the stand, I will never forgive them for.
What happened?
They were asking insinuating questions about what she was wearing,
What the?
why she invited Riggs over to her house, whether or not her house is
Wow.
actually a sex dungeon.
What the fuck?
Am I making them run?
They
I can still make them run.
they specifically asked her questions as to whether or not she had sexual feelings for Riggs.
Fuck.
I ordered them at the end to everybody involved in that court case, to write her a letter of apology. I expect it to be a good one.
It better be a fucking good one. What the fuck?
Yep, this is
know
a
their
week of
writing
unity,
capabilities.
and this is what they're doing. Oh, I've seen their writing capabilities too.
It's not going to be very high. Sorry to say this.
I think it was actually testified that Riggs can't read.
But he's a cop.
Grade.
He testified
Sorry,
that
guys,
he
I'm
couldn't read too
currently,
good after making funny for Demi,
having
making
to
fun
go
of Demi for having dyslexia.
Oh, what?
I'm having to
it
go
was a shit
through
show. It was
every
just a
single
shit
one to
show
grab
all day
photos.
long.
Oh, 1 second.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Of course, he's going to be a baby and
I am glad I was not there. I
mean, you are. All the lawyers repeatedly got beanbag shotgunned. Because they kept talking
well,
and I didn't
I'm
want them to.
extra glad I was not there. But
I mean, it was Grism's Pole, to be fair.
Okay, never mind.
They're much more annoying when they talk than you
Yeah.
are.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a big compliment.
Is it?
Hello, Mina.
I'm not as annoying, so I'll take that.
Having to grab.
It was a shit show. It was a
Yeah,
grade
that's
A, class
from-
A shit show.
Yeah, that.
Toretti took the time while Ripley was on the stand to ask him about his Changan affiliation and everything. It was like, it went everywhere.
It was just like, let's humiliate and push
Everybody,
every
let's
single
literally
witness.
show
Let's
how
just go
uni-
completely over
Let's
the
show
edge.
how
with these
non-unified
things.
we are as a police department.
Let's go below the belt. Holy shit.
Oh, it was totally below the belt.
Yeah. Ooh, I would not be happy.
Mhm.
Applaud you for dealing with it, I guess.
Well, I was told it was going to be a tenancy dispute, and it turned
Guys, I'm-
into every bit of dirty laundry in PD.
I mean, not even dirty laundry, to be honest.
Ripley admitted to being a member of Tracy Martell's harem,
Damn. Okay.
and he was happy about it. And he was fine with it. It just went on and on and on and on. To be honest, I should have made them write open letters of apology to the entire city of Los Santos.
That sounds correct. Jesus.
And then Doug got shot, so that's the way all my court cases are ending at the moment.
Wait. Didn't Doug also get shot yesterday, or was that yesterday?
Yep.
What the fuck?
No, he got shot yesterday, and then he got shot today. Wrangler shot him yesterday, Gunner shot him today.
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
Oh
Can
my
you get a
God,
bulletproof vest for that
poor
dog?
That poor little pug.
I think he's more bullet than dog now.
He's just a metal. He's basically a robot.
And it's just a cyborg. He's just soaking up bullets.
Exactly.
Okay, alright. Good now.
I don't know if there's anything more device. I don't know if Cred, Boss, or Doug are the most divisive parts of PD at the moment.
It's so stupid that that the freaking drug pug is part of that list.
Who did I miss?
But he
I
is.
missed one.
He's trouble. Keeps causing division.
God, I have to figure out which one.
Maybe
I
it was all a
fucking missed. What the
plan.
Oh, Faith. Which I think we already have.
I mean, the important thing is Senator DW likes Doug, so Doug's okay.
Well, yeah, I gotta listen to the senators.
Okay.
I mean, clearly switching chief of police and sheriff did not help.
It better help.
I mean, if that...
There will
Wait,
be World War III when the week ends.
When
if it
was
doesn't.
that civil? When was that civil case?
A couple hours ago, right? So yeah.
That was today. And,
I
yeah,
know.
and
I
yesterday
know.
they switched. Yeah, it's going great.
But here's the thing. That was basically between LSPD and PBS, all right? And then
Which
today
are the
it was
ones that
between
switched?
LSPD and
Oh.
Sonora Desert.
Oh,
Because
okay. So now we need
Kaminsky
PBSO and SDSO. Okay.
So now what we need
Waiting
to do
for that
is
Just
I
making
know.
sure that they
Make Conan
also hash
Clarkson
it
and
out.
Dominic Toretti switch over or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we need to have PBSO and SDSO hatch it out so that those frustrations are out, and we just need to then have the Rangers and the Troopers fight. I don't fucking know, and then all the frustrations will be out.
My money's on the
and they can
Troopers.
start cropping up new ones.
Although the Rangers do have Wrangler this week, so
Rangers also have
Yeah.
Clarkson, who's actually not a bad shot. So,
but the Troopers are generally pretty freaking good.
yeah, if they're around.
Snow comes around nearly every
Yeah,
day.
Snow comes around, and then
And Ripley?
Copper and
And Copper,
Ripley.
yeah.
And
But
Ripley.
I put Snow and Copper against any two members of the Rangers.
Yeah, Odessa can't say that. She's dating a Ranger.
I mean, were you gonna put Conan Clarkson and Ziggy together?
Oh God, please don't put
Conan and Wrangler versus Snow and Copper.
just as long as it doesn't involve driving. I think the Rangers will be fine.
Yeah, clearly that Maddie has shown that today. Idiot.
Well, and Conan's not a good driver. Ziggy literally has a fake 10 code named after him. Okay.
I once, first time I got made a
yawning.
judge. First time I got made a judge about, I don't know, 18 months ago, or whatever it was now. I was in the G-Wagon, the judicial G-Wagon, and I was flying. I must have been doing 210 maybe. And I was coming down from, I was coming down from the vault to the old courthouse. And I took off. I literally took off. And I did like a 360 in the air. And as I touched down and went up by the courthouse, Ziggy was stood there with his hands on his hips, just laughing his head off. And he was like, "Okay." And I was like, "You can't talk." And I just pulled in, parked the car, and left. Like, because this shit happens every now and again.
This weekend is really rough for court. Sorry, I'm snorting again.
It's ridiculous. Today specifically is
I
fucking, it's
have a
non-stop.
court case, so like in an hour, and then I have a court case at 3 a.m.
So have you got the court case in the middle off? Is that the way you're working?
I'm supervising this one,
Jeez.
and then I have another one at 3 a.m. EST.
Ugh.
Like, listen, honestly, that local should have just run me over another 5 times if I would be in the ICU, so everything would be better.
Oh, you would leave me to deal with this. I see how it is. Okay. All right.
I have a court case to prep for tomorrow morning as well. It is now. Well, it's gonna be 1 a.m. in my head when it starts. It's gonna take. Well, we have 3 hours, but we'll take longer probably. Who knows? That will be 4 a.m. my time, and I need to be here 9 a.m. my time.
Look, Hayes and I have done quite a lot of preparation, so it should be fine.
You have done. I would not say quite a lot. I would say an extensive amount.
I'm just trying to prove myself.
You have done that. Oh yeah, give Odessa her bar license, please.
I mean, I am certain the second this ends, if she puts in a good showing, she'll
For
get it.
just clarification, can we make
Let's hope so.
That's generally
She
the
has
final
more-
sign-off. The
she
final
has-
sign-off is, do well in open court.
She has shown more than enough that she is willing to put in the work. Because holy freaking
No,
shit.
well, we all know what the work is. The work's horrendous. You know.
Uh-huh.
Well, Hayes and I are both very much perfectionists in terms
Me
of we
too,
over
which
prep
is
for.
why I freaking hate that I have a court case at 3 a.m. and I need to do everything for it because my freaking fiance will probably not write her own questions.
Well, I'm just saying, like in terms of the preparation, the why it's so insanity is because Hayes puts a lot of insanity in, and then I put insanity in.
That's exactly what I mean. I am
We're
exactly
putting
the same.
insanity in.
Well, no, in terms of like
little bit.
comparison, like Alex thinks it's insanity.
No, it's not.
I know what it is
It's
because
totally
I am
normal.
because I am a perfectionist myself.
I wrote a medical report the other day, and fucking Blake goes, "Holy shit, you write better reports than my doctors. Would you like a job?" I like writing shit. I love writing shit.
Yeah, me too.
That's
to
weird.
write
Every
things
time,
down. It
every
makes it
time
stick
I
in
was
my brain.
around Gil, Schultz, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I prep my creatures like an hour
Right,
before,
and there's a
15 minutes before,"
fucking
and I'm like,
prison
"You."
thing. Oh, come on.
I was like, "You fuck off, Gil. I swear to God, I need to be prepped." Oh. Yeah, today's
Why
great.
can't Bolingbroke just not riot for 5 seconds?
Probably because they're getting ready for a transport and shit around there will be buzzing like a bee stomp right now, right? Like it's gonna be, yeah.
I'm so tired of this.
He
They're
will
gonna be
have
late
that
because of
place
this.
absolutely buzzing, and you know
Please,
he will.
we really cannot be late. I really can't. I really can't. I really can't. I really can't. I can't.
You just can't.
Yeah, if you hadn't noticed, I can't.
You can't.
Just can't.
You cannot.
I'm kind of nervous about a court case being scheduled so close to ours, though.
You'll be fine. They will push it back if they need to push it back, even though there's one directly after that one too. Yeah, I know it's a shit. Tonight is a shit show. People will just have to speed their shit up a little bit. That's a part of learning how to deal with the courthouse. Sometimes you gotta be a little quick.
It's just tough when this man's life is on the line, you know?
I absolutely understand. And generally,
But
I
there's
would not.
so much
but, like,
evidence
yeah.
and so many minutes.
Mhm.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
I'm with you. I totally understand. But if he needs to put it in continuance and reschedule for a secondary date, he's allowed to do that.
Of course,
You
of course.
do what you need
I
to do,
don't
and if the
think-
judge needs to make a thing, he'll do it.
Well, I'm hoping I talked him down from having the sentencing the same day.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Riggs, you like making fun of dyslexic people? Huh, Riggs? You like making fun of dyslexic people? Hmm?
Oh, she has energy ready.
They're,
to
they're
throw out in
reading?
court.
You think I'm funny when I mess up my reading, Riggs?
I gotta like Angry Haze.
You like your kneecaps, Riggs?
Same. Ooh.
Currently attached. You don't want
Come here.
them kicked every single day I see you?
So, just so you know, he's decided to unseal the case.
What?
Yep.
Can he do that the hour before court?
Well, we're allowed to replete our case, but we don't have much more than what we had before.
Why? What was his reason?
Something people deserve. Look, it was almost worse, Flop. He wanted to do the sentencing today as well.
Okay.
Why are you on the ground?
But it's okay, Flop. We've got this. Jessica, fine.
You got this. All the prep I did, I feel like was nothing. I'm gonna go sit in a fucking corner and go practice everything again and go make sure that I understand what I'm doing.
Well, I'm terrified now because Grayson goes, well, if you do a good job up there, I'll give you your beer license. I'm like, fuck. So now I gotta. Well, I mean, I was gonna do well anyways, but now I'm like, well, fuck. You go practice though. You need you need me. You got me.
I'm gonna go sit inside.
Bicycle accident in
We
prison.
were talking to his fucking lawyer.
I swear to
that
God,
day
I was
to try to get a
gonna
plea.
He died at a fucking skate park in the prison.
So mad.
And then
what an
I had a
execution.
fucking serial assaults and killings person that literally just died in the jail, so I didn't need to even do a court case with them.
We were going to have a court case, and someone could. I think it was Siobhan that couldn't make it.
Yeah, literally, we had an issue.
So we
where,
were like, okay,
yeah.
we're literally gonna postpone it a week, and then he died on a freaking BMX. A
I'm not gonna say
BMX.
anything bad about that.
Fucking weak-skulled bitch.
I'll be in my head for a minute.
Can we
While you
add that
guys,
as like a
talk
list of
about dead
execution?
people.
So could we do like
I
lethal
love
execute
talking
or
about dead
lethal injection, firing range,
Bicycle
and skate park?
Oops! I tripped with a needle in my hand.
I don't think that's how that works. Though I did almost die from blood loss because sharp, small needle. That's how I met Hayes.
Figure out how flop.
That freaking Josiah Wayne case still pisses me off.
pisses me off too.
It's
And I scheduled it
so
twice.
much prep work. I had
Mhm.
everything ready.
Me too.
And the Victoria Vane case? Oh, no, that was even worse. Because we were halfway through the trial, and it mistrialed, and then the trial never happened, and I had to listen to her describe her torture for preparation, and then nothing happened.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's really fun hearing about fingernails being ripped out.
Well,
Grave
not
detail.
my favorite thing.
Awesome.
He's on a bike.
I have tried to get an execution, basically, ever since I got my bar in June, and then I went to one because I was a victim.
I don't like the death penalty. It's not quite something.
It's also a bit weird for me, because it's not a thing where I'm from. Well, it used to be, but
no,
not anymore.
the state that I am from was the first state to ban the death penalty, and there has never been a death penalty in the state except for one federal execution, but that was at the federal level. So.
Well, here's the thing. I don't necessarily believe in the sanctity of human life or anything like that, right? I believe that, there are crimes. There are crimes that are unforgivable. There are crimes that can absolutely justify the use of the death penalty. My issue is I don't believe any justice system can actually fulfill the burden of proof required to put some fucker to death. I don't think you can ever actually know in a courtroom. I have seen far too many people convicted who I pretty much was certain didn't do the fucking thing. Like, it happens.
I also believe that we have no fucking idea what comes after life, and it could be a paradise for all we fucking know. Like, we'd like to think there's some sort of justice, but the only justice we can be certain of is human justice.
Kill all people who illegally park.
All right, Croc, calm down. I'm waiting for Croc or Wrangler to figure out that
I was
EMS
just
practice
gonna say,
without a
did you
license.
pay your meter?
It literally just expired.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Croc or Wrangler to figure out that technically EMS practice without a medical license, and ready for that shit show when that happens.
EMS don't need medical licenses.
It depends how you read the law.
EMS do not need medical licenses.
I'm just waiting for Croc or Wrangler to decide that they do.
That's great. EMS don't need medical licenses.
No, they
I don't know. I mean, that's a good one, but I'm more worried about sexy cops at the VU getting arrested for impersonating a peace officer.
100%. We already talked about that.
That's the shit we need to deal with.
Yep.
That's important.
Honestly, if I saw that past my desk, I would laugh so hard.
I feel like impersonating a judge is
but I
a
would
really
laugh.
hard charge to get because it takes so much to like.
Look, if you want to go down to the VU and wear a robe and a powdered wig and dance, I'm all for it.
Yeah, we've definitely never, like, before the DOJ app tweeted out, hey, judges available at City Hall, and just to watch people swarm at City Hall while we laughed at them from upstairs. Never done that.
I do like that McNee constantly tweets out any judges around.
While he's out grinding. Fucking McNee.
Tiny boy. He's so wearing a dress to my wedding. Just because he doesn't want to.
No, you
As
should
if your wedding's happening.
Make one of those page boy suits, where he's in like short shorts and just
Oh
a
my
waistcoat, and let him carry the ring.
No, he's gotta be my best man. My best
Is it gonna
boy.
fucking happen, or is it?
It's gonna what?
We don't know.
The wedding gonna happen, or is it? Are we still gonna talk
Yes,
about?
it's gonna happen. We're talking about
I'm
it.
gonna marry your daughter before you get
Listen.
married to your fiance.
Good luck with that. You are definitely not marrying my daughter before I get married.
I bet.
If you end up dead somewhere, it's completely a coincidence.
Oh my fucking god.
No, we are talking about it, but casual, like normal Leah style, I have to do everything.
Forever.
And I don't know what I have to do.
Well, I can tell you what you have to do.
Get a
But you're not gonna-
contract,
but you're not gonna like it.
break up.
Tell her. Wait, who does she hate most?
By Carter, probably?
No, realist in the PD.
Oh, in the PD? Toretti?
Toretti?
Okay, tell her you're gonna marry Toretti.
Oh, I'm not allowed within like 5 feet of Toretti. I think she once said that he would succubus me.
He would what?
She thinks he's a succubus.
He is not a succubus. Hold on. Hey, what's up, bitch tits? I'm around people, so you know I say some weird shit. Yeah. What's up? No, River is. She's been putting wax in there, from my understanding. Are you sure you're putting it in yours and not mine? Interesting. Yay. Interesting.
Did you steal that from Maddie?
It was a gift.
Good morning.
Well, communicate and see what they said.
Well, good morning is the correct term.
I gotta go talk to him. Hey, Reggie, can we talk for a second?
No.
So Holden's being Holden. He's unsealed the case, and it's going to make us restate our case for sealing it. I just want you to be prepared for that.
What?
Yeah, he wanted to do the sentencing and death penalty today if it went through, but we were able to stop that.
What is he smoking?
I'm not sure. Oops, but the sentencing thing is going to be a little bit difficult. So, or not sentencing,
They
the
have a
seal.
court case through. Oh, my head.
Oh. Oh no. This is awkward.
What happened to Mike?
I told him about the Holden thing and he magically disappeared.
Wow, crazy.
I don't think he could handle it.
What the fuck?
Cross.
What'd you say, Jess?
I said, are we holding memorial?
Yeah.
Do them, but I'll tell them that you're looking.
That's something that just Reggie.
So. Hi, Reginald.
Okay, listen.
Oh,
I've
wow, look, it works.
enough. I've molded enough
problem.
already.
I'll
Like,
okay.
what is this shit?
Watch it.
Alright, goodbye.
Jess, can you step away for a second?
Yup.
Thank you.
Reggie, before you have a serious conversation, I need to talk to you for 2 seconds.
Oh, fuck me. What?
No, don't. Okay, first of all, calm down.
Oh, I've got a puppy laying his head on my knee right now. Hi, buddy. He wants his dinner. It's an hour early for his dinner. Well, I had you step away, and then he stepped away to go do judge shit. Ugh, fuck me in the
fine.
ass.
You're trying to deal with your case, aren't you?
Yeah, it's being temperamental, because the judge is temperamental.
Holden?
Yep. What'd you say?
I said you're gonna get through it.
Yeah, I mean, we've highly prepped for this, and Grayson said I can get my bar license if I do well today, so
Good. It's gonna go fine. You're gonna put him away, don't worry.
yeah, I'm just worried about other things. Are you packing?
Nope. I'm not sticking around very long either, though.
Okay.
Am I packing? Oh, I've got a hatchet. Oh, I forgot to put away my EMS.
Fire stuff, yeah. I'm just worried about shit popping off here. All right, let me go meet with him. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, Odessa.
Morning, Nova. How are you?
Oh, hi, Jess. Hi, Jess. You look lovely. You blended into the background. I didn't see you. Hi.
Oh, he is not on duty.
Huh.
Who isn't?
Dan.
Yeah. Hi. So, weed and gun range after this, right?
Honestly, I was thinking about just crying myself to sleep with a bowl of Raisin Bran and a cup of coffee.
Yeah, it depends on how fucking tired I am after this.
Yeah. I feel like gun range won't do its justice.
It will for me, because I'll be able to hit a lot of things, considering I can't hit shit, so.
Or
so Dan isn't even on duty right now. We can just dismiss him as a witness.
Well,
gotta
I kind of want him to get failure
violation of a court order or contempt or something like that.
I kind of want it to happen. He's...
I don't really give a fuck enough about Dan. I just want to be like, you know what? Fuck you. I don't need you because I didn't need him in the beginning, even though he thinks that I have no idea how to handle an investigation. So fuck Dan. Fuck him. Fuck him for thinking I can't do my fucking job.
Okay. By the way, Mackenzie, you're doing great. I'm very impressed with all the work I've seen. Appreciate
Is it because I think I said fuck Dan?
I was gonna say it anyways. But I thought, it would be like very suspicious timing if I did it now.
It's a little suspicious now that what do you think? You're not gonna just leave, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go jump off a bridge.
Okay, that's understandable.
She did say she was in the ICU right now, so she should go sleep.
Honestly, don't blame you.
We got this. Shit's fine.
Can I jump off a bridge and just be like, you know what?
The entire prosecution will just end up in ICU, and then oh no,
we have to reschedule.
Oh,
True. I don't have any idea what to expect.
All right, they're
from
prepping for the transport again.
Oh, what channel?
Second time's the charge. What do you think,
5.
Flop?
It was less about that. Last time they changed channels for this.
Okay. Fair enough.
Wasn't there just like fucking 78s at the prison?
Yeah,
Okay,
there was just a
so
riot.
how do we want to do the actual testimony of people. Do we want to try and get Bass done like right away?
Yeah, Bass. Well, I mean, yeah, work up. So, Bass, Dan, maybe if he's there, Floppington, Hayes, and then do you want to do Ash, Reggie?
Ash is gonna be more emotional, so I feel like
I just worried it's gonna seem a little. It's gonna be lackluster. I kind of want a punch, you know. I kind of want that punch from Reggie.
Could be a punch.
That's what I'm saying. Is
okay. We can do Ash and then emotional and then punch.
And when do you want to do all the photos? Got all of them for you.
We can do it during evidence.
Okay. Do you want me to do
say people's evidence of video? I don't want to do Ash and Reggie's though because I don't want them to have to see
that's a little
that.
much. Okay, so do you want to do opening? I'm happy to do closing. But there's Seaside number 2. That's always a good thing.
You're talking to Reggie. I'm hoping he keeps them level-headed.
And then we can split up evidence if you'd like.
Yeah, we can try and do that.
Do you want to split it by paragraph? You want to split it in half?
We can split it in half so it's easier. So you just mark where you want to start taking over.
Yep.
Then we also need to input the photos as well. It's gonna be hilarious if we did all this prep and then he just throws.
What if he just goes up to the stand and goes, Your Honor, I'd like to,
Your Honor, I plead guilty.
I plead guilty. Honestly? Okay,
How do you
hear me
plead
out.
guilty?
If he pleads guilty...
It's gonna be hilarious.
That'll make my night.
We can do the photos.
Hello, sassy man.
I'm just a bit worried. If you want to do it, your case.
This is a new level.
This is a new Aggie level.
Did you just hear that shit?
Yes.
Ah, motherfucker complaining to me about fucking court cases. I need to deal with the CG terrorism court case after this, and I'm 100% getting shot.
Yeah,
and
you
it's either
probably
going to be by
are.
the PD or CG, so I'm fucked either way.
Well, I won't be here to shoot you.
I
That makes you
reckon.
feel any better.
Listen, I probably might just go up on there, hear it all out, and then just fake a heart attack. There you go.
Oh.
I need to worry about shit.
Hey, buddy.
Might be a possibility.
You got a puppy begging right now.
Fuck, dead.
Good morning.
I also haven't eaten. So I'm getting into the hangry stage.
Please go eat, Reggie.
Make me. I'm in the hangry and defiant stage. Fuck your chicken.
Listen, you got kicked today. I shot someone in the face over it.
Yeah, someone shot my chicken and then I shot them.
Please eat.
Stand your ground.
Yep. Well, you see, they kicked mine and I shot him.
I'm gonna see if Holden's inside since
According to
there
standing
was
your
a
ground, I did
riot.
everything right. According to,
Door. There we go.
Hi, Balto. Okay, are they coming to the...
Jesus Christ. Let me turn this off.
Okay, are you gonna just be able to state this to the judge? Sounds good. I'm looking for the judge right now because of the fucking... Alright, thank you. Judge Holden!
Be there at 6:30, he says.
Alright, I just emailed them. Alright, we can start getting everybody inside.
Dies. Star of the Mummy.
So slow.
Maybe as my great
Then gets caught on the gutter.
If you guys want to go into the courthouse to just set up, feel free.
Okay. And it's still sealed, yeah?
I don't know. I thought it was.
That's alright. I just had a fucking shit fit to the other judges about it.
Okay.
And then I also had a shit fit about doing the sentencing the same day.
Well, that's been stopped, so.
That's what has he been smoking today? Like, did he just fucking wake up and choose violence? Like, what happened?
I think so.
Probably.
Fucking dead.
It's not sealed.
We're working on it.
Should be.
We're gonna do everything we can to make sure it is, okay, Ash?
So until we know that it's sealed, is Ash allowed to have Lucas sitting there too? So she has someone near her while I'm doing my shit.
I mean, if it's not sealed, I don't see why not.
Alright.
As of right now, on the ruling, we're gonna try and get it worked out though.
My entire goal is to make sure that Ash is as comfortable as possible. So if Lucas can be close to her, then I will fight for it. Since he decided
Appreciate
to
it.
go back on a bunch of shit.
Yeah, that's fucking wild to me. That's
Go back on stuff.
sealing the court case. Like I said, there was a shit show with that, so they're trying to sort it out right now. I've already fucking lost my head once over it.
It doesn't seem like there's enough time between now and Cardis's case.
Well,
No, no.
nope.
No,
And
no,
you
there
can-
really
you-
isn't.
No, there really isn't.
You can really thank Crane for
Can
that.
we just call Cardis and the judge and, well, you're the judge, and can we just not just swap them so Cardis can go now and we can just go when Cardis is supposed
I
to
think
go?
Alexandra would probably kill us. She's already, because she has to be at the one after Curtis's, and she's got to be at this one.
It's
Why are
it's
they all
fine.
on today?
It's
There was
fine.
one right a second ago,
yelled
too.
about it. I yelled about it. I said to Crane that this is dumb, and then other people fucking complaining. Because you know what? You do the crime, you fucking wait till we can schedule your shit. That's what it should be.
Yeah, it's 100% what it should be because
You
other
don't want to
people
do
have
it?
lives.
Don't do it.
But we can't sit in prison for more than 2 days.
Go to the
Not even
skate
in
park.
prison,
Maybe,
you're on
you know,
bail.
Yeah,
you'll get
exactly.
some
That's the
sense
craziest
knocked
thing
into
too.
you.
It's like they're on fucking bail.
This is my day of mold, I swear. Maybe I should have
Johnny.
eaten before I woke up.
But there's more than just today in the wait.
She
What do
just
you
said
mean?
that there's more days than Friday in the week.
Oh no, but scheduling's a pain in the ass sometimes. You can only do it on a certain day. So it was either going to be today or next week, but we couldn't do next week because someone wasn't available for it. So then it would have been 3 weeks away, which then I understand that it takes too long, but we have depositions for a reason.
Court's fun. It's a blast.
I feel like the scheduling for court might be the most frustrating thing, or one of the.
Oh, it is. It really is. And especially when you get someone who puts a case up as say, for example, an NA lawyer puts up a case and everyone else is fucking AU and you're like, you dumb motherfucker. I don't want to hear about your availability when your client's not even matching yours. Fuck you, wake up. That's why I used to do court cases at 3 a.m. inside my head. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
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 Listen,
I'm never becoming a lawyer. Fuck that shit.
I'm
Yeah,
already
fuck that
a morning
shit.
person, but I'm not that morning.
Okay, shall we?
I understand why you're so angry all the time now.
It makes sense.
The level of stupid that I deal with on a daily basis. Yeah.
I'm gonna go wait inside though.
Yeah, let's go do that.
Transport's
Okay.
2 p.m.
I think it was really bad.
Other thing we could do is just play his admittance. Always wanted to do that.
I have it all timestamped. The issue is the video doesn't work on the big screen. Oh, actually, here.
Sad. We do. So you wanted to put in the mail thing. I couldn't find that because I really hate listening to my own voice.
Which thing?
It's like him transporting the mail.
Yeah, it's
in
somewhere
the
in the
evidence.
integration. I'd have to find it.
It's not super important because that's what Bass is supposed to go over. Also, they actually documented the person's name as Alvin Kowal, so that in itself seals the deal. Because if PD paperwork actually has the person's name, damn.
Hey, Hayes.
Hey,
We make sure we're there on 6:30. Don't be late.
6:41.
Yep, exactly. Clear label.
Well, I told him that there was a riot happening, so the transport's delayed.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And there's still not
Right,
even
but-
left Bolingbrook yet.
All right.
I can't wait for this to be done, because then I can just go and sleep and then do other things with my life.
Yeah.
All right. That's gonna
sleep.
take a little deep breather session. Just gonna.
You got this.
No, well, I'm just gonna really focus.
I forgot my line of cocaine before walking in here.
You're not being a proper lawyer then. What are you doing?
Yeah, come on. I'm failing.
Someone has cocaine?
I'm
think
talking about
so.
getting it.
Oh, damn.
Where are you? You up top?
No, I'm just laying
Oh.
down here in my misery
Oh.
right now.
I completely missed you. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna think about some food before I get too hungry.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I was just really hoping to get a good night's sleep last night. God damn it.
Can I be honest?
Huh?
I went off duty because I was gonna go do mostly prep for like 4 or 5 hours, just making sure that I was like I felt good, and then I
You didn't
slept for
do
2
that.
hours. No, I did about a half hour to 45 minutes of like good prep, but I feel like there's really not much beyond what I already know to prep for. So the actual case I'm touched up on, obviously. Like questioning, I think is okay.
Mhm.
So.
Oh, they're opening fire on a red Ferrari.
What do you want? Come outside and just give me what you want.
They're not even transporting yet. No, they're still cleaning up. Hello. Jasper was stabbed.
What?
Oh, well, that's a good thing for me to bring up in the court case as to why it should still be sealed. Dispatch to any available unit. Can I get them to transfer to Radio Channel 5 to help with the transport to the courthouse with highly possibly someone trying to kill this inmate because they're upsetty spaghetti and can't wait for the court case to happen. All right, I got units coming to you. No, I'm literally... No, I bought the radio channel. I know, I appreciate you, Anita. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's just a lot of fucking fires, and I'm getting tired because I didn't sleep well, so I'm about to fucking snap and probably get contempt.
Hello.
I might say Holden needs to eat a poopy.
Hey, Sheriff.
Hey, am I needed for this court case?
All right. Bye.
Hello, Judge Grayson. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Deputy.
I'm on radio channel.
Is the Toyota RX outside?
All right, so
Anybody?
the reason why we need you for the court case is just for the package that was brought to Mission Row by Alvin.
Yep.
We will get you questioned right away so you can go back into patrol.
So should I be here right away or should I wait a little bit? Wouldn't you want to bring me up?
We'll probably bring you up first.
Okay. All right. And what questions do you have for me real quick?
So that your questions are... On August 18th, 2020, a package was delivered to you at Mission Row. What do you recall about the parcel?
The parcel? What do you mean the parcel?
The package.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it was a package of mixtapes. Not mixtapes, sorry. Cassette tapes.
What was the name of the delivery person who brought the package? If you do not remember. Okay. So
Let me look at the docket real quick. Because I gotta see his full name.
his name isn't on the docket. Yeah, no, I can send you the actual evidence that you guys inputted there. So just
Yeah, can you send it to me real quick so I can take a look at it? I can do like a 5-minute review.
I don't know if you're still having
If anything-
slow brain problems. I can send it to you, Hayes. There you go. I sent it to you, Hayes.
anything, Bass, if you do not recall, we can just not have you here as a witness. We can just dismiss you, and then I don't even know if he granted you to be here. Like, that's the big thing. He never answered to my motion to add you as a witness.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't see me being tagged in the docket. That's all.
Yeah, but because they didn't say yay or nay.
It's been quite a difficulty communicating with the judge, sir.
Who's the judge?
Holden.
Holden.
So if anything, I can just make sure that you are dismissed.
Okay.
And like that's the reason why I just wanted to make sure that you actually remembered. If you didn't remember, because it's a long time ago, fucking 2 years is an insane
It was
thing to remember.
I remember. So I remember he gave us multiple packages, right? It was there was a package that came with a cassette tape.
You're being requested on channel 5.
Am I?
391.
Nope. Hayes. Sorry.
Okay, is there a reason why they can't put a tracker? Copy. Then just get him down here.
This man's gonna be fucking broken out. I just know it. Also, I don't know why all of a sudden my shit's like fucking.
So who do we have here at this point?
Currently, we have the prosecution, the witnesses. Transport is currently being conducted since there was a riot at the prison.
Understood. So as soon as the defendant is here, we're going to be quickly proceeding into any pre-trial motions both sides may have. I want to get this underway as soon as we possibly can, so we will dispense with those as soon as that transport arrives. Is that good with everyone?
Ephraim, and just to make sure that I am correct on things, Sheriff Bass was not accepted as a witness.
I will have to double check that. Did I simply not respond to that motion?
You did not respond, sir.
I thought I did in our sealed docket. Let me check. Maybe you missed that. I could swear that I did, but let me look.
If not, sir, then we can just dismiss him.
Well, if the defendant does not have any reason why he should not be added, then he will be added. So you might want to let him know that because I'm pretty sure I accepted him. Just give me a second. Yes, if you look in the sealed docket, I did actually accept that motion.
Okay. Mackenzie.
So he is entered as a witness. You can
send me that the picture of the package to remind me, because I have a different picture than that when I remember got that. Let me show you mine.
Okay.
Did you hear me just now?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Bass. I did not recognize you there.
Yeah, I'm the sheriff. Hey, you do not.
Sheriff Bass. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
But yes, you are acknowledged and entered as a witness for the.
All right, sweet. Yeah, I'll stick around then for the court case. I know there's one after this out as well too. So.
Well, since I have you here, Bass, could you approach, please?
Sure.
It is possible that this will be a closed proceeding. Motions will be heard one way or the other, whether it's sealed, closed rather, or not. We will need some law enforcement presence. I hope that never happens here either order in the court. I mean, it doesn't matter to me as long as there are bodies here to either keep people out or keep people in.
Do you just want a motion to dismiss him? Because at this point he doesn't remember, and there's actually no documentation that we can give to him that is still in evidence.
From that long ago?
Yeah, that's the main issue.
All right. Yeah. We can
All right,
dismiss
we'll
him.
wait for the defendant then.
Do you want to dismiss Dan as well?
He's still not around, correct?
Understood.
I can't check.
I'm checking right now.
Absolutely, and I'll try to do my best to make sure that we uphold that. All right, yeah,
He's
that's
still not
that's the
around.
one I got. That's the one I got. So
Just
we're
wanted
on the
to
same
say
page.
that you look great
Okay.
today, and I hope you're having
Okay.
a wonderful
Now,
evening.
Are you feeling confident or no?
yes, very confident. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
All right, I'm trusting you, Vance.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm
You're-
going based on my memory of 2 years ago, but like I said, if you ask me those questions, and I'll tell them truthfully.
All right. The rest of the questions are: did he provide any sort of identification?
I believe so. Because I try to get it on his ID.
Understood. Did the parcel seem tampered at all?
I didn't expect it till he left.
And when you did expect it, was there any signs of tampering?
There were blood on the back of it.
Okay. And is that delivery person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Perfect. Can you identify him?
Yes.
You'll just say like the defendant or whatever. You know, that make it clear. Perfect. All right. Just wanted to make sure you're. Do you have any questions, sir?
No. No, I'm good.
All right. Let us know if anything.
If you don't remember his name, you can say, due to it transpiring so long ago, I don't remember
Grayson, can
his
you come up
exact
here?
name, but I do remember it being documented.
Yeah, I mean it was.
Grayson, can you hear me?
God, it was so long ago. I was at Mission
Can you,
when you walked in.
can you come up on the bench here?
I mean, the name rings a bell. I know the first name for sure. Elvin, it rings a bell because he's talked to Brian about that all the time, but last name doesn't ring a bell to me.
All right, then just say Alvin, unsure of last name.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go change then. You're at this court case. I'll be back.
Oh, there's Dan.
All right. Do we still want to dismiss him or no?
No, he's here.
Okay, this is going to be long.
Yeah, we got it.
I wasn't aware that wording was very casual.
Mm-hmm.
What wording was?
In the email chain.
No,
Yeah,
it's not clear.
Oh. Yeah, no, it was not clear whatsoever.
I'm not going to say that though. Just let him have his little thing.
Yeah,
Also, whoever you've got in security, have an eye on that gentleman with the blue hair. I know he's going after a few certain court-related charges. He's trying to collect them all. So I imagine he might try
Pokemon.
Yeah, he's the gentleman who got prostitution recently, and a whole bunch of.
Anything the pre-trial stuff, we're going to be bringing up the fact that the defendant is still somebody that is actively being pursued by multiple individuals to attempt to end his life for his actions.
Do we have a name on the person who stabbed him? Are they related to any gang?
I will have to ask. Give me a second.
Because that could be useful if they're affiliated with the gang that we suspect to be after.
Just for clarification, do we have a name for the individuals that stabbed Mr. Kowal?
No, it was multiple.
Oh my god.
Carlos Loco.
Oh, that name rings a bell.
I don't think. Hold on. I think he's actually a. Hold on.
Well, weren't Vagos after him as well?
It's very hard to figure out who's Seaside and who's Vago still.
But it doesn't matter.
Vago's a
Both groups
Vago.
were after him.
So Vago, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we just say he's affiliated with a known gang that was claiming to go after anyone who hurted Miss Ketchup. Don't need to specify. Don't need to go into detail.
Yeah, that's gonna go well.
Also, there's another Seaside member who's was in the back. I noticed as well.
Yeah, that's just to help with Ash.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Where did the sheriff go?
He said he
getting
was being
changed.
Okay, I'll go help him.
I'm sorry. What?
What? Clothes are difficult.
Okay.
That's what Nova always says.
Alright,
Yeah,
so
but-
I'm handling the opening, and then you're handling half of the evidence.
And I can handle the closing.
So I'll handle Bass's. You can handle Dan.
Oh, lucky me.
Then Flop handles
Ash.
Ash.
I can
and
handle
one of
yours.
your... Yeah, I can handle Flops.
And then Reggie.
That could be either of us. It doesn't really matter.
I'm happy to do Reggie's, but it's up to you.
Alright, you
Let's
can do
we'll see how
Reggie's,
you're feeling.
and
We'll
then-
see how you're feeling at that point.
Yeah, let's try not to feel like I want to murder everyone.
Give me one more fucking second.
Ha, that will be difficult.
Shit, little shit.
I don't know how people don't go crazy doing court cases all the time. You guys are fucking insane.
Alright.
I don't understand it,
Normally, they
Alexandra.
don't get scheduled at 1 a.m. my time and then at 9 a.m. my time. Especially when they're court cases that will last like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Time to retire in Toledo and farm like Bobby's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby said that I can join her, and I'm thinking about it.
She's living her best life.
Who's that in the back left?
They are still on Battery Cannon, all the way north.
Is that Brooklyn or who is that in the back left?
Ephraim. I don't know who the purple guy is, or the guy with the
Purple is
cap.
Scud Ofter. I'm not worried about him. He's BCMR. He I know he affiliates with Ash, but I think it's just a friendship.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know who that woman with the white hair is. It looks like Brooklyn, but I could be wrong.
The guy sitting up front with the colorful jacket's Dean.
Yeah, that's Dean. And that's the one who's after the catch 'em all right now.
I asked a lot of questions. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know the hat.
Are you sure?
And then we got Paralegal in the yellow shirt, and then I don't know the red hair.
Probably a lawyer or something if she's there.
Yeah.
I honestly thought when she walked in, I was like, oh my god, Jenny.
I thought it was Jenny as well.
I was like, did Jenny get extensions or something?
All right.
You never know.
Looking good, Sheriff.
Thank you. Are we starting now, or what is the ETA?
We're waiting for the transport to come down.
There was a riot, and so we're gonna be a few minutes delayed to regular start time.
Yeah, the defendant got stabbed.
They're not? I mean,
Going right. Going right.
Yeah, that is 100% Brooklyn.
Holding together by, I don't know the saying. It's late.
Here's Grizz.
Give me one.
okay. Yeah, you think it's...
You're now approaching Marlowe.
Don't know why my frames are so fucky right now, chat.
Oh, okay. I'll just do it every time.
Oh, we still have to get approval, Alex, for me to speak.
Yeah, I can't get myself into trouble if I...
Apparently.
Just speak. Honestly, I don't think. Just speak.
Hey, bet.
If he yells, we'll yell back.
Should I Mirandize right now?
Oh, why is my brain slow?
No? Okay. Okay. Alright. Just making sure.
Alright, you might hear puppies in the background chat, but I can't do much about it. I don't know why my computer's being all fucky-wucky.
Oh. Okay. And that's how we get him. Okay.
You know, Collins is great.
I love Collins.
Collins is gonna fucking run the PD at some point. He's got the energy
Every
for
single time I have asked for help, Collins is just always stepping up.
He's always stepping up and leading things. He's doing really good.
I also don't know a single person who doesn't
I need
like
your
him.
help with the order here in the court, okay? People fucking around.
Okay, I'm ready.
It's a sealed court case. So.
Well,
we don't know that yet.
It
Wait,
was.
We don't know. That's what the judge said. It was sealed.
It was.
Uh-huh.
And he unsealed
And
it.
then we were told, oh yeah, argue that again. I will decide again.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
They're rolling up now.
Oh, it's because I've got fucking Microsoft Teams open, chat. That's why.
Rolling in the deep.
That was probably it.
Transport is just arriving at the cart house.
All right, we're gonna meet outside then. Please, let's go. This way.
Okay, right.
Perfect.
Shoot
Thank
on
you.
sight. Oh, okay.
Wait.
No, okay.
Oh god.
Who decided to give that woman a PD Glock?
Probably not as bad as you think. People can surprise you.
It's okay. It could be worse. Could be.
I mean, you're collecting every government job in town, so.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know exactly.
It's not intentional. I just like helping people.
EMS, paralegal.
Like, you're apparently almost becoming a doctor.
Well, they want me to do. They want me to be like a
People want
backup
you to be
autopsy
PD.
person. Well, Anita's been trying to get me to BPD
So
for like
yeah,
2
we're
months
collecting
now.
them all.
3 months almost. It's not intentional. I promise.
Uh-huh. Sure.
It's just I like helping people.
Sure. You'll become a judge one day.
I have no intention to be a judge.
Yeah, that you
Clown
say that
stabbing
now.
people again.
Who is?
The clown.
Oh.
The clown.
The clown.
Any
It's a
particular clown
stabby
or just
clown.
all of them?
There's a stabby clown running around.
A-frame is clear.
That's wonderful. I'm very happy to be in Los Santos when there's a stabby clown running around.
Hey, approach the bench.
This is Zach.
Want to make sure. So,
Yeah.
do you want us to ferry everybody out before we argue the ceiling or no?
It's sealed until we start, so it remains sealed until that time.
Okay.
So
So I'll start getting people to leave.
yeah, especially before more people show up. Yeah, it's just tough to enforce without too many people on hand.
Hello. Currently, this is a sealed court case until it's deemed not a sealed court case. So can you please leave the courthouse?
Yes, everyone in the gallery that is not involved in this case, we'll be having a pre-trial hearing to hear any motions, at which time it'll be decided if this is going to be open to the public. In the meantime, it is not, so I'm going to ask that everybody who's not essential to this matter, please leave the courthouse until an announcement is made to the contrary.
Oh my god.
Peace and quiet.
Sure, let's call it that.
For right now.
You don't happen to having a copium, do you, Flop?
No, I am fresh out, but I could use about 1,000 of them right now.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I could bathe in copium at the moment.
You know, like those like oxygen therapies that they do, or like oxygen bars. You need like a copium bar.
I need to go into one of those, I don't know if it's the salt tank. I don't know what it is.
Looking good, Flop.
Do you have a thing with him?
No, but he compliments me every time he's in court.
Is Aldo here?
Is that Anita?
Look, everybody.
Oh,
So,
my mother.
What?
Hi, Anita. Yep, I'm good.
Simmer down.
Odessa, you're dating my daughter?
I know I'm dating your daughter. I can appreciate.
Oh my god.
I'm good. Good.
Hey, are you... I don't know why you're mad
I
at
would
me
never
already.
cheat.
I'm just
I would
calling.
never cheat on your daughter. You know
Can
that.
someone from the prosecution please approach?
Right, are you
No
at
matter
the
who it is.
courthouse?
You want to come with?
Go ahead, Odessa.
How can I help you, Honor?
I just want to make sure that I'm pronouncing the defendant's name correctly. Is it Alvin Kohal or Kowal?
We're pronouncing it Kowal, sir.
Kowal. All right, very good, very good.
All right.
That's all.
All right.
That's all for now.
Everything good?
Yeah, they just
It
wanted
was
to know
about the
his name.
defendant's name pronunciation.
Oh, yeah.
All right, is everybody off the phone? Hayes, are you good?
A-frame, sir, the defendant did receive medical treatment
sorry.
before coming here, so I requested the medical practitioner to come down to give a statement that they are not under the influence of any narcotics. That would change their statements.
All right, very well. In the meantime,
I'm going to go ahead and call this pretrial hearing into order. We are already behind schedule due to the incident that took place at the prison, so let's try to get through any pretrial motions as quickly and painlessly as possible so that we can begin the proceedings in earnest. All right, so pretrial now in session. I am Judge Holden. I will be presiding over this case. And at this time, we are here to discuss any pretrial motions in the matter of the People versus Alvin Kowal, who is accused of serial assaults and killings, I believe. It's a very serious case. Will soon be underway. I'm going to turn this over to the prosecution and keep things moving. Prosecutors, do you have any pretrial motions you would wish to address before we begin this trial?
Do you want this or do you want me?
The prosecution would like to motion for a sealing of the court case.
All right. I will need you to elaborate on your specific reasoning for that request, as the public is endowed a right to transparency in the justice system in this city, especially when considering serious charges which, if found guilty, could result in the end of this young man's life.
Make sure to mention the precedent.
Please elaborate upon that, and I'll hear any counter arguments from the defense.
The prosecution would like to bring attention to the fact that the defendant is currently an individual that has multiple individuals that want to harm him, such as Carlos Loco, who has recently gone to Bolingbroke Penitentiary with the simple goal of stabbing them. The entire purpose of the sealing is to make sure that the defendant has every due process of being and receiving a fair court case where they are not harmed by the general public or anyone inside of the courtroom.
All right. Mr. Kowal, defense attorney, do you have any counters to this motion? Do you concede to the motion? Where do you stand on that? Could you please speak up, Mr. Kowal?
Apologies, Your Honor. Is conceding just like accepting that fact?
Yes, you do not contest the request to seal the court case, or you can agree with it and say you would like it to be sealed, or you can argue against it and if you wish it to be open to the public.
Your Honor, I would agree to sealing it as just to make it easier for everyone involved, and the fact that I was just stabbed in prison, it might be the best for both parties.
Oh, he's got common sense.
All right, understood. It's a very difficult motion for me to consider, as not only do I have to consider the desires of the prosecution in this, as well as the safety and security of the defendant being accused. I also must consider the right of the public to transparency when considering charges that might result in the death penalty. With all of those things in mind, I do not see a compelling enough reason to close this case and deny that right based on those safety concerns. We have metal detectors. We have armed law enforcement who will be on standby to either enforce the closed case or to keep order in the court. And at the end of this proceeding, if something should happen outside of this courtroom, I do believe that that may happen regardless of if we seal this court case, due to the fact that Mr. Kowal is obviously not in Bolingbroke at this time, and anyone who might be in contact with outside elements who would wish to harm them would already be aware and able to arrange something either way. So with that in mind, I am going to be allowing the public to witness this proceeding.
Before, I don't understand.
But we will be keeping a tight ship and
could
tight
be Copycat
security.
number 3 after this.
And anyone who steps out of line will know exactly what they are in store.
Thank you for the
what
follow,
is in
Big, and I
store for
appreciate
them.
you.
I will
Actually gonna
announce
need
that
some
at the beginning of the case. The state announcement will reiterate that there will be absolutely no quarter given for anything disruptive or out of line as far as the defendant or anyone in the gallery acting out during this very serious case. But it is my belief that the public is entitled to know how the justice system operates and decides the fate of someone who may be
The
sentenced to
actual
die
fuck.
if he is found guilty. So I'm going to be denying that motion at this time, but I do reserve the right, if there is incident that concerns us in this regard, to close the case in progress with a recess if anything should happen while we are underway. Is that acceptable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Prosecutor?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Does the prosecution have any further motions to
Can't do shit about
be
that, Hayes.
considered?
There's no point in arguing it.
We don't have any other fucking motions.
How long until you're
No, we do not have any other motions.
Mr. Kowal, does the defense have any motions to bring before the court for consideration at this time?
Just to Your Honor, I'd like to file a motion to strike People's W and People's X from evidence, as those are reports given by a Hannah Baker who is no longer with us to be able to be cross-examined.
The prosecution would like to...
Rebuttal.
the prosecution would like to mention the fact that she is deceased, therefore hearsay does not apply.
Mr. Kowal, I understand you're not an attorney, so I will do my best to guide you through your defense as best as appropriate given my position on this matter, which is to say that the prosecution is correct. A dying declaration is a legal precedent which does apply in the event that someone whose statement is admitted as evidence is upheld and hearsay does not apply. So that motion is going to be denied, Mr. Kowal, at this time. Does the defense have any further motions to submit to this court?
Hey,
I guess
what
I
about
would like
the
to file a
motions
motion to
for,
strike under 12:15:21. There was a phone call submitted into evidence with a Marcus and a Dan Faley. Just filing a motion to strike under the assumption that Los Santos is a two-party state.
Rebuttal from the prosecution.
Although the phone call is mentioned, Your Honor, we are happy to have that removed as we will be discussing it within questioning with Mr. Faley.
All right. So you yield to the motion. You are willing to remove that piece of evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Motion is accepted. Mr. Kowal, do you have any further motions?
Are there any motions that we have
nothing else from
for
me, Your Honor.
Ash?
It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Just
Okay.
No, we've
I'm
already
going
cleared
to,
it with the judge.
I'm going to be
That if
closing
she
this
puts her arms
pre-trial,
up, then we do a
and we
recess.
will be proceeding with the people versus Alvin Kowal. As soon as I make the state announcement regarding the case and the announcements regarding decorum in this court during this very, very solemn occasion. Give me just a moment and we will get underway.
Also, Your Honor, the medical practitioner that took care of Mr. Kowal is currently here to state that he is not under the influence of any narcotics that he received during his treatment.
All right, just come up to the podium, and I think Judge Crane will be able to swear him in, and we can get that statement on record while I handle this state announcement.
All right, sir, raise your left hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but it, under the penalty of perjury? So help you airborne.
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Just give us a second. Let the Honorable Judge Holden here handle the announcement, and then we'll proceed.
All right, I just need one moment for that.
was the outcome from all that stuff with Ash? I didn't know that it was discussed already.
It's fine.
She's allowed to wear the helmet. She's allowed to put her hands up, and we will do a recess if she's feeling uncomfortable.
Okay.
All right. You may proceed with your statement. I'll just ask you: Did you treat the defendant, Mr. Kowal, shortly before his arrival at the courthouse today?
I did, Your Honor. I treated him for an assortment of wounds he attained during the riot.
All right. In your expertise and to the best of your knowledge, is Mr. Kowal in sound mind and able to testify clearly and recollect events competently before this court today?
Yes, sir. He was administered a painkiller, but it is a Schedule 4 painkiller, non-narcotic, not controlled. It will not impair him in any way.
All right. Unless the prosecution wants to add any questions, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck anymore. They're going.
We have
back
no
on
questions
everything.
to add, Your Honor.
Like,
All right. Thank you for your time.
it's
That'll
gonna be
all.
a shit show. We already did a pre-trial. He went back on the ceiling that he already fucking cleared. It's
All right, I'm going to allow 3 to 5 minutes for anyone who wants to view this case to arrive and make sure that there are, who is to be expected is here when I make my general announcement regarding conduct and decorum during this proceeding. So, if everybody just wants to take a couple minutes to prepare, we're already running late, so we'll get underway just as soon as I'm sure we're ready to do so.
Hey, what's up?
Oh boy.
Hey guys, you wanna know something? I was promoted to captain.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
like forever?
Congrats! Holy shit!
I don't know. Let's see.
Congrats, Captain.
Even
May.
if it's just for a week, even if it's just for the week, fuck it, I'm gonna go with
Congratulations.
Yeah. Good shit.
it. Oh, I'm
Odessa,
gonna. Oh god, this is gonna be great.
Yes.
I need a quick word with you. Just off to the side. I was just informed that apparently, Dan is already making Ash uneasy, and
Did he say something to her?
Apparently, he's starting shit. Is all.
What
I
did he
know.
say?
No idea.
Let me go talk to Ash.
Shut up.
Miss Ketchup, could I speak with you for a second?
Pardon?
Can I speak with you for a second? Just real quick.
we're getting Dan dismissed.
Yeah. Ash, can you tell us what he said?
Who?
Dan. I wanted the understanding that he said something to you.
He was talking to Reggie.
Okay. And this made you uncomfortable?
He said Jasper was his best friend and that he helped kill everybody.
And did he say this?
Did he do that?
No,
Didn't
he's
do that.
living in the past.
Dan seems to be thinking things happened that definitely didn't happen. Come here, Rudolph.
He's trying to do things that he shouldn't be doing. So
Did he say
do
it?
not let him make you feel like you cannot know what happened, because you know what happened. Okay?
Was it
Okay.
yeah. Just focus on that and we'll make sure that he doesn't have that chance to say anything else. Alright? If you need anything else, you can text Flop and we'll make sure we're taking care of it, okay?
Okay.
Alright. Then we're gonna go handle that right now.
Okay.
All right. We need to do that now. Then we can ask permission to
All right, I'm going
approach.
to give it
have the
2 more
defense come
minutes.
with,
We will begin at,
and we'll motion to
at
dismiss.
sharply 7:25
Immediately.
p.m. Eastern.
To approach the bench.
Yeah, I think we need to do it in a sidebar because public doesn't need to know this.
No, they don't.
It's an ongoing. You just say it's it's ongoing investigation at this point because it could be considered witness tampering. So,
Your Honor, can the prosecution and the defense approach the bench?
We are not in session yet, but yes, you may.
Flop, can you go grab him? Make sure he's like he's got the tape.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna go and put these cuffs back on you, okay?
Alright, great.
Alright. There we go.
All right.
Prosecution would like to motion to dismiss Senior Deputy Dan Faley from the witness list due to comments made here in the courtroom against other witnesses.
Can you give me a little more context? It seemed as though you said that Faley's testimony was worth justifying removing a piece of evidence. I just want to make sure that there's some context to this that I'm aware of.
It was, Your Honor, but due to the fact that another witness whose testimony we value higher is now feeling intimidated from the fact, well, we would like to remove Deputy Faley. Ensure that the other witness's testimony is true to the events that occurred.
All right. Well, this isn't really my decision, one way or the other. It's your case to try as you see fit. You've called him as a witness. He's been accepted as a witness, but you are at your sole discretion to call to the stand or decline to call to the stand anyone you see fit. Obviously, we don't want to be calling people to court who you're not going to end up needing on a general basis. But in this case, it does seem that this is a development which extenuating circumstance. Thank you. So you are absolutely free to dismiss Dan Faley if you do not need him for your case.
We just wanted to ensure that the defense was informed of this matter, since
very
they
well.
would be. All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Dan, can I speak to you, please?
All right. As soon as you're done talking to Mr. Faley, we'll begin.
You are
Where are we
hereby
going?
dismissed as a witness.
Oh, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to stick around, but you're welcome to watch if you'd like. It's an open court case.
Oh no, I'm going to bed.
All right. You have a good one.
Good luck,
Yeah.
guys.
Have a good night's sleep.
If you need anything else, you let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Why did they make him leave?
Where is Bass?
I believe this is outside for doing security work. Thank you for that follow, Emma. I appreciate you.
Alrighty, we just want to say we're ready.
It's up to him to decide that. He
All
wants to make sure.
Have you
Okay.
dispensed with Dan
Thank you for
Faley?
that wallet. Yes, I appreciate you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
And thank you for that follow, Troubled Lady.
All
I
right, I'm going to
appreciate
be calling
you.
this
You guys are all
court
doing
into
freaking well today.
session. As a preamble, I'm going to state at this time only once.
Sorry if you can hear
I'm
scooping.
not going to
in the
go
background, guys.
fire and brimstone or put on my scary voice. I'm simply going to say that we are here today to decide the guilt or innocence of this young man on one of the most serious charges that is applicable in our jurisdiction. For the people in the gallery and in attendance
Yeah, do you
who are not essential to this case,
I know.
I'm going to say this only once.
It's only Flop and McKinsey.
If anyone gives me reason to believe I'm impaired in my ability to decide this very solemn matter and these very serious charges, you will get no warning. I will instruct the bailiffs and the other judges in this room to place you in the cell downstairs, and you will wait there until I have deliberated and finished this case before I even come down there and tell you what I'm going to do to you. And I invite anyone.
Oh,
to
thank you,
test me,
Steph. I appreciate you
because
so
it will
much.
save me time and
I need
quickly
to give you
confirm
VIP
for
after this.
everyone else in this room that I am true to my word. So as long as that is
Thank you for that follow,
understood
Dog King. I appreciate you.
from to people in the gallery, we may
Actually, was
begin.
my mods around? Kitty, can you give
Today
Steph
we are here
VIP, please?
to hear the criminal trial of the people versus Alvin Kowal. Mr. Kowal,
Thank you,
in a
Steph.
sealed docket, is alleged of the crime of serial assaults and killings. Prosecution, are you prepared to give your opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may begin.
Your Honor, members of the public, and those who stand guard, thank you for taking your time today to attend the matter of life and death. Mr. Alvin Kowal stands accused of multiple counts of murder, attempted murder, and acts of torture, all among the other charges previously listed by Honorable Judge Holden. This is a man who has ruthlessly carved his way through innocent men and women, taking them against their will, only to film their final moments while gloating about his ideals, idols, and plans, all accumulating in their untimely death through his sick, premeditated methods. Everything that the defendant has done was to gain notoriety, from contacting officers, investigating, to twatting out the videos they would create, or even directly sending the videos to the victims' loved ones. Through both witness testimony and hard evidence, it will be clear that no other person but the defendant could have possibly committed these atrocious crimes, all while understanding the gravity of harming so many people and enjoying every single act that he committed.
Does that conclude your statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just to get this on record, because the docket is sealed, what is the sentencing that you are recommending?
Death penalty.
Serial assault and killing.
Nope, no sentencing.
The death penalty, sir.
All right. The record reflects that the people are seeking and recommending the death penalty on this matter. Defense, do you have any opening remarks in your own defense?
Good job.
No, Your Honor, I am completely unprepared for an opening statement.
All right. Well, you may still wish to make an argument on your own behalf, even if you have not prepared one. But if you yield your time, then the court acknowledges that. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure Your Honor.
So drunk. I forgot he's drunk.
All right, Mr. Kowal. Very well. Prosecution may present any evidence or call forward their first witness to be sworn in.
The prosecution would like to call upon Sheriff Sam Bass.
Sheriff Bass, please approach the witness stand to be sworn in.
That was weird. That is
please
so
go.
weird.
Sounds
That
so
was so
wrong.
weird.
You do it if you like.
I was gonna say Kyle Pratt, but then I was like, no.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I was
Rogers,
expecting
welcome to
Kyle
it.
Pratt to follow
Any
that.
takers?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you very much, Rogers. Good to
No
see
problem. Good to see you too, Your Honor. Sheriff Bass, at this time, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, and no penalty of perjury, so help you airborne?
Do.
Your Honor, this witness has been sworn in.
you. Prosecution, your witness.
On August 18th, 2020, a package was delivered to you at Mission Row. What do you recall about the package?
I was working on my reports. That's when I was given a package by an individual. I recall his name was Elvin. I don't remember exact his last name. It looked a bit janky as far as the package and a bit worn. And when I examined the package, it appeared to be like blood stains on the back.
The prosecution would like to bring attention to the People's Queue package number 7.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The prosecution
call
would
the
like
what?
to attention to People's Queue package number 7.
People's Queue. Okay. Jasper Saxon, case file. Let me pull that up.
I can send it directly to our email chain if you like, Your Honor.
I've got it. Proceed.
Did he provide any sort of identification?
He did.
Is that delivery person in this courtroom today?
Yes.
A moment, Your Honor. He pretty much answered everything.
Yep, just have
one
him
statement.
specifically point out to who that delivery person is,
Yeah.
because it could be anyone in this courtroom.
Can you point out who exactly is the individual in this courtroom today?
Male subject wearing white on white with a little yellow vest.
The defendant?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kowal, at this point in time, you are able to
Rudy's got
question
the
this
Zoomies.
witness regarding
I can
any
just remember
questions
afterwards.
that the
Kitty.
prosecution has already put forward. Anything outside of the scope of what's already been discussed by this
got the
witness,
Zoomies.
the prosecution may object to, and those objections may be sustained. I'm going to be explaining these things to you as best I can, with as much brevity as possible as we proceed, so that you can best carry
Zoomies.
out
I can
your
hear
own
him running
defense.
behind me.
With that in mind, do you have any questions of your own that you would like to present to Sheriff Bass?
Holy.
I'm sorry, I did not quite catch what you said there, Mr. Kowal.
He's running back and forth right now. I can hear him. He's loving it.
Is he okay? Normally he's a chatter. He's quiet.
Kowal?
He's inebriated?
All right, so Sheriff Bass, you stated that this gentleman delivering the package provided ID.
I believe so.
Thank you for that follow, Lonely. I appreciate you.
Is there a picture of that ID?
I didn't take a picture of it. I examined it for my documentation.
So this happened, okay, August 18th, 2020. Almost a year ago. Over a year ago. Holy. And in 2 years, you are positively identifying that individual still with no
that's not
photo
bad.
ID listed.
Every ID in the city's got a photo ID on it.
Did this gentleman provide his driver's license or was it a work ID?
It was a work ID.
Could be scope.
I believe it was a Go Postal ID.
He's a delivery driver.
Yeah, no, just be very cautious here.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Kowal.
Just ask him
Prosecution,
if
do you
it's
wish
listed,
to redirect?
listed in the evidence that the badge is there.
You can ask it.
Go ahead. Sheriff Bass,
Yes, ma'am.
would you agree that in the police report that you wrote after the case, or after the incident, you wrote that there was a badge presented to you, specifically a Go Postal badge, as per the people's evidence that we brought forward?
You may step down. At this time, I'm going to be asking the defendant, Mr. Kowal, you are entitled to recall this witness if you have any other questions outside of the
Alright,
scope
Flop,
of this
you're up
line of
next.
questioning. If you recall him, he will need
Okay.
to stay until it is your turn to call any witnesses. Otherwise, I'm going to inform him he's free to leave. Do you have any further questions not related to this that you'd like to ask Sheriff Bass?
I don't think I will, Your Honor.
Sheriff Bass, you are freed of your obligation as a witness in
Thank you
this
for coming
matter.
down, sir.
You are certainly
Thank you,
welcome
sir.
to stay.
Happy to help.
But if you have
Look,
other
thank you.
matters to attend to, you are free to leave at this time.
Thank you.
All right. Prosecution, you may call your next witness.
Our next witness will be Flop Dugong.
Flop Dugong, please approach the witness stand and be sworn in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good evening, Deputy Dugong. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good evening.
You swear to tell the truth,
Who's doing his
the
questions?
truth, and our penalties of perjury.
Hey,
So help you God.
Either, yeah, I can
I
do
do.
it, or unless you
can
want.
already
This
go
witness
up
has
there.
been sworn in.
Thank you, Rogers. Prosecution, it's your witness. You may proceed.
What was your role in this investigation?
Mainly to be an open communication between Reggie Might and Ash Ketchup.
Did you receive any phone calls from the defendant throughout this investigation?
I received many.
Did you receive a call on December 25th, 2021?
I did. I received a phone call from Jasper Saxon. Explain to
How-
me. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, how long was that phone call?
Roughly 8 to 10 minutes.
Did the caller mention any of the victims in this court case?
In that phone call specifically, no. The first time that Jasper had contacted me, he did tell me that his name was Jasper Saxon.
Motherfucker, Flop. Flop! Flop!
Did the caller ever talk about a list with stars?
The caller did. They talked about people in the courtroom such as yourself, Mackenzie Hayes, Ash Ketchup, and Reggie Might. Tate Hudson was another name that was brought up as well.
You mentioned Tate Hudson. What did the caller mention about this individual?
From the best of my recollection, Jasper had informed me that he had him while he was on the phone with me. He did. I'm sorry. He told me that he had Tate over the phone, but he didn't say anything regarding what he was going to do with him, except for the fact that he wanted to essentially see him die.
Did the defendant ever talk about other names on the list?
He talked about a lot of people on the list. It would be hard to recall everybody, but he also mentioned stars as well.
What exactly about stars?
He wanted to, I guess, break down that everybody that had a star was linked to another person. Yeah.
Back to the phone call. Did the caller ever talk about making videos?
Yes. I was informed on numerous occasions that Jasper was in the process of making videos on all of his victims.
Did you receive any other phone calls from the defendant?
I had received multiple phone calls throughout the entirety of this investigation.
Did you receive a call on February 2nd, 2022?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Do you recall how long that phone call was?
Anywhere between 20 and 30 minutes.
Did the caller identify themselves to you?
In that phone call specifically, no. I do know that the caller did follow certain speech patterns that I had picked up on to previous phone calls. And it was very clear to me that I was speaking to the defendant.
During this phone call, did the caller ever mention additional victims in this court case?
Yes. Between all the phone calls that I had from the beginning of the investigation up to this point, all the phone calls that I had with Jasper.
Yeah, Kitty.
He had brought up a lot of different people. Unfortunately, a lot of them that he did bring up are no longer in this court case today, as they are deceased.
Did the caller mention any cases from the past?
He mentioned one regarding gluing a knife to a victim's hand, who was then shot by a police officer.
As per the People's J, report 35202, you were on scene for Mr. Hudson's death. How exactly did Mr. Hudson perish?
Could you repeat the question?
As per the People's J, report 35202, you were on scene for Mr. Hudson's death. Mr. Tate Hudson.
Yes.
How did the victim perish?
He was incapacitated by myself. To reiterate, I was the one to shoot Tate Hudson.
And why was Mr. Hudson shot?
Mr. Hudson was shot mainly because we had gave the suspect at the time, as we did not have any identification on the person as they were masked, multiple warnings to put down a weapon, which was a knife in hand. We informed the person to drop the knife numerous times. In that time, yourself, Mackenzie Hayes, discharged her taser once in order to try and de-escalate prior to discharging my firearm.
You stated that Mr. Hudson was masked. How else was he dressed?
He was dressed in all white, which was an outfit that we had seen before on the suspect. And it was under the impression at the time that when we identified the person that it could have been possibly the defendant.
Objection, Your Honor. Misstatement of evidence.
Okay, rebuttal.
Could the defense elaborate?
He claimed that the individual was wearing all white. He was not.
All right. Any further rebuttals from the prosecution before I explain my thinking?
The witness is currently attempting to recall all information to the best of their abilities.
All right, Mr. Kowal, this witness is recalling from memory the events as he remembers them. If he remembers it being all white, that is not a misstatement of evidence unless the evidence, there's evidence you can directly point to in the people's exhibits that contradicts that, in which case we may need to consider that further. Is there any specific reference you're referring to in the evidence?
1 second, Your Honor.
So did he just... Is he like... Is there evidence about that he's referencing? Or is he just referencing his own memory? I don't hear a word you say.
I'm checking.
You're cutting out.
I am checking.
Oh, okay.
All right, Your Honor. In People's J, the photos of the scene, number 2 specifically, showed the individual was dressed in all gray.
Rebuttal, Your Honor. It's clear. It's clear that Gray, although one description, white could be another, and to the witness's memory, clear that there is a. It's hard to make such a distinction.
All right, the difference between light gray and white is extremely negligible. I am going to note the discrepancy and will consider it accordingly, but I'm overruling the objection. His statement will maintain that that's how he remembers it.
Okay. Were there similarities to Mr. Hudson's passing to the previously mentioned Jasper Saxton case?
Yes. The defendant, I couldn't recall which phone call this was, but did recall a previous scene of the original Jasper Saxton case involving Brian Knight, where Brian Knight had to incapacitate a victim who was dressed and was incapacitated by himself.
Did you receive any other relevant communication from the defendant?
Toward the end, he started to text me.
The prosecution would like to bring attention to the Peoples v. phone subpoena March 5th to March 6th.
That's V as in Victor.
Affirm.
Proceed.
What was said in this text message?
To the best of my recollection, he started off by sending me a GIF, and to clarify, it was a .gif. It was a small cut video, I guess you could say, of Ash Ketchum. I believe from Pokemon. I'm not entirely sure. I didn't watch Pokemon as a kid. I'm sort of neglected on that. And then it was followed by another text. After I believe I had a short response to it. And it was something along the lines of saying that he wanted to let me know that he was going to be catching them all.
What did you read into this message?
Initially, when I saw the text, I was under the impression that someone had been taken from Jasper's list. In other words, one of the possible victims.
Was one of the possible victims Miss Ketchup?
Yes. Ash was one of the victims since almost the beginning. I couldn't tell you when she originally became a victim, but okay. She was definitely a person in question that I immediately made reference to.
Had Ash been mentioned at all in any previous communications with you and the defendant?
Yeah, on numerous occasions. I couldn't recall every single one, but it had come up quite a few times.
Do you recall the primary tone of how he would bring Ash up?
Demeaning, I think is a good way to put it. There were a slew of other ways, seeing as Jasper did change his voice quite a bit in terms of his tone for the way he spoke to people. But I would say demeaning is the primary.
Objection, speculation.
Could you repeat your response, please?
You're talking to me, Your Honor?
Going, but I'll be right back.
Yes.
Yeah, you could.
Sure. I would say that the tone primarily from Jasper over the phone, to my understanding, was very demeaning.
Sustain that objection. That response is stricken from the record, though you may rephrase the question. Respond a little less speculation.
Wait, which question?
One
were we
second,
on?
Your Honor.
There's a new tone one. He can just.
Would you like to just say what type of communication would the defendant?
What were the topics discussed when he brought up Miss Ketchup? Another question could be, did he? Yeah, just to communicate or like the topics.
Topics
'Cause- yeah, that'll be enough.
What were the topics that this Jasper would bring up whenever they talked about Miss Ketchup?
Jasper would bring up potentially kidnapping Ash Ketchup.
And
Hi,
throughout
Poppy. Oh, no, we're good.
your testimony today, you have been referencing the name Jasper as if he was the defendant. Can you explain?
Based on my understanding and based on how this investigation had ensued, I am under the belief that based on phone calls and having short brief discussion with the
Once
defendant.
again, objection, opinion.
I want to hear the rest of what he has to say, and then I'll consider the objection. Let him finish.
Sure, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Based on, I forget where I was. I apologize, Your Honor. Based on how this investigation had ensued, I am under the impression that the defendant is the alias one Jasper Saxon. Like I had said earlier, I am under the impression that based on his tone and based on the way that things had ensued and based on the information that had been brought forward between phone calls and in person, that the defendant is a one Jasper Saxon.
All right. Do you renew your objection after hearing the entire statement, Mr. Cole?
I still believe, Your Honor, that is an opinion.
Rebuttal, Your Honor.
Of course.
If I'm understanding correctly, the defendant is claiming that this is an opinion of a layperson. Detective Flop is a detective within the Street Crimes Unit, within the Unified Police Department. He operates with these sorts of people throughout these days. He works with evidence. He works with reports. He simply is stating what he believed through his investigative work to be the alias that the suspect used.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Dugong is a detective who is drawing upon the fruits of his own investigation and experience with both of these alleged individuals to come to a professionally informed and trained conclusion. So it is not the opinion of a layperson in this matter, as the prosecution said. I'm overruling that.
Hey, Barrow.
That answer will stand.
They unsealed the court case, by the way.
Prosecution has no further questions.
Okay. Does the defendant wish to cross-examine this witness? Everything I said to you already on this particular matter still stands. You may question Mr. Dugong, Detective Dugong, about anything that's already been discussed.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr.
He canceled
Flop
it.
Dugong,
Looks
you
familiar.
stated you received phone calls in December from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Right. And were those from the defendant's phone number?
No, they were not.
So, how did you know that it was the defendant on the other line?
I believe I've already answered this, but I'd be more than willing to reiterate it.
Well, let's wait and see if the prosecution
Object.
has any objections.
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'm going
Alright.
to sustain that. That has already been elaborated upon.
Yes, Your Honor. So, how were these? Okay.
All right. At this time, I'm going to call a brief 1 to 2 minute recess, but I want to have Mr. Kowal uncuffed from the table at least and brought over here along with the prosecution. I want to address something real quick with both sides.
Your Honor, may I step down?
No, you can stay put.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, you can walk.
Your Honor, just so you're aware, Deputy Rogers has had to step away, so he won't be able to continue bailiffing.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Before we get any further into this matter, Mr. Kowal, I just want to express to you in front of the prosecution as well that we do have a number of attorneys on hand who, while they may not be familiar with the case itself, may be able to assist you in your own defense for the remainder of this proceeding. I want to make sure that you have every opportunity to defend yourself in court today.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
So
Appreciate you guys so much.
It occurred to me that it would certainly be a waste of having a number of attorneys here if you simply had to fend for yourself. It just sounds like you're audibly confused about the procedure and court process, and may not be fully prepared to defend yourself on this very serious occasion. So you have stated that you wish to defend yourself because you could not find an attorney, but anything is better than nothing in this instance. This is potentially your life on the line. So since there are attorneys here, I can ask if maybe one of them will at least consult with you and tell you, guide you as far as objections and things like that, if that would be helpful for you. The state is willing to provide that to you.
Honestly, just having someone standing there knowing when to object, that'd be great, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr.
Griswoldstein.
Motherfucker.
Can you approach the bench, please?
Motherfucker, it's gonna be fucking Grizz.
Mr. Griswoldstein, are you prepared to uphold your oath to the public defense today? Possibly assist this person in affecting his own self-defense. Obviously, you're not prepared to try this case, but I want to make sure that Mr. Kowal has every means at his disposal to competently defend himself in court today. So before we proceed any further, I want to see if there's an attorney here who may be able to,
Oh, thank you, Sam.
advise him, if not try his case for him.
Your Honor, typically I would, and I could. I believe I have an obligation in about 20 minutes with a certain matter. I would suggest that you bring me and William Stout in on this, and if I have to
Stout?
run,
Interesting.
at least he's still here.
All right, well, where is William Stout? I
Give
don't
him
see
a
him.
call.
Sorry if this is creating any delays, but it is important. It is important under the circumstances that he was having difficulty finding an attorney, I think, to make every effort to ensure that he at least has the option of having counsel if it's available.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Very welcome.
Ursula's here.
Your Honor, Mr. Stout will be on his way.
All right. That 2-minute recess will be a recess for 3 to 4 minutes until such time as Mr. Kowal's court-appointed
Oh, hell yeah, Clara.
public defense counsel appears.
Is that all, Your
I'll,
Honor?
Step down,
Thank
unless you have any further questions or concerns.
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
would you like me to share our documentation with the lawyers?
Yes, obviously anything that gets requested. I understandably do not expect Mr. Stout to be completely familiar with the case, simply to advise him in his own defense. But certainly we can share with him any.
Oh, my nose. This is cold. Alright, let's get our game on then.
Psychard trying to hit on me.
Wait, what?
Psychard is trying to get me to eat pizza tonight with him.
Maybe he's just lonely. Alex.
Probably
Maybe
is.
he's just lonely.
He called me. I said in court. He said, "I'll go to dinner after," and I was like, "Call my fiance." She was like, "I'm hoping we could maybe work around Nova. I was just hoping to show you a good time. Do you like pizza?"
Have we told Nova yet?
Oh, he's calling Nova.
No, he's gonna die. And Nova's
Oh.
actually unironically gonna kill. He's okay.
All right, just let me know when Mr. Stout is up to speed as far as the discovery, and then we can
Collins is
proceed.
great.
Thank you.
Collins-
The court thanks Mr. Stout for
Collins
stepping in
ran
to,
the transport.
advise Mr. Cole
Say that again?
on his
That guy in the
own
blue shirt.
self-defense,
I feel like I recognize
as
who he is.
requested a
He
lawyer,
kind of looks like
but,
Adonis
was
Moore, but I
unable
don't
to
think it
find
is.
one and decided
Yeah,
to
I don't
represent
think so.
himself.
But he looks like someone from Seaside.
Feels the obligation of the court to assist.
And
There's
that's
quite a
what's
lot
really
of people
threw
from
me off.
Seaside here.
That's yeah. That's why I'm getting a bit antsy because I think we're gonna get hit on the transport back.
Oh, you 100% are. And we
think
tried to
we're-
do the best we fucking could.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, 100%. I do not understand why it wasn't a sealed case.
The funniest thing is, were you here when both the prosecution and defense asked for it to be sealed, and then the judge
Yeah.
still?
The
I would
the pre-trial.
Yeah, step with
Yeah.
everything. It's
Yeah.
your call, but a fake transport might be best.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Get
it.
someone dressed
Maybe-
up as him, and then get like a smaller transport to, and
Yeah.
maybe even UMs.
Yeah. I might do that. I can transport him in my my personal car.
Just you got to get someone dressed up as him who's willing to.
Mhm.
Flop might be the best choice if he's willing to do it.
I'm gonna call Anita when she's done with the meeting. I'm gonna talk to her about it because.
Mr. Stout, if you need a minute to.
I-
Alright, I got back in, but
Yeah.
keep us updated.
We'll talk about it. Yeah.
That's understood, but we do want to get things moving as soon as you're ready, so please let me know.
Collins is making preparations to amend the transport.
Men the transport.
There's a lot of seaside around. He's probably gonna do a false flag.
Fuck me.
Get someone dressed up as him, and then take him in a UM.
Yeah, no. Collins. Come here.
What's my name?
Yes, it is. I appreciate you.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll do my best.
You have no
I'm
idea
ready.
how much I appreciate you.
Mr. Stout, I want to be perfectly clear that it's not going to reflect poorly on you in any way.
if there's a few things
If you
I'm
are
okay
not
at, prison transports
adequately
can be one
prepared
of
to
them,
try this
so.
case, as I've said, I am simply looking for someone to assist Mr. Kowal in his own
I'm gonna
defense,
talk to Anita when she
as
gets
an
back
attorney
about,
was not
transport
able to be
plans for when
secured
you guys
by
want to
him
run
during
over.
pre-trial.
Yeah.
And as this matter was sealed, it
'Cause
was
I have
made,
my
I think,
personal car
in my
parked here at the
estimation,
courthouse, so-
unnecessarily difficult for
I
him
can
to,
give you
to
my
secure
vehicle.
legal counsel. So it is appreciated.
even.
And again, will
I
not reflect
have,
poorly
a
on
Market
you
Explorer.
if you are not fully prepared to try this case for him. Just do your best
Okay.
to assist Mr. Kowal on matters of court
we'll
procedure
see
and the
what
law.
happens with it all.
And with
Yep.
any objections you
If
might
anything,
see, you might
Anita
deem
can
to
get
be
additional
valuable.
unmarked explorers or whatever car.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Are we ready to proceed?
I've
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Wait,
All right,
we'll
I'm
talk
calling
about it
this
soon,
this court
Where's
case
the
back into
lieutenant?
session. You may resume examining your witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any redirect for Flop Dugong?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, Detective Dugong.
It's Your Honor.
You may
Get
step
anything
down.
through, so it doesn't matter.
Does the defense wish to recall Detective Dugong for an additional line of questioning?
I was just saying he didn't get any cross, so there's no point.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, no, there's no redirect really.
Oh, wait, would you like to?
Fucking Chris, I swear to God.
It's
Yeah, I'm
gonna
fine
be-
with that.
Yeah,
gonna be
we don't
Chris.
need him for recall then, Your Honor.
Very well. Detective Dugong, same as with Bass. You are certainly welcome to stay if you wish to see the rest of this case, but you are free of any
Full counsel,
obligation
he's staying.
to be here and may pursue any other
I
obligations.
could make a comment. I was gonna make a comment like the prosecution. would
Thank
like
you,
to keep
Your
our
Honor.
co-counsel here.
I am part of the prosecution, so I do intend on staying.
Very well. And with that, does the prosecution wish to call any further witnesses?
Hey guys, I believe you. Good luck.
The prosecution would like to call Sergeant
I will
Detective Mackenzie
murder-
Hayes to the stand.
No murder.
All right, Sergeant Detective Mackenzie Hayes, please approach the stand to be sworn in. We will need to assign a new bailiff or perhaps a judge to handle that for me. Are there any takers?
What do you ask?
Swearing for you, Judge.
Oh, bailiff.
Yeah, just anyone but me who can swear him in.
Okay, raise your left hand, Detective Hayes.
Her in.
Do you,
I'm sorry.
do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you, Coyle.
I do.
This person has been sworn in.
Sergeant Detective Hayes, you're sworn in. Prosecution, you may proceed with your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Detective, what was your role in this investigation?
I was the lead investigator for this investigation.
Did you receive any phone calls from the defendant throughout this investigation?
I received multiple phone calls, some unknown, some from the defendant's phone.
Did you receive a phone call on 15th of December 21?
Objection, vague. 15th of December 2021, that's a whole day, could be a whole bunch of phone calls. What phone call?
Did you receive any phone calls from the defendant on December 15th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Hang on, there's an objection.
That's not an evidence.
Hang on.
I reworded.
I was not able to rule on my objection. That will not happen again in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am going to sustain the objection to vague, and you may ask that question again.
There we go. Did you receive any phone calls from the defendant on December 15th, 2021?
Objection, facts, not an evidence.
Rebuttal?
She hadn't even answered yet, Your Honor, whether she had or not.
You may object to a question as well as an answer. So, again,
Obviously,
I'm
but-
asking you for a rebuttal.
Let me confirm, Your Honor, but I believe we have sent Mackenzie Hayes' phone records within the evidence.
Okay. Well, could you point that to me?
I'm getting you the specific evidence labeled, Your Honor.
All right. I still want that, but regardless, I'm going to overrule that objection anyway on the basis that you are Hayes is being questioned on her recollection if a phone call occurred. She may answer to that without any such call being in evidence. So it's sort of besides the point. Objection or overruled.
Did you receive a phone call from the defendant on December 15th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Did you recognize the number?
No, it was an unknown phone number.
How can you be certain that it was the defendant?
Due to the same speech patterns and the same subject matter being spoken about throughout every phone call.
And during this phone call, what did the caller state their name to be?
They stated that their
Objection
name...
leading.
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Rebuttal.
I'm
Yes, go
simply
ahead.
asking if the caller identified themselves at all during the phone call.
She asked what they state the name to be, assuming to know what transpired in that conversation.
All right, sustained. Just rephrase the question the way you said in your rebuttal.
How did the caller identify themselves during the phone call?
Objection leading. How do we know he even identified himself?
I'm simply
All right,
questioning.
Mr. Griswoldstein. It's gonna be a warning on nitpicky objections.
Understood.
I understand where you're going with this, but we do not need to manufacture a need for 5 questions to get 1 answer. Those types of objections will be overruled very, very offhand, and we will move on. There's not enough wrong with that question to justify turning it into 6. So let's just get on.
Thank you. Sorry.
Let's just get it on.
Did the caller identify themselves in this phone call?
They did. They stated that their name was Jasper, and that they were previously known as Marcus.
During this call, did the caller identify themselves with any of your investigations?
They stated that they wanted me to stop investigating the murders so they can turn over a new leaf and to not be the copycat anymore, and that they...
Objection. I want to say this answer's slightly vague. She said they. I'm understanding there's only one person on this phone call.
Rebuttal, they can be a singular pronoun, Your Honor.
And it could be used to not assume gender of some disembodied voice on a phone call. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Motherfucker.
So they stated that they wanted me to stop investigating the copycat cassette killer, and that they were no longer Marcus, and that they were going to turn over a new leaf and go about their life.
This discussion, did the caller mimic anything that you had found in your investigation?
Objection. I'd like to say that's leading and a lack of foundation.
Oh,
I'm actually going to agree on that one. Sustained. Please be more clear with the question and lay a better foundation.
As per the evidence that we have submitted for this court case, specifically the People's E, a number of videos had been submitted during this investigation. You've already stated that the caller identified themselves with this investigation. Did he happen to mimic any of the comments made within those videos?
The only mimicking that was consistent with both the People's E video as well as the phone call is that they stated that Marcus was in hell and that Jasper already paid for his crimes.
You called him a copycat. What is he copying?
They proclaim themselves a copycat of Jasper Saxton, a serial killer that would leave cassette tapes of murders for police by mail or by other means.
What was further said in this conversation?
He said that he wanted to become a police officer and that he was going to apply to the police department. And due to his connections to the underground city and serial killers, that he would use his knowledge for the good of the public.
You stated he had connections with underground. Did he identify who he was talking to?
He brought up the Smileys and Fug, who are known serial killer groups. with Fug being a branch of the Smileys.
And you mentioned that he wanted to apply to the PD. Can you expand on your comment about this?
He just stated that he was going to apply to the PD, and that was the foundation of him turning over a new leaf to help the general public.
What was the caller's tone like when he spoke about this? To your best recollection.
It was sarcastic and void of actual wishing to help the public.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'm simply asking how she responded.
Oh, go ahead. Rebuttal.
I'm simply asking how she recalled it to be, not how it was, simply how she recalled it.
I'm going to give the defense response to that.
The sarcastic was a tone. The rest of it was a speculation about the feelings behind said tone.
I'm going to sustain that. Let's refrain from asking questions regarding your opinion of someone's disposition, especially in particular over a phone call where you cannot even see their facial expression. That's not going to be given much weight in this. So let's just stick to what happened, what was said, things of that nature.
Very well. During your investigation, did you ever attempt to locate an application from the defendant for the PD?
Yes, I contacted Lieutenant Matthew Espinoz as well as Lieutenant Anita May, who are individuals that run the P&T department for the PD, and they stated that they did not receive any application for the defendant or any aliases that they used.
I'll take it. All right. So you stated that you received further phone calls from the defendant. Did you receive any on January 15th, 2022?
I did receive a phone call.
And did you recognize the number?
It was another unknown phone call.
What was discussed during this phone call?
He talked about his general day-to-day, that he was having a hard time keeping up with all of his meetings, his other unknown phone calls, and that he didn't kill anyone yet. And I was the key to someone's release.
Who was that someone?
Objections. Calls for speculation.
I'm simply asking if a name was given.
Yeah, I'm going to allow this, but if it does not result in finding out how the witness knew who it was, then that will be stricken in the next couple questions. But I'm going to allow this to continue for now. You may renew your objection if we don't get to something.
They stated that the individual's name was Tate Hudson.
And what was discussed about Mr. Hudson?
That he was getting tired of me asking about Mr. Hudson's general whereabouts, and that I would know in due time where Mr. Hudson is.
Why were you asking about Mr. Hudson?
I was asking about Mr. Hudson due to him stating over a phone call that he had Mr. Hudson held against his will.
Just to confirm, the defendant stated this?
Yes, and I was the key to his release.
Prosecution would like to bring attention to the People's G, specifically evidence 31939, phone photo 1.
Just a moment. Phone photo 1. Is that? I see video on phone. Scene P2 photo on phone. Is that exactly what it's called?
I had copied it, so it's possible it had been changed, or sometimes the MDW is not perfect.
Can you double check that so
Yes,
I
Your
have the
Honor.
exact?
Your Honor, it appears it's in subsection evidence from 31939 1225
So
25
loud.
Reggie Might phone photo 1.
He's so loud. It's just so loud. It's just so loud. Just.
All right, I see Reggie Might scene photograph 1. I don't see anything with Reggie Might phone photo 1.
That's the subheader on it, and there's a bunch of links and evidence underneath that from the.
I'm specifically referring to 31939 scene P2 photo on phone.
Oh, that's a different name.
Yes.
If I want the defense's opinion on the report prepared by the prosecution, I'll ask for it. I was getting that from the prosecution, but thank you, Grizz.
My apology.
All right, I have this for review. You may proceed.
So, Mr. Hudson was kidnapped, as you stated, or missing, rather. How was he eventually found?
He was found from getting a phone call, once again unknown, stating that I was going to need to find Mr. Hudson fast, that he was bleeding out, and that I was going to get a video of his location from Mr. Hudson's phone. I then received a text of a link of a video where Mr. Hudson is in a trailer, and we went to go locate the trailer and were able to find Mr. Hudson inside of the trailer.
How did Mr. Hudson perish?
Object to that.
Myself.
Objection. Opinion of a layperson.
All right, I'm going to go over this one more time. Members of law enforcement, in particular detectives and detective sergeants, are not going to be considered by this court to be laypersons,
You Holden.
as they have training and professional experience in exactly this type of situation. So,
Okay,
I don't want to hear any more
best evidence. The medical
Elaborate.
report is in the evidence listed, referenced by the prosecution earlier.
And
the medical report is prepared and states the cause of death, I'm assuming. I haven't been able to read it because I just got here.
overruled. The witness can answer to what's in the evidence or what her recollection of that is. There's no issue with that.
To please the defense, I will reword the question. What were the actions leading up to Tate Hudson's death?
Myself and Officer Dugong breached the trailer that Mr. Hudson was located in. Mr. Hudson then flees into the back room. He was dressed all in black with a black mask, black hat, black jacket, detailings of gray. And it looked like he had a knife in his hand. I attempted to make contact with him and was unable to do so.
I would like to make a general objection to this answer. She's saying the person in this had a black mask. I'm just wondering how she made the connections definitively to who's she saying?
Mr. Griswoldstein, do you understand how a court proceeding works? I assume so, since you're an attorney. Then you must know that you will have the ability to cross-examine this witness if you have any questions about that, rather than forming it in the nature of an objection. So, overruled your general objection. Please, let's continue.
I attempted to tase Mr. Hudson when he was in the bedroom, and he ended up lunging at me with the knife. Officer Dugong was forced to shoot Mr. Hudson due to him attacking.
The
And he was
prosecution.
ID'd
Go
by
ahead.
his ID being on his person.
For my next question, the prosecution would like to bring attention to People's J, specifically the projectile and casings from a PD taser listed in evidence.
Pulling up People's J, please stand by.
Your time, Your Honor. Dude, he was doing better self-representing.
Anything specific to People's J that I need to call my attention to?
The projectile and casing of a PD taser, Your Honor.
All right, noted. Please continue.
Did you perform any sort of fingerprinting or DNA test to confirm the identity that matched the ID?
Yes, his fingerprints were taken at the morgue and came back a match to Mr. Hudson.
All right, let's return to the phone call on the 15th of January. Was there anything else discussed that you'd like to add?
He talked about his friends, that he had easy access to IDs, and he had knowledge of the cars that I drove thanks to court records.
You mentioned IDs. Could you elaborate?
That he had hundreds of IDs to be used to evade police.
The prosecution would like to bring attention to the People's P, specifically the raid receipt listed within that report.
Moment.
P as in Papa.
All right, continue.
I want to return back to this idea of him applying to be the... Did he state a reasoning for why he wanted to do that?
I said that he wanted to turn over a new leaf and help the public and help police with handling serial killers.
In following him stating he wanted to turn over a new leaf, were there additional kills?
Yes.
Well, objection vague? Additional kills, huh?
Were there additional...
Hang on.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Your Honor. Sorry.
I told you that was not going to happen again.
Yes, sorry, Your
You
Honor.
have a rebuttal before you continue. Rephrasing your question.
I'm happy to rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, is that your rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection then. Please go.
Following him stating a new leaf, were there any additional victims related to the Copycat cassette killer?
Unfortunately, yes. There was the first-degree murder of Faith and Tate Hudson, and attempted murder of Judge Might and Miss Ketchup.
And beyond these phone calls that you've mentioned already, do you receive any other phone calls or text messages?
I did receive phone calls and a couple of text messages.
Prosecution would like to bring attention to the people's C and V. Alvin Kowal phone subpoenas 2-2 to 3-2 as well as 3-5 to 3-6.
All right, which should I be looking at first? You've just told me to pull a report and look at some text messages.
The people's S and V, they're both phone subpoenas, Your Honor. Prosecution would like to note the calls to the witness, as well as the text message.
Just to clarify, I thought you said F as in Frank, but you said S as in Sam.
Sierra and Victor.
All right. I've got that up now.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. What was the general verbiage used by the defendant throughout these phone calls and text messages?
The verbiage for the phone calls, he was either very confident, very blatant to the fact, or pretending to be under duress, and whenever I called him out on it, he would switch back to being his normal.
I'd like to object to the answer having speculation in it with the pretending, so to speak. How is she to know?
Sergeant Detective Mackenzie Hayes is a detective within the street crime.
Hang on. When there's an objection, they're going to present their objection, then you argue the point, or you say, I withdraw the question.
I'm
don't just proceed with another question.
I'm rebuttaling, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Sounded like you were starting a new question.
No, Your Honor.
My apologies.
No,
Please.
The witness is a sergeant detective within the street crimes unit within the Unified Police Department. She works with people every single day, and she was later saying in her statement how she was calling out to the defense in this, quote, pretending, to which she said he replied in to corroborate her assumption.
I'm gonna stand by how I don't see how that adds up.
With all due respect, that rebuttal was very elaborate and confusing. Could you simplify that rebuttal and give it to me one more time? Take a minute to formulate it if you need. Take a breath if you need.
As the witness was stating in her statement, she not only called him out, she also got an affirmative from the defendant after doing so.
All right. I'm gonna allow this response to continue, but let's not get into the realm of narrative. Just stick to things which you can explain and confirm.
You may continue, Sergeant Detective.
So I would call him out on the pretending of being very upset, and he would go back to his normal tone of voice saying you're right and that it is what he wants to actually happen.
So you stated that you had received further phone calls and text messages beyond the two that had been discussed already. What topics were discussed in these?
Can you elaborate the question? I'm confused.
What topics were discussed in those phone calls and text messages that we hadn't discussed already? Or hadn't questioned already?
The text messages, it would be a back and forth where he would send me texts of either photographs of cats holding knives to dog's throat, or just gifs of cats, and then stating that I'm the cat now, and referencing not licking
Thank you so much,
canines.
Luna. I appreciate you. Okay. Okay. Did you receive any further communication from the defendant after he was apprehended?
Yes, I received 2 phone calls from him from Bolingbroke Penitentiary.
What was talked about?
The first phone call, he was stating that he was transitioning well into Bolingbroke Penitentiary, that he was gaining friends, and those friends would
I had to skip
help
over.
him
I
make
don't have
sure he
foundation.
doesn't get harmed due to all the people wanting to hurt him. The second phone call was him starting off by pretending to be a new person that was holding a bunch of people captive with a knife, and then he was like, "I got you, Hayes. I hate April 1st. Stupid holiday."
Did the defendant speak at all about his time in prison?
He spoke about making a new group called the Frownies, asked if I wanted to join.
Objection. Non-responsive. She said time in prison. I'm not sure what forming a group or anything like that has to do with the question.
Rebuttal?
I'm simply asking you what sort of things that he was talking about when he was doing it in prison. I believe the witness was elaborating on that.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Just continue.
He stated that he was forming a group in prison of the Frownies and asked if I wanted to join. I was later then confirmed this fact by, at the time, Warden Ethan Maxwell, that a group called the Frownies were indeed starting to form.
Objection
in
hearsay.
penitentiary.
Is Warden Maxwell called as a witness?
That is a very good objection. Is Warden Maxwell called as a witness?
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, is that question withdrawn?
No, Your Honor. Could we ask the witness to refrain from hearsay?
Yes. The witness is to refrain from speaking on behalf of anyone who cannot be called to be cross-examined. Is that clear, Detective Sergeant Hayes?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may rephrase your answer without speaking for the
Yeah, I had to
officers.
I had to skip a bunch of questions because I didn't have foundation.
He was making a group called the Frownies with his friends. He then stated that I could join, and that he became interested in becoming a therapist in Bolingbrook Penitentiary, and that this was his second chance to turn over a new leaf.
Finally, I want to talk about the people's W and X. I'll wait for Your Honor to pull those up.
All right, proceed.
You received a report from one Hannah Baker, who unfortunately cannot be here this evening due to her passing. Can you assert that the information written in this report is an accurate retelling of the conversation you had with Miss Baker?
I wholeheartedly state that this documentation that I took was to every word that I possibly could from Hannah Baker's statements. The only words or statements that were ignored were either fluff or retelling of statements that Miss Baker had stated.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Floor is yours. Defense may cross-examine the witness.
Okay, let's
I had to skip questions.
travel back to the
because
beginning of
we
your
had no
testimony
foundation.
when
It's fine.
counsel
Riz
was
is
asking you
gonna rip
regarding
this
the
one.
initial phone call, shall we? Okay. Regarding this phone call, was this an anonymous call?
Oh,
Yes,
here we
it
go
was.
again.
Was this phone call recorded?
No, it was not.
So it's safe to assume if it wasn't recorded, there's no recording in evidence. Is that correct?
We do not use recording in evidence due to this being a two-party state and me having to make sure that the second party is well aware that it is being recorded.
Okay, sure. So, in your initial responses to these questions, you said that you recognized the defendant due to his vocal inflections and sound. Is that correct?
I spoke at length with the defendant for multiple hours, so I am very aware of how he sounds.
So you voice ID'd the defendant. Is that
Motherfucker.
correct?
When he was standing
Here
in
we
front of me
go.
and talking to me.
Over the phone. Did you voice ID the defendant over the phone from the anonymous number?
Objection, Austin answered. She has stated plenty of times how she has identified the defendant and how these phone calls
All right.
were part of that.
All right, hang on. Order. Mr. Griswoldstein, you are teetering on very precarious grounds here. Your point has been noticed.
Thank you so much,
Has
Nathan.
been
I appreciate you.
noted. So let's move on. She answered the question.
Okay, with that, then, Your Honor, I'd like to motion to this court any testimony given by this witness regarding what she heard over anonymous phone call and her identifications to the defendant in that matter be stricken from the record.
Rebuttal.
Alex, take that. I can't.
Can we have a moment to discuss?
Do you mean a sidebar or amongst yourselves?
Amongst ourselves.
Granted.
So he wants to strike
everything about it. We could talk about that she literally has said based on things that have been
based on content.
I'm gonna ask. I want to ask in question after. I want to redirect afterwards and ask her essentially, were these phone calls ever linked through topics or through?
Yeah, but we first need to deal with that motion.
Yes, and the motion. What we'll say is we will try to, beyond a reasonable doubt, confirm that it was him through our redirect.
I mean, the other thing to say is just, pretty much what I had said, that we were able to link phone calls from past, and in a rebuttal, we'll be able to clarify that.
Yeah.
You can say that.
Are you sure? Because you don't seem so confident.
No. I just not only being like in the redirect, we are going to do that, because then you're basically saying, oh yeah, we're questioning where it wasn't enough.
And what do you want to say, Flop? But she's already answered it.
Yeah, there's not much that I can say is the thing. I feel like she's already gotten her point.
She's already answered it, and we've already established with previous testimony in this case that the connection through phone calls, known and unknown, are sufficient.
Have already been linked. Yeah, that's a good word.
And
yeah, state that.
That's about the best.
What did I just say? Okay. All right, Your Honor. Is the defense ready?
All right. What are we waiting on here? A rebuttal? Or are we good to proceed?
I'm simply making sure that the defense is ready for us to proceed.
Defense?
With the rebuttal.
Okay.
All right. Let me hear your rebuttal.
It's already.
Defense or plaintiff, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
You just asked to toss an entire testimony, basically, and I'm hearing from the prosecution what their argument against that is. Mr. Griswoldstein.
Got it.
We've already established within this court case that referencing both calls known and unknown through questioning has provided sufficient evidence to link them. We are also planning and happy to question in redirect to firmly establish that beyond a reasonable doubt that these phone calls were made by the same individual.
All right.
Rebuttal.
No. No. Mr. Griswoldstein, I'm going to say this to you only one more time. If you wish to cross-examine the witness and ask how she is so familiar with the defendant and is certain that she spoke to the same person on different occasions and wished to poke holes in the tenacity of those claims, that is your job as an attorney. I'm not going to be throwing out what she has testified already based off of a motion to strike on any grounds that have not been explored and exhausted through examination. So go ahead and ask your questions if you doubt the tenacity of what she has said. But in the meantime, I am denying your motion. The rebuttal is upheld.
Okay.
I don't know where we're at right now. Who was
We're
who?
waiting for
Still in
Chris
cross.
to ask a question.
Oh yeah.
Your Honor, may we discuss before continuing questioning?
Yes, you may request a recess if you need one, but otherwise you have a minute.
Thank you, Chill. I appreciate it. I know Hayes is going to be upset that I.
Odessa, go ahead and just check the questioning for Reggie. Per the request of Reggie. I'm not entirely sure, but just look it over. I don't think it's going to make
on his document or on ours.
I don't know.
We'll be doing the rebuttals for Flop.
Say that again?
We'll be doing the rebuttals if Chris's tactic is to object to everything he can to throw you off.
He's gonna throw me off. I'm just letting you know
So
now.
you don't worry about the rebuttals. Me and Odessa will take care of him.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We're good to go.
All right, you
I'm
may
gonna ask Reggie
proceed.
specifically what he's wanting to look us at, because there's 2 whole documents. I have no idea what he wants me to look at.
Okay, Senior Detective.
Sergeant Detective.
I apologize. I did not know your rank. I am not familiar with this case.
I have said it.
I misspoke. Did you ever check with the dispatchers to see if there had been any attempts to contact the training department on by this individual?
I contacted the training department directly through Lieutenant Anita May and Lieutenant Espinoz.
Do you know if it's common for individuals to request information on joining the police department from dispatchers?
Did you get that?
Objection. Beyond the scope?
Rebuttal, they specifically mentioned looking to see if he had applied or attempted to apply. I am going through the public-facing figure of the police department asking if they had been contacted.
All right, Mr. Stout. I'm going to cut you off if you've made your point, because we do have other cases on the docket tonight. So any unnecessary time, I'm going to overrule that objection. It was mentioned about him wanting to become a police officer. I think that's within the scope. Let's proceed.
Did you have received any or contact the dispatchers to see if they received any communication from this individual or any unnamed individuals about joining the police department?
There are a lot of people that attempt to contact dispatchers on wanting to join the police department. From my knowledge, they do not document every single person that comes into the police department asking for the ability or knowledge to apply to the PD. I asked the people that had the active
You can ask
records
if,
and documentation.
The written application is like the only like conclusive thing about applying and the effort for it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do any of you have food by chance?
Yeah, I need food as well.
Oh, me too.
If you can get me some, that'd be great. So I can focus on this. I'll grab some. I need some as well. If you got any.
You guys need a food run?
Please.
Yes, please. All right, I'll be back.
Here.
Thank you. Love you.
There you
You
go.
can take it. I'm okay for just another
No,
minute.
I have more there.
Yeah, I got some flop. Take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll be good for a little bit.
When you spoke about taking Ms. Baker's? Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I didn't realize you were back.
Give me a minute. I'm consulting with the. Are you Chief Judge yet? I'm consulting with the Chief Judge. Just give me one moment and we'll proceed.
Prosecution, how many more witnesses do you have?
2 more, Your Honor.
2 more after this person?
Correct, Your Honor.
I can't hear y'all.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 more after this person.
How many witnesses do you have, defense?
One moment, Your Honor.
Are you?
I'm trying my best. I'm trying. I know Hayes is gonna be upset I didn't ask the questions, but I couldn't without foundation. I couldn't. And I wasn't gonna throw.
Defense has no witnesses.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm sorry. I just needed to consult with the Chief Judge about some scheduling anticipations we may have if this runs long. So you may proceed, defense.
Senior detective, is that correct?
Sergeant
Detective.
Fuck's
Sergeant
sake.
Detective, I apologize. Sergeant Detective, could you describe Ms. Baker when she was giving you these statements?
Her clothing or her mental state?
Let's start with her appearance, and I'll ask another question to follow.
Why does that matter?
Objection relevance?
Rebuttal.
Rebuttal. Asking about someone's appearance is a good foray into the next question, which will be going into the character of the individual in question.
All right, I'll hear this. You may renew the objection based on the next question if the prosecution wishes, but I'll hear the answer to this question.
What the fuck?
Shoulder length, blonde hair, Caucasian female. She wore makeup sometimes. Generally dressed in street clothing.
Objection unresponsive. I asked specifically about when she was giving the statement, not her general appearance.
I am unclear of the question. Can you expand on it? Because it made it sound like you were asking for her appearance.
I wish to know what Ms. Baker looked like while she was giving you the statement.
That's what she looked like.
She looked like she was sometimes wearing makeup?
I don't know exactly 100% if she's wearing makeup.
Objection badgering?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that. Just let the witness answer the question. I don't see how she's not answering the question about her appearance. Stop nitpicking choice of words. Let's get this moving.
Apologies, I'll move on. Could you explain Ms. Baker's mental state when giving these statements?
Opinion of a layperson.
Or hypothesize?
Objection, opinion of a layperson?
She is being
Oh,
treated
no,
as a
no, no,
doctor.
no, no, no. We're not going to have you using that same objection that's been shut down from them a number of times. Detective Sergeant, not a layperson. Overruled.
Your Honor, if I may.
I knew it.
All right.
The mental state of someone would be for someone who is a psychiatrist or a psychologist, not a detective sergeant.
May I rebut?
All right. Well, you would want to pick a different objection then. But you may rebut.
The prosecution is alleging that the Ms. Hayes could know the mental state and the speech patterns, as well as the intention behind the speech patterns of the person she was talking to on the phone. I would assume she would be able to do the same with someone she is talking to in person.
Well, except that we did not admit to the record any of those assumptions. We actually sustained those objections. So, yeah.
Nice. Nice. Nice, nice.
I guess he wants speculation. Then?
Anything else?
Objection, speculation, then.
All right, sustained. Rephrase your question.
I'll withdraw.
Very well.
No further questions.
All right, is there any redirect for Detective Sergeant Hayes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
Just two more, Sergeant Detective. Can you assert that a written application is the only way to formally apply to the police department here in Los Santos?
Yes, a written application is the only way that the general public can. There are some unique exceptions, at which point they are directly hired on by high command.
And who would receive these written applications?
They would go to all the FTIs in the P&T program, at which point Lieutenant Matthew Espinosa and Captain Anita May would have complete access to each application.
All right, and then I want to go back to the previous questions from the defendant, the defense rather, regarding the unknown phone calls and the known phone calls. Were there any topics or otherwise continuous topics of discussion that were throughout these phone calls?
Objection, vague and compound.
I'm happy to reword, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead then.
Were there any topics that connected these known and unknown phone calls?
Yes. So for 3 of the phone calls, there would be the topic of Mr. Hudson, to the point where the caller got upset over the fact that I kept bringing him up, as well as them bringing him up themselves when they said that I would get a text message from Mr. Hudson.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. Scope. During original counsel's test or prosecution questioning, there were only specific phone calls made. Prosecution is now asking about questions and phone calls made throughout the course of the time that were not originally spoken about during testimony.
Rebuttal?
Yes.
We specifically asked about every phone call and text message that the witness received from the defendant.
Defense, do you have any reason to believe, other than your assumption, that this phone call was not addressed previously? Do you have anything to
aside from the fact that the
substantiate that claim?
Evidence has not been presented to show the phone call history? None.
I'm pretty sure that phone call history was brought into focus.
I was never shown the specific piece of evidence, Your Honor. I just would like to know where.
Prosecution, just to confirm, did you bring that to my attention? I was brought.
Yes, Your Honor.
Phone call history, is that the one that they are referring to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you direct them to that once again so that we can proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Happy to. Specifically, the people's Sierra and Victor.
All right, proceed. Objection is overruled, if you didn't know that already.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did any of these phone calls reference, did any of these known phone calls reference the unknown phone calls?
They didn't specifically reference the unknown phone calls. The topics would just be this very similar about how he's very busy and having to manage all the different things that they're doing, wanting to make an explosion.
That is all, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Hayes, you may step down. Does the defense intend to recall Sergeant Detective Hayes to the stand?
We will mark the detective for recall, or reserve the right, Your Honor.
So noted.
Sorry, I had to
Detective
skip
Hayes,
like half those
you will be
questions, but
recalled
we had
by
no
the
foundation
defense
for
for
them.
questioning.
I'm sorry.
No,
Your
it's
Honor,
fine.
may we approach before
I
the
was
next
just
witness is
very
called?
confused.
No, I know. It's just
All
we
right,
didn't have foundation
sidebar,
for
I
it.
also need an IFAC and a hamburger. Let's go.
I can get you the IFAC, Your Honor.
Yeah, I got food coming.
Thank you, Sam.
I have food if you would like some right now.
Thank you.
Oh man. I'm trying.
Sandwiches and chips.
Hang on. I might need different IFACs. Give me a second. Okay, no, I'm good. I stacked them poorly.
I'm trying.
Let me just take care of myself real quick, and then we can go with the sidebar. All right. All right. What's the purpose of the sidebar?
There is a literal mountain of evidence that I have not had an opportunity to read through any of that matter. I'm just
We
wanting to bring to light the
Yeah,
possibility of a
someone, so if someone needs food from a duress, I have a lot.
appeal in the future based on ineffective counsel, and want to make sure that.
All right. These are all questions that have extremely amorphous answers that are based on the outcome of this trial, which is yet to be determined. If the defendant is found guilty in this case, sentencing will not occur until a later date. So you will have opportunity in the meantime to present any appeals that you might see fit, which is your defendant's right, as well as, if you feel it is your duty as counsel. So yes, of course, you can do your job after the fact if you feel like counsel was ineffective. However, it is, as I said, appreciated that you have not had time to prepare, but nonetheless, you're not here to try this case yourself, but simply to assist Mr. Kowal in his own defense, as that is what he elected to do. So you are here to advise him and make sure that this goes smoothly. It will be the determination of the court whether his defense was ineffective, and you may present an appeal of that nature. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
These are questions that are better saved for after this case.
My apologies.
There will be time, though.
Did he just salute?
I have lots of food, guys.
You don't want to be that guy in court.
Shove food in my mouth. Drink.
I need to be able to listen to Grizz because every once in a while I just stop hearing him and it's just nails on chalkboard.
Yep.
No, I get that.
Guys, I'm gonna drop more food here.
He's gonna give you a hug. Oh.
God, thank
All
you.
right, are we prepared to proceed?
Defense is ready.
Prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
All right, prosecution, please call your next witness to be sworn in.
Is the food on the ground?
It's
Why do I have a machete?
Yeah.
Go ahead and call.
Is it Reggie first? Or...
It's Ash.
Dash.
Go ahead.
Prosecution would like to bring Ash Ketchup to the stand.
All right, Ash Ketchup, please approach the witness stand to be sworn in.
Flop, remember,
by
we're
Judge
here
Grayson.
for you. We're gonna help, okay?
Thank
Yep,
you.
we've already
Yeah,
told
if you
him
need a
that we're
refill,
dealing
come
with
to
bottles.
us. I'll stick in for with us.
We'll just wait a few minutes, Your Honor. She just had a headache.
All right, very well.
That's very
unless
well
you wanna
timed.
Call another witness first.
Let's call Reggie then.
Yeah, Reggie then.
Who's this?
I'd
Okay,
rather
well, I
not
guess-
call a recess. So if you want to call another witness in the meantime, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, prosecution will call Reggie Bite.
All right. Judge,
That
the
was
Honorable
one
Judge
heck of
Reggie
a
Might,
dippy.
please approach the witness stand to be sworn
She
in.
did that on purpose.
She did.
Oh my god, Anita, you put so much food down. Pick it up so it doesn't go away, though.
You're questioning him.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Mike.
Oh, she
you raise your
teleported
tackle.
too.
How do you know that?
I mean, I don't know.
I
I
can
didn't
question.
say anything.
Yeah, I can do it.
Mr. Mike, can you raise your left hand for me?
I'm raising it. Can you not see?
He is raising it, Grace.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you airborne.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, this witness has been sworn in.
All right, thank you. Prosecution, your witness.
Oh, okay. How did you first come into contact with the defendant?
I was made aware that there was a copycat killer that was imitating Jasper Saxon that I have a long history with.
And how did the defendant identify himself to you?
The name he used was Jasper.
Were there any other names that he used with you?
There was a few other names that he mentioned throughout the lengthy phone calls that we'd had between each other, but Jasper was the primary one that he used to identify himself.
And how did you primarily communicate with the defendant?
Initially, it was unknown number calls, and eventually it went to him using his own phone number to contact myself.
When you spoke with him, what did you discuss?
Oh, we had lots of lengthy discussions. Throughout the calls, the general nature was about harming people that were close to me in an attempt to destroy my mental state. He was also mentioning about hurting other people in the city, things that he was planning to do to people, and we also spoke about previous tapes for the deceased Jasper Saxon.
Did these threats of harm ever come true?
Yes, he kidnapped and harmed Ash and displayed it on a video whilst taunting me the whole time.
I would just like to take a moment of pause while we reflect on that answer, if that's possible, Your Honor.
Why?
Is this video he's talking about submitted in evidence? I just want to confirm from the prosecution.
Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
Formulate it
Okay.
into an objection. Don't ask for a moment of silence, Mr. Griswold. I don't know what that means.
No, it's
Apologies,
not
Your
that
Honor. I
long.
just needed a moment of pause. The objection was I wanted to confirm with the prosecution. It was in evidence. They agreed. If you could just point me to that, please.
Sure. It is the People's Lima.
Bullshit. Oh, it's some complete bullshit, but he's at least making a fair trial.
No, that's true.
The prostitution. Did he just say the prostitution?
And within People's Lima, which evidence item?
Prosecution.
It is, sorry, I was just confirming it. 3901 Ash Ketchup Twat Dash Video. It's fucking Grizz. He decided to become the public.
What's your source of this evidence? Prosecution?
It was posted on Twitter.
Does the actual tweet itself that shows that video included on Twitter exist in this evidence?
Yes, it's the piece of evidence directly above it.
Okay, we're satisfied for now. Thank you.
Motherfucker.
Thank you, Mr. Griswoldstein. May we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please do.
You also mentioned that there was threats to yourself, or threats of harm to yourself as well. Did these come true?
Yes. Shortly before Christmas, I was jumping around on my BMX bike over the wall at Uwu car park. Silver and colored bison pulled up. The driver of the bison was a lone occupant. Steps out in a Bug Stars uniform, pulls a knife on myself, and it was the defendant who was wearing a black beard at the time. From there, he forced me into the vehicle and drove me towards the airport. We had a bit of a discussion on the way there, and he injected me and I fell asleep.
Did you contact the defendant at all that day before you were kidnapped?
I did.
Did he take anything from you when he kidnapped you?
There was a shank on myself, and there was also an ID that was
I'd
given
like
to
to object a second. Hold on a second.
Sir, what is he objecting? Yeah. It's just Griz's voice. It just like
We'll let this go. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Anyway, as I was saying,
it's been
there
horrible.
was
It was
a shank
followed
on
us earlier.
myself as
Beru.
well as an ID that was given to me by Detective Hayes. The reason that there was a call that day was because I was planning to give that ID to the defendant, where PD were aware, specifically Matthew Espinosa, were aware of the said meeting that was supposed to be happening.
Do you remember the name on that ID that was given to you by Sergeant Detective Hayes?
It was an Anthony Moriarty, I think I'm saying it right. Most notable thing on the ID was that they were over 99 years old, which is something that the defendant mentioned to me in another phone call.
The prosecution would like to draw attention to the people's papa, and specifically the ID listed within that raid receipt.
All right, people's P is in Papa. Got it.
You mentioned that you were kidnapped. How long were you kidnapped?
I think it was about 3 days.
Were you well taken care of throughout that time?
Definitely not. And throughout that time, I was beaten, cut, eventually had my mouth sewn shut because I wouldn't give information to the defendant about people that are close to me.
And were you fed?
Because I was drugged a lot of the times, I don't remember whether or not if I was asleep, he like force fed me or something like that. But while I was conscious and alert, no.
During this time, did you see any other individuals in this room?
There was one person in the room. At that time, I didn't know exactly who that was. I did find out later on from the defendant, but the person that was in the room was wearing a green Christmas pudding hat. He was also drugged several times and found.
Prosecution would like to bring attention to the People's Gulf. This is the same evidence that we brought attention to, the evidence, the photo from the phone.
All right, very well.
In the video of your attack on the evidence, A second, Your Honor. Let me take a drink of water. In the video of your attack from the People's Gulf 31939, the narrator says, quote, "Take it easy. You're probably groggy. Benzos will do that to you." What is he referring to?
What he's referring to there is the several times that he injected me to put me to sleep and to keep me restrained, being able to fight back.
I would like to object to speculation as to how the witness knows benzos were actually injected into him. Is there a medical report of a blood test that confirms what exactly was injected? If there is,
All right, stop. He's not testifying as to what he was injected with. He's testifying to what the defendant supposedly said to him. Unless I'm mistaken. Is that accurate, prosecution?
That's what I asked, Your Honor.
All right. Objection is overruled.
Prosecution would also like to bring attention to the People's Gulf, specifically evidence 31939, syringe P2. Thank you for the follow, Phoenix. I appreciate you. Do you have that, Your Honor? Maybe
Yes. The syringe. Proceed.
He's just trying to get something. That's his tactic.
I mean, if anything, he was vaguely the whole time. That's a question for later.
Anything he can vaguely link.
Under the influence, he's
It's like
sedated the entire time he was in that room.
Did Grizz talk or did he just make a whole heap of fucking noises? No, I just can't hear shit.
We have nothing, Your Honor. They can continue. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Griswoldstein. Please proceed with the questioning. The syringe noted from the evidence. We're proceeding from there.
Where were you found after your attack?
Yeah, his whole tactic is to interrupt every single thing to throw you off your motion.
That one I only know specifically from watching the video because I remember waking up in what is the metro tunnels. There's a construction site there where I was tied up and brutally attacked.
Do you remember at all being transported there? To the metro tunnels?
No, I only remember waking up and being tied to, I think it was a trolley jack thing that you move boxes with.
Prosecution would like to bring attention to People's Gulf, specifically evidence 31939, scene P1 in the image that is attached to that evidence.
Is that the syringe again, or?
No, it is the scene photo,
Syringe?
Your Honor.
The scene photo. Scene P1, syringe phone. Am I looking at the right one? There's a lot that I have open, okay? Which one was that, Golf?
A firm, Your Honor. It's thickly labeled as, scene P1, the syringe and the phone. Whereas the previous evidence that we brought attention to was specifically just the syringe. This one is the syringe and phone.
All right. Yep. Well, I have that. Yep.
Can you briefly explain what happened to you in the metro tunnels?
That is something that I try and push out of my brain, but for the courts, I was attacked with several tools. Had my mouth sewn shut, had a nail gun used on me. There was a couple of screwdrivers that were used as well. Puncturing my arteries.
Sorry that happened to you. You mentioned in a previous question that Miss Ketchup had been attacked. Can you speak further to this and elaborate?
The defendant called me and asked me if I am ready to have my heart ripped out, as he'd been taunting me several times before, trying to break me mentally by getting close to someone and hurting them. He ended up kidnapping Ash in Grapeseed
I think either way, Red
and
would have been good, but I think
taunted me for the days that he had her captive. Basically flaunting that I am helpless to this. Eventually he attacked her and sent me the video directly. The first person to get this video, and this happened in Grapeseed. Not in Grapeseed, sorry, in Polito, at the chicken factory, where he hung her from a rope and stabbed her with a machete.
Prior to that day, had the defendants ever spoken about harming her in any way?
Yeah, a lot of times. And he would tell me different ways that he was going to do it. And then eventually told me that I would find her the same way that he found his sister Abigail.
Did the defendant ever contact you about Miss Ketchup when she was missing?
Yeah, lots of times. Pleaded with him to at least leave the radio that she had on her, near her and on, so she can at least hear me talk while we're trying to search for her. He eventually allowed her to speak on the radio to me, where she was crying for help and saying how scared she is and that she just wants to go home. I eventually, after talking to her for a bit, was cut off by the defendant, where he continued to taunt me while I looked around the city trying to find her. Specifically about taunting me for the video that he was going to create of her.
The prosecution would like to bring attention to evidence, the People's Kilo, both pieces of evidence that are labeled text records, Part 1 and Part 2.
All right, go ahead.
You mentioned that the defendant sent you a video. Did he send this freely?
He wasn't forced to send it or anything like that, but in an attempt to get me to let me rephrase. He mentioned several times that he was just going to send it out to the public, so there would be a wild scramble to find her, and if I wanted to have first release, that I need to pay him for it.
And did you?
I ended up sending him $2,500 in an attempt to secure it first, as I've been working
Thank you for that
heavily
follow-up. I
with
appreciate
Detective Hayes and Detective Flop, so that we can get Ash the help that she needs immediately, unhindered by the public.
Prosecution would like to bring attention to the People's Kilo, evidence 38639, specifically the bank account transfer from Regimite to Alvin Kowal. Or as it's listed in the report, quote, Jasper, unquote.
Just a moment, I'm still looking for...
He may have sent evidence or sent money to my phone number. That's how they got my name.
All right, in Kilo, I'm not seeing any bank transfer listed in the evidence. Is it listed somewhere else in the report, or is it in the evidence? I'm looking at the evidence.
Is this one of the ones where evidence went missing?
If I believe, Your Honor, this may be in... remember how we mentioned the MDW acting up?
Yes.
So this is currently listed on that report, and it may have gotten lost whenever we try to... what's the word I'm looking for? Export it. We can send it
All right, well,
directly
I'm sure-
to that email chain if you'd like.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Griswoldstein is going to have something to say about this, so let's have a pause for the defense. All right, I'm going to call for a sidebar. All right, I have one simple question. Without my level of access to the MDW, which is either equal to or greater than yours in certain respects, would the defense have equal opportunity to view this evidence within 48 hours of this case?
It is currently listed in the evidence portion of the document that I sent them, as well as the listed evidence in the MDW profile, so they're able to see that it is actually inside of the MDW. It will be report 38639, bank record transfer from Armite to Jasper, and then for the evidence listed in the MDW, it will be listed as list of evidence in MDW.
What do you mean listed in the MDW? Civilians and attorneys do not have that level of access.
I've kind of just screenshotted the MDW to show that it's clearly in the MDW.
As long as it is contained within this master document that everyone has and does not require access to the MDW, all I need to know is where I can find it, because it's not on this report.
Yeah,
I was
it's
referenced to
currently
People's
there.
K. It's not listed under evidence. Where is it? I want to look at it now.
It's currently in the evidence portion, so you have your overview tab as well as your evidence tab. If you scroll down to report 38639, it'll be the third row on column D and E. So row 94 is where the bank records are, and row number 95 is where the list of evidence in the MDW is provided, so everyone can see that it is indeed in the MDW.
I will say I have been directed to one of these pieces of $2,500 transactions where she said in that tab. However, it's just a $2,500 transaction labeled video. I'd like that to be, at least. I'm not sure how it corroborates.
All right, hang on. I don't care what you have to say right now. If the prosecution is going to refer to People's K, then when I open that report and when the defense opens that report and you mention a piece of evidence in there, look at that and make sure that it is listed there. Otherwise, just say row 94 under evidence in the master document, okay? Because I'm looking at these reports as you're calling them, and I have many, many pieces of paper open in front of me. So just, if you're going to reference People's K, just make sure that it's there. Otherwise, if it's in the master document, just tell me which row, tell the defense which row to reference. Okay? Just make sure that going forward, that's what we're doing.
Yes, Your Honor. Of course.
All right. Grizz, did you have anything of substance to share?
I did find what she's referring to. It's just, it seems to be, you know, if you're seeing it on a $2,500 transaction, it says video. I've yet to see how it's corroborated. That's about it.
All right. I don't care about that. As long as you can find this stuff and I can find this stuff, and we're not referencing the wrong things in this master document, it should be fine.
Okay.
Just, I have not been able to find certain things that have been mentioned, and I've had to bring it up, which is costing us time. So if you're going to reference one of the exhibits by letter, make sure that when I click on that report, it is there, what you were talking about. If it's in the master document, just refer to the master document by row, okay? Under evident.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh boy, I would like a lot of cocaine right now. Not cocaine. It's not the word I was looking for. Alcohol. Jesus Christ. I don't. It's not what I fucking. Okay, you know, I don't do coke. I barely drink. Okay. Not what I meant. Like, it's not what I meant. Are we good to continue, Your Honor?
Absolutely.
Did you
Talking
feel
about the bank transfer?
Did you feel forced or threatened to send money to the defendant?
He stated if I didn't, that he was going to release it to the general public in an effort to get the city to scramble for Ash. So if I didn't give him the money, he was going to post that publicly.
Prior to your kidnapping or Miss Ketchups, do you recall any time the defendant was following or contacting you?
It was throughout the whole time that he was walking freely through the city. The defendant contacted me many times. As I said before, sometimes from unknown numbers, other times from his own phone number. And a lot of these phone calls were making mentions of him watching me and what I'm doing, and people around me, and trying to pry on who people are. The times that he went to Uwu to watch me, and then I'd walk past him and he'd walk past me 8 times in one day. There was many times where he eluded me because he was in disguise, but he still said that he had been very close to me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ready to pass out.
Redirect.
What'd you say?
Yes.
Ready to
you
pass
may
out.
Cross-examine the witness.
I am so sorry.
Okay. Judge Might, how are we doing today?
3:30 a.m. right now.
Gravity of this case, you know, is not much of a question.
Understood. You mentioned calls with the defendant initially, back when your testimony first started, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Were any of these calls anonymous?
Oh, motherfucker.
As I stated before, there were unknown phone calls.
Objection, asked and answered.
Go again.
I never asked that.
He already. I never.
Any response to that by the prosecution?
It was confirmed with the prosecution. The prosecution asked whether these phones were known or unknown.
Okay. I'd rebut with we're talking about multiple phone calls here. I just want to ensure and clarify that maybe every single one was anonymous or some weren't.
That was already
just get to
clarified.
the bottom of that quickly.
It's been gone over. Overruled. Proceed. Or sustained. Proceed.
During the scene you were mentioning
Poland's getting tired. Oh no.
You were kidnapped. We're gonna recollect to there. You mentioned it was a bearded individual who kidnapped you?
Correct. It was a bearded individual that identified himself as Jasper.
Okay. Aside from this individual allegedly self-identifying, were you able to identify this individual by any way?
That was the first time that I'd been face to face with the defendant.
Could you describe the beard of the individual?
Oh no.
A black beard.
Objection relevance?
Well,
The
Your
fluffy.
Your Honor, some beards are barely facial stubble, and some beards are whole, full-on Santa Claus beards that can pretty much cover the majority of
All
someone's
men can
facial
grow
features,
beards.
and I just
Question
wanna get to that.
Point taken. Point taken.
Can people
Anything?
change their
Any
beards
further
through
response from the
time?
prosecution?
It is not difficult to shave off a beard or to grow one.
That's not an argument.
All right. No back and forth.
What?
Going to. I'm going to overrule the objection. I don't care. Just talk about the beard, but move on quickly.
Does the beard you witnessed in that incident of your kidnapping match the defendant's beard today?
In color, yes. Length, no.
Okay.
That was such a good answer.
Mentioned being injected in your testimony. Did you witness
I'm gonna
the
dye my
individual
hair.
inject you? Like,
And I'm gonna grow it out.
Straight on?
I can't be Adidas Hayes.
Easy.
There was only 2 of us inside the Bison. I was in the front passenger seat. He was in the driver's seat. He leant over and injected me in the side of the neck. So yes, I
Thank you
did.
for the fall, Tiny.
Sometimes I love Reggie.
Sometimes. Very key point.
It's the wrong witness to try and do that with, Chris.
It really is.
No, let him. Let him.
Oh, no, it's hilarious.
How did this man get his bar license
I
back?
do have one more. We do have some more questions, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's actually
But
me.
what?
All right.
I feel like Holden's regretting calling Chris.
I really think so too, because he's making this longer.
Mr. Reggie might. This Bugstar's uniform, could you explain it further?
Did you want me to talk about its color?
I mean, Bugstar's uniform. More so, any. Was there a mask involved? Was there a hat
Compound?
involved? Was there.
Objection compound?
Sustained.
He can withdraw.
No, sustained.
Nice one, Flop.
I did do a little
All right,
practice.
Reggie might.
It did pay
in
off.
this Bugstar's
Yes,
uniform,
it
was he
did.
wearing
Good
a
job.
mask?
The individual was wearing a red Bugstar jumpsuit. Looked like a man of feeble stature. He had no mask on, he had a lengthy beard, and he did have a hat on as well.
Feeble stature.
Or was his hat facing forwards, covering his face, or backwards?
Unfortunately, at that point in time, I didn't pay too much attention to his hat as he had a knife out to my throat.
Understood. And you said that you were injected a majority of the time, correct?
That is correct.
Now, stating that there was someone else in the room, were you under the influence at that point?
As stated before in my previous testimony, when I was alert and conscious is when I noticed and I spoke about those times. I noticed an individual with the pudding hat on, and those were also the times that you, the defendant, were talking to me and questioning me.
And during the actual attack, when the situation took place, were you under the influence of what was in the syringe?
That knows exactly where they want to go.
I had been injected previously and I was awakening from that. Funnily enough, that when you get harmed, your body tends to make you a lot more alert. A thing called adrenaline helps you bypass a lot of the things that a benzo could do. So yes, I was cognitive when I was being attacked.
So you would say that, or would you say rather, that during this attack you could 100% positively identify the attacker?
Asked and answered? Maybe.
It's a very vague question
He
in
could have
itself,
just changed
Alvin,
his
because that attacker
outfit.
was also wearing things on their face. So for me to be able to identify that person, other than my
Ooh,
knowledge,
Letting Reggie
he's
have it.
getting
or
mad.
friends that we've
Non-responsive.
spoken.
Please answer the question.
He did.
Again, it is a vague question in its own. How would you
All right,
like
well,
me to identify someone masked?
Hang on. I have the floor. The witness does not get to object to the question. We have an objection on the floor that you are non-responsive. I'm going to sustain that objection. You may re-answer the question as asked of you, not your opinion of the question.
Ask the question again.
During the attack, could you positively identify the attacker?
The words that he used, and the sentences in those words, and the reference made, there's no doubt in my mind who that person was.
Objection. That's a vague answer, non-responsive. That's not a yes or no to
It's a vague
positively
question.
identifying the
He
attacker.
literally said yes in his final answer.
I believe he said he could, in his own estimation, positively identify him based on those specific things. So I'm overruling the objection. I will weigh upon the tenacity of that response accordingly. Move on.
Do we have any on cross for?
I do. I have two.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, do you have any other further questions? I think that's all I wanted to focus on.
No further mark for recall.
All right, Judge Mike, you know what marked for recall means. Move it along.
Yeah, we've got redirect, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did the defendant ever call you about your attack after it had happened?
Oh, yes, he taunted me several times about it.
These calls from his own phone number?
Correct.
And my final question, Judge Might. Would you assert that beards can grow and change length?
With my experience being a male that does have facial hair, yes, I do need to trim mine back to keep it at the length that it is.
No further questions.
All right, again, Judge Mike, you were marked for recall. All right, does the prosecution have any further witnesses? I believe you have Ash Ketchup. Who's,
That is correct, Your
hopefully
Honor.
With us. All right, Ash Ketchup, approach the stand to be sworn in, please.
Hopefully she doesn't run again.
All right, just remember we're here to help you with your rebuttals, okay?
Need a rephrase? Come here.
Oh, yeah, or
Us and me
rephrase
and
this.
Odessa and Hayes will rebut.
Sounds good.
We all rebut over here.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he doesn't shut you guys down. We'll see.
Yeah, we're good. You got this.
If it happens, it happens.
All right, Ash Ketchup, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you airborne? You're sworn in. Prosecution, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I hope Simo's
Hello, Ash.
Kitty, can you shout out everyone?
How did you first
So,
come
like,
into contact with the defendant?
like Melina, Zach, just everyone who you can.
He called me from an unknown number last year.
And this is gonna be the motion.
What name did he begin using?
She puts her hands up, we go in recess.
Just back.
Okay.
How did the defendant primarily contact you?
He called me with unknown numbers on the phone.
In those phone calls, did he ever use any other names?
Not in the unknown phone number calls.
The prosecution would like to bring attention to a few pieces of evidence, Your Honor. There's going to be a couple. It's going to be the people's RSTUNV. They're all going to be pieces of evidence regarding phone calls and text messages.
Okay, those have all already come up, yes?
I believe so, Your Honor. I'm just clarifying.
All right, I already have those open. Proceed.
Okay. Ash, what was said during these conversations?
He told me how he was gonna hurt people. He said he had a list and we were on it, but also he said that he took us off it, and well, he said a lot of different things. It was confusing. There was a lot of calls over a long time, and he said he didn't want to hurt me, and that he was worried, but he said he would set Tate free, but he asked if we were friends, and he said he wouldn't lie, and then eventually he said we should play a game, and then eventually we were playing a game of Mousetrap.
Did he ever go into detail about what Mousetrap was?
At one point he said that we were both trying to catch each other.
Okay. And during these phone calls, could you give a rough estimate as to how long they were?
They went anywhere from a few minutes to much longer, to maybe 40 minutes, an hour at the most, and not longer than that.
Prior to being taken, did you ever meet the defendant in person?
Yes.
What happened when he met you in person?
It's not Ash. It's not just Ash. It's like Ash on Lol. Make sure you get that right.
He called me from a normal phone number, and he changed his voice. He sounded different, and he said his name was Alfred, and he wanted a job interview, and we agreed to meet at jail.
Oh, maybe it is
So
just
he could
Ash.
have the interview.
I thought it was Ash on
and
Lol.
I didn't know it was him until after I left, and he called me, and he was taunting me. He said that the game of Mousetrap, it wouldn't have been so hard after all, and he told me I should be careful, and hung up the phone.
Did this application seem genuine?
How's it going?
Grizz was brought on by Judge Holden to assist the defense.
100%.
We can speak later about that. I just wanted.
How did these interactions make you feel?
The judge brought public defenders in to help.
Yeah, I saw that Grizz is there, and I'm just like, Jesus, just bring me straight to the fucking electric chair.
I didn't realize it was him, and I went into a panic.
We'll check more about it though later.
Okay.
And did you fear that your friends and loved ones would possibly come to fruition?
Yeah.
Could you elaborate?
He said in the phone that he was gonna hurt people, and he wanted ideas of how to hurt them, and he hurt Reggie.
On December 22nd, you reported that Reggie might have been kidnapped. How did you learn about his kidnapping?
I was at the cafe with Reggie, and I went inside, and he was outside, and then I came back, and he wasn't there anymore. And I tried to call him, and he didn't answer, and I tried the radio, and he didn't answer, and I looked around, and after a while, I got a phone
give
call
Ashley
from
love,
an
guys.
unknown number, and it was
She's doing a really
Jasper,
good job.
And he said he caught his prize buck, and he said he was gonna cut him, give him back piece by piece. He said he wanted to recreate with his favorite cassette tape, that he'd be at the construction site.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to bring attention to the People's F, report number 32383.
Go ahead.
How did you learn of Reggie being found on December 25th?
Do you guys know how many witnesses you guys have?
I was the one who found him.
Left or in total?
Yeah, left, just so I can relay to Bundy.
This is the last one. We just gotta go through evidence, and then defense has no witnesses.
Without
Not even gonna have old boy testify.
escalator.
He doesn't want to.
Construction.
Oh, well.
And I was down in the tunnel on the highway. And
Serial killers don't want to testify, apparently.
Was this a long or a short phone call with the defendant?
Cold. I gotta shut my window, guys.
Do you remember? Do you remember?
Yeah.
How long that phone call was?
just a few minutes, I think.
You also stated that you feared for your own life. Did this come true as well?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
I got a call from an unknown number, and the person had a deep voice, and they said that we saw an enemy, and we're both on his list. And they had information on where he was, and they wanted us to work together to catch him. And they asked me to meet at the airport at Grapeseed. And when I drove Reggie's motorbike, and when I got there, then there was a guy already there, and he had a big coat and a skeleton mask, and I got off the bike and I said hello to him, and he took off his mask, and
Yeah, though, they wouldn't fucking object. Be fucking stupid for them to do that.
I fell and I blacked in, and I had to carry me out of the hangar across a field. Next to, I woke up and tied up in the dark room. He said mousetrap.
The prosecution would like to bring up the People's M, report number 39115. To clarify for the court, you were kidnapped from the Grapeseed airfield.
Oh, B, thank you so much for the raid. I love you guys so much. Hello, Nightmare. Hope you guys are all doing amazing today. We're in a court case right now against the Copycat Cassette killer. Odessa is a prosecution paralegal. Thank you for the follow. I love you guys. Sorry I'm not interacting as much with chat at the moment.
Miss Ketchup?
Sorry, I missed it. If you said a question, I missed it. I'm sorry.
No, you are perfectly fine. If you need a
Love you
minute, you let
guys.
me know.
I'm trying to focus on her testimony too.
The prosecution was bringing up the People's M, report number 39115. And I had asked.
Got that. Just
okay.
Just repeat the question.
Understood, Your Honor.
The guy in
to clarify for the court
mall
today,
cop uniform.
you were kidnapped from Grapeseed Airport.
Sorry? There's a guy in a mall cop uniform behind us.
Big building.
Thank you for the follow, Kyla. I appreciate it.
When you
mall
say the
cops
big
can come to
building,
court,
are you
too.
referring to the hangar?
Yeah, fair enough.
You.
How would you describe the quality of the living conditions in which you were kept in?
It was dark and it was scary. It was a small dark room and there was no windows and it was bed and a few other bits of furniture and it was dark and scary.
Would you say that you were well taken care of in this place?
No, Bunny was scared too.
Do you remember if you fed you?
No, you said you wanted me to stay awake so I wouldn't fight back. So you wouldn't give me anything. Laughed about it.
When he attacked you in the People's M, he likens you to an Abigail. Was this the only time he mentions this woman?
No, he mentioned her a few times, and he said that they used to play games, him and Abigail. And that's why we started off with hide and seek tag and then mousetrap because those games.
Did the defendant ever state who Abigail was?
Yeah, he said she was his sister.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Yeah, of course you're gonna.
Go ahead, defense.
Good job, Flo.
Hey, Miss Ketchup. Initially, when your testimony started, you mentioned the phone call from, quote, what you alleged to be the defendant, anonymous number. However, it was never asked why you believe this anonymous phone call was the defendant from you. Could you answer that for us?
Objection vague?
Literally, she was talking about she received the phone call. It was an anonymous number, and goes on in her testimony to assert that these calls are from the defendant. And I want to know why she believed that.
All right, Mr. Grizz, you do not need to explain that. Just ask your question, and if it's been asked and answered, the prosecution will object. Ask the question.
Wait. Why did you believe the anonymous phone call to you was from the defendant that stands before you today?
He introduced himself. I didn't know who he was. He told me.
He introduced himself over the phone, Miss Ketchup?
Yes.
And what did this person introduce themselves as over the phone from the anonymous number?
That's Jasper.
Okay. When you learned about the Reggie
You guys have any
kidnapping, as you were
questions?
saying,
Working
you
on it.
said you knew because
Okay.
you went inside and he wasn't there anymore. Then you received a phone call about a prize buck. Aside from coming out, not seeing Reggie, and receiving the phone call at the prize buck at that time, why did you believe the defendant was involved in that quote-unquote alleged kidnapping? Or, well, rather, why did you believe that the defendant was the reason Reggie was not
He's
outside
confusing
anymore?
me.
Objection confusing or vague? And vague?
Rephrase the question, Grizz, but I do need 10 seconds, just 10 seconds to sort something out before you ask. So, talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, Flop, you're gonna ask a question similar to what I asked before about if were there any topics that were carried between the unknown and the known phone calls, and then you need to ask if any
Or
of
what
the-
he said in person.
what he said in person, as well
go
if
ahead.
he referenced those unknown phone calls.
In your testimony, you were questioned about a kidnapping of Judge Reggie White. you mentioned in your testimony the reason you had suspicions was because you went inside and you came back outside and Reggie wasn't there anymore. Is that correct?
Yeah. We were supposed to meet with Jasper later in the day, who Reggie was.
So I
was gonna
have.
watch over
Were there any topics discussed?
And then
from the
you mentioned you
unknown or
received
unknown phone
another
calls?
anonymous phone call that mentioned to you that they got their prize buck. Is that correct?
Yes.
At that time, did you have any reason to believe that the defendant was speaking about Reggie or had anything to do with Reggie no longer being outside at that time?
Reggie had told me in the past that he might be taken, and he was worried that he would be. So when he was gone, that's what I jumped to. And then I got the phone call.
Okay, fair enough. You mentioned another phone call mentioning the mousetrap. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is it possible this caller was referring to the board game known as Mousetrap?
Jesus fucking
Speculation.
Christ. What'd you say?
I don't like speculation. How would she know?
That's what I thought.
Objection, speculation?
She just answered.
Well, I haven't finished answering.
All right. The objection is on the floor. No back and forth. The objection is
It's the motion.
speculation. Rebuttal. Go.
Rebuttal is the phone call as she described it was just mentioned if she wanted to
but she doesn't
play Mousetrap. It could have been referring to a board game.
Oh,
She doesn't know his intentions.
The question was, is it possible if that was the reference?
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Is it possible?
How is the witness supposed to know the intentions of the caller?
That's a good point.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. Is it possible that he was talking about Mousetrap? Now, again, Grizz, are you asking if it's possible now or if she thought it was possible at the time?
If she thought it was possible at the time.
Go ahead and answer.
I stand by my
At the
objection.
time, I thought it was. But it became more and more apparent that it was more than that. That it wasn't just a board game. Didn't just want to play a game.
All right, Ash.
Here we fucking
During,
go.
Oh, no.
Her hands go up. We do recess.
I'll immediately yell.
During this phone call prior to the meeting at Grapeseed, did you have any idea on who you were meeting with?
I didn't know the name. They said something about a hashtag. And I thought maybe it could have been someone in that group.
Are there any topics?
The
Which
Smiley group.
did you go alone to that meeting?
Yes.
And were you disguised in any way?
Had
Relevance?
a helmet on.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, Flop.
Hey,
what
are you doing?
Type of helmet?
How are you?
I'm okay.
It was a motorbike helmet because I rode Reggie's motorbike.
Did that motorbike helmet have like a visor on it?
Okay, relevant.
Objection, relevance.
Sorry, I did that to you.
Rebuttal.
I mean, okay, well, I'll get to it, Your Honor. I don't know how to rebuttal that because I was building a foundation.
Under the circumstances, I'm going to allow this question to continue.
Fucking struggling to. My fucking changes are getting fucked up.
Ms. Ketchup, you may answer the question.
Yes.
And how long between you stated
think he's
the
trying to say, like,
individual
oh, were you just
unmasked
randomly
themselves
taken?
and
How
then
would they know
stabbed
it
you?
was
We
you?
got it. We got it. We can talk about it in evidence. It'll be fine.
How long would you say between the unmasking and stabbing?
We'll just bring up the blood
Only
and
a few
evidence. Make sure it's in there.
It was very fast.
And in those few seconds, are you 100% able to identify the attacker to a motorcycle helmet visor?
Yeah, it's not in there currently, so we have to add it.
I don't think so. It happened so fast.
I mean, hasn't that already been kind of
No
asked
more
and answered the
questions,
fact
Your
that-
Honor.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just we got it. Evidence. It's fine.
Okay.
Anything on
We
redirect
just need to
prosecution?
ask it.
Yes, Your Honor. But could you give us 1 moment to confer?
All right.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
If you want me to ask 2 questions and then you want to go up and ask your questions.
No, I have put all
fine.
3 at the bottom questions list. You can add
Okay.
whatever you need to, but I have written them as I would like you to ask them. Do you see them down there?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Hayes, can you start adding something about the blood in there, and then I'll just
We're
focus on this.
good, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wanted to make sure you were ready. Ash, were there any topics from the known phone calls or interactions in person with the defendant that lined up with the unknown phone calls?
I don't understand what you mean. I'm sorry.
I'll try and clarify it. Were you called from 2 different numbers, an unknown number and the defendant's phone?
Yeah, after I did the interview, he called me more frequently from the regular number rather than an unknown number.
Okay. Between that number and the other one, to clarify the first question, did anything that the defendant brought up in those calls line up with each other?
It was usually always the same sort of thing that we talked about him wanting to hurt people.
To confirm, what did the defendant say to you when you were taken?
It's a mousetrap.
And did you tell anyone you were going to be at this meeting?
I wasn't expecting to go at first, so I borrowed Reggie's bike to go somewhere else, and then I headed towards Grapeseed after I got the call. And on the way there, my friend saw
Yeah, all
me
in similar.
driving, and he called me and asked where I was going, and I said I was gonna have a meeting with someone, but I wasn't sure who it was. And I said, if you don't hear from me, please call Reggie.
No more questions.
All right, defense, do you wish to recall this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Motherfucker.
All right, Miss Ketchup, you may step down for now, but you will be asked to return to the stand to be questioned by the defense. You understand?
God, that hurt me.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Prosecution, does that conclude your list of witnesses?
You did good.
You did an amazing, Ash.
Yes, Your Honor. We would also like to address some evidence, though.
All right, let's limit it to evidence which has not already been discussed through testimony, please.
It is, Your Honor. However, we will be referencing quite a lot of evidence, so to make it easier for you, I will be sending you the transcript of what we're about to say. That way you can reference this later.
All right, that is fine.
I will be putting it in that group.
You may, to be clear, you may reference evidence that's already been discussed, but please call to my attention any exhibits that have not been discussed that I need to look at more closely.
Okay, yeah, and I will be sending that to you, Your Honor. All right, let's go up and say it. If I can fucking get through the fucking thing, Jesus Christ.
The first piece of evidence to be addressed is the defendant's admission under Miranda, referenced in the People's Why. Evidence labeled Interrogation of Alvin Kowal. The defendant clearly identifies himself as the narrator and perpetrator of the various cases.
Objection, facts not in evidence. I only have People's X. We don't have a People's Y.
All right. Do we need to show that in the row on the list of evidence? Is that
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was incorrectly labeled. It will be People's H.
People's H?
Yes, the master document, the interrogation is referenced in there.
There's no People's H in the master document?
It is at the top. People's H, master doc, underneath connected cases.
It's there. It's all
Okay, I see it. Yeah, I apologize.
The defendant clearly identifies himself as the narrator and perpetrator of the various cassette tapes. At 7:50, the defendant states that he left Ash hanging, gasping, and then starts mimicking the noise for air, and continued to watch Miss Ketchup struggle for her life, referring to the victim of People's L. The defendant's involvement of kidnapping Miss Ketchup is further solidified by both Miss Ketchup and the defendant's DNA being located in the air hangar at Grapeseed. This is located in evidence in People's K, blood on scene number 1 and 2. At 16:30, when asked about where he kept Mr. Hudson, the victim of the People's J, he answers same place, referring to the location in which he kept Miss Ketchup. At 7:20, the defendant is asked the same question regarding Faith Hudson, the victim of People I. To which, after some playful jokes, he says, "That was so long ago, I don't remember," implying, however, that he attacked her. Later at 8:15, the defendant is asked what he did to Faith Hudson, and he replied, "Stuck her in a meat grinder," which is aligning with the video of her murder. To cement this even further, at 46:19, M. Hayes begins to state the names that the defendant has killed. She then mentions Faith Hudson's name, and the defendant replies, "That's right." The prosecution would also like to note that the admission of guilt at 46:46 in regard to the 6 attacks that Aqual committed before taking on the name Jasper Sachs in persona. Though the defendant believes himself to be a separate entity, he acknowledges that the body he is in is responsible for the 6 victims. This is supported by the fingerprints made in the victim's blood on the victim's phones that match the defendant in the People's A, B, and C. At 46:50, the defendant is asked, "So you know how much blood is on your hands?" And the defendant continues to reply affirmatively.
Due to each of the victims' suffering being recorded, it is clear that each victim the defendant had in his custody was mentally and physically tortured for the sole amusement of the defendant.
Objection. You said we were going over evidence. This seems like a closing statement.
We are getting to specifically address the various videos in which there are signs of torture.
All right. Well, call attention to the evidence. Then, if you have any commentary on the evidence, lead with the actual thing we're looking at, and when you make a statement.
All right. We will be referring to the People's A, C, D, E, I, J, and L. Each of these reports contains a video. to which each victim is tortured both mentally and physically. In regards to the charge of kidnapping, torture, and attempted murder of the Honorable Judge Might, from the evidence report Peoples G, the defendant's fingerprints were found on scene on the syringe on scene that we have already referenced the evidence prior. Additionally, the evidence on report lists a photograph of two victims, again, already referenced. The first matches Judge Might and the other Mr. Hudson, and the two outfits they were both found in their respective attack videos. Once the defendant was placed into custody, a raid was conducted on the defendant's residence. As mentioned during testimony, an ID registered to Anthony Moretti was taken from Judge Might. This ID was located on the defendant's property, referenced in the People's P. Finally, testimony from the deceased Hannah Baker, the People's W and X, states that she had met with the defendant multiple times. During their long conversations, Miss Baker states the defendant had stated that he managed to kidnap Judge Might in front of the Uwu Cafe to, quote, sing Christmas carols to him. Miss Baker freely gave investigators the phone number of the gentleman she was in contact with and stated that he introduced himself as, quote, Rufus upon the two meeting. The phone number was given to investigators for Rufus, and it was found to match the number of the defendant. The defendant then confided in Miss Baker, stating that he's, quote, not really Rufus, but rather 70 Kills Jasper, the guy who makes videos. Miss Baker then states that the defendant suggested that she watch, quote, tape 7, where he shoved Faith in a meat grinder, further asserting that the gentleman who met with Miss Baker is the defendant. And with that, the prosecution rests.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Chris.
We'd like to bring up our own piece of evidence, or rather a discrepancy in such.
Just rest. What? You guys just I know.
Okay.
We did.
Call your witnesses first. We need to get this thing moving. It's been 3.5 hours. I understand there's a lot to go through, but you will have your chance to address any evidence after the examination of witnesses, just like them. So call your first
Honor,
witness.
May we have a brief recess to discuss order of witnesses?
You didn't say that they have witnesses.
And they recalled Reggie and Ash.
You really need to discuss the order in which you're going to call the witnesses. Is that absolutely necessary?
Oh my fucking god.
Hello? I don't
Yes,
recall
please, Your
granting
Honor.
any witness, and I do
2
recall
minutes.
asking you a question.
2 minutes.
Why is it necessary for you to order your witnesses in a certain way? Explain.
Well, honestly, Your Honor, we have to determine if we're gonna call these witnesses and just need a brief discussion to.
They said that they were going
I
to.
hate it when lawyers do that.
2
I
minutes.
hate it when if you recall someone, make sure you freaking ask them questions because they literally wait here for no reason otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Also, is it
Is it
okay-
weird that I
Fucking
actually
is-
like
Is it
Judge
okay
Holden
if
now?
I go when you go to
Yeah, it's
closings?
weird that I like Holden. Is Ash okay?
I'm gonna go make sure.
Is it okay if I go when you go to closings?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
You have another court case to go,
awake in
so-
3 hours.
Yeah, go rest up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until they're.
The fucking witnesses are done.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Colin. What just happened?
I had to
Food
jump.
check. Does anybody need food?
I'm gonna.
Good.
I think we were well supplied by you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Just
I bought a shit ton of food before I came here. But from the loss, it's probably poison.
Yeah.
Is Chris okay?
I don't know.
Your Honor, we're prepared to proceed.
You guys are doing great, by the way.
We are going to be calling no witnesses, and we'd like to just go over any evidential discrepancies.
What the fuck?
All right. Floor is yours.
Okay,
But
Your Honor.
Mr. Grizz, next time, you know, I understand these are extenuating circumstances, but
Would you guys like to
in
do
the
a
future,
bar
do not
review
mark
of
people
Grizz
for
Consulting?
recall and then decide
Oh,
not to
God.
call them.
Another
It's,
one?
bad etiquette
I don't
and
think he's
bad
going to
form
entertain it because he didn't have any
court.
time to prepare
Is
for
that
this case.
understood?
That's
And I think
Absolutely understood. Sorry, Your
I
Honor.
think the judge is going to lean more in his
Examine
favor
your
for that.
Okay, we'd like to talk about report 31939 in relation to Reggie Mite's testimony, where he said that he was injected with a syringe in a vehicle. However, we see no scene photos of any inside of a vehicle or any syringe laying in a vehicle.
What?
We do see
Oh.
scene photo 1, which appears to be a construction site and a a body laying there. We see pool of blood, nail gun,
I'm not even
bone,
gonna. I'm gonna let
hammer,
just let Holden run.
cut ropes, some soaked blood on the person's face and things like that.
I really
We
want
see
to
no
check the
syringe
statement
marked
of
in there. We do see
statement.
Separated syringe and evidence, but that doesn't really line up with the testimony that the syringe was used on a
Objection! Misstatement of testimony. Judge Mite very clearly said this was when he was kidnapped. The scene photos are from when he was attacked.
Okay. Counter rebuttal.
I didn't pick up on their discrepancy. The way I see it, the syringe is listed in the same report, which shows the
These
scene
are
there.
two
and
different
it just shows a singular
scenarios.
syringe, but the judge said that the only instance he remembers the syringe being used on him was in the vehicle.
Objection!
Hold on,
Again,
hold on.
misstatement of testimony.
Whoever's
He
Stop
really
flicking
can't.
your damn lighter. Go ahead.
He really cannot object to any of this evidence.
That's our discrepancy, Your Honor.
Oh, is that it?
Okay,
That's
and
it.
the objection
Is that two parts, Your Honor? Firstly, the Honorable Judge Mite stated that he was injected multiple times throughout this entire process. He stated that on a couple times. And in regards to the vehicle that the defense
It'll be an
mentioned,
F.
this was done when, as according to the statement and the testimony given, when he was originally kidnapped, not on scene at the construction site.
All right. No. The testimony of Judge Mite.
No.
The different
Stop
photographs
it.
of the evidence against the, everything that you are concerned about in that regard will be weighed upon accordingly. Your issues with that evidence are noted. Do you have anything else to examine in the evidence, Grizz?
Nothing.
Come
further
at
from
my
me, Your Honor.
evidence. Come at my evidence. Please.
All right. I know everybody probably wants a recess, but that is too bad. Are we prepared to go with closing statements?
The prosecution
Or do we
is, Your
need some
Honor.
Time to prepare.
You got this. Kind of sad that he didn't take the stand, not gonna lie.
Well,
Your Honor, our client wishes to go over evidence himself as well.
Oh boy.
All right.
Go ahead.
Wait, do I just do that now? Just right here?
Jesus fucking
Yep, go
Christ.
ahead. Do it right here, right now.
How do I do that?
I need to shut my witness. Never mind.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my
shit out of him.
I mean, it's a lot of people that want to do that, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's already happened before he got here.
All right, Your Honor, I would like to first point out people's. I'm just a little confused, Your Honor, as these videos were never brought up in any questioning.
So, that doesn't matter.
Okay, you
They're in evidence.
You have an issue that it was never brought up in any questioning?
Well, I guess is this my chance to go over all the evidence and pick out discrepancies and whatnot?
Yes, this is your time to go over the evidence.
All right,
Is
Your
what
Honor,
you're-
in Peoples A, Jessica Stevens, I guess two things I would like to point out is number one, there was no visual of an individual ever or the attacker ever on camera. And then stated in the ridiculous dialogue during the video, the
We would call
attacker
it
noted
ridiculous.
that he was using a voice modulator to imitate the voice of somebody else.
He would know that.
And
His
that's
fingerprints on
all for
scene.
that, Your
So
Honor. In
nice.
people's
I know,
B,
his
I would like to
fingerprint is
point out
literally
that,
on-
Mr.
He's
Kowal, you don't have to pause.
Alvin's
If they have an objection over there, they're going to let you know, and I am not going to be commenting. This is your time to go over the evidence.
And he's right. There is no
Just
picture of the
You don't have to
person.
wait for me to respond. They will chime in if they have any issues with what you're saying.
Yes, Your Honor. In People's B, once
I'm so
again,
cold.
there was never a visual of an attacker.
Oh, thank you, Diva. I appreciate you so much.
Of the person. Okay. In People C, we finally catch a glimpse of the individual that is committing these heinous acts. And in 1:23 of the video, if you have watched the videos, we can spot that the individual attacking Reese Orland is in fact wearing gloves.
It's already been proven
which
under Miranda.
He already
Okay, he's wearing gloves. An orange getup and a mask that covers his mouth. I don't know how much I'm allowed to
people have
dig
told me that
into
they
these
think
on
that
like what
fingerprint
I'm.
off
It kind of falls under speculation on my part.
He just objected to his own statement.
Just wait for an objection.
Do we?
Examine the evidence the best way.
No, I'm gonna let this happen.
All right.
You know, he has the right to
as I
remain
said,
silent,
in
but he
123,
clearly
he's wearing
isn't.
gloves, even though it was stated that fingerprints were found on scene. He's wearing an all orange suit, and he's wearing the, I would guess or assume, the voice modulator stated from People's A with Jessica, how he was referring to a voice
Thank you for the
modulator.
volatile. I appreciate you.
In People's D, we have the attacker seen again on camera, once again wearing gloves and the same orange outfit with dirty blonde hair. The evidence provided shows that a fingerprint was once again attempted to
You know,
be
people can take off
removed
gloves,
from
right?
the phone.
Do you know that you can
Which
dye your
was
hair?
too smudged,
We can do
I guess,
speculation
to get a proper
now.
identification.
If you want.
People's E.
Objection,
the attack-
speculation.
Okay, there it is.
I'm gonna sustain that.
Understood, Your Honor. No rebuttal for that. People's E. Allison Jules. The attacker is once again seen in his mask, gloves, and orange getup, as long with a second individual who appears into frame halfway through the video. People's F. Reggie Might. An attacker was never shown on video attacking the victim, so the one committing the acts is not properly identified.
Thank you for the follow,
I,
Darth
Faith
Jack. I appreciate
Hudson, the attacker, once again not shown on video,
And Mason, I
and
appreciate you
there
guys.
was no fingerprints or any other evidence submitted planting the defendant at the scene. People's J. Tate Hudson. The attacker of Tate is shown on video in all gray.
I wish I could have
Moved on from his
questioned him.
orange, I guess.
I don't know, what
and
is
there
he-
was no evidence left on scene.
Except everything that happened after regarding the phone calls.
Placing the defendant there.
him at the
People's
scenes.
K. The
It's really weird. He
individual
knows all about
switches
this.
from gray
of
to
these
a
videos.
greenish brown getup, and no fingerprints
thing with
left
the
on scene.
Jacket, by the way, in the
Or
outfit,
any
I
other
recall white,
evidence,
and I
100%
can't believe we had to have a
placing the
discrepancy
defendant
against gray and
there.
white.
That is all I picked apart from the evidence, Your Honor.
All right. Are we prepared to proceed with closing statements at this time?
I would like to bring up one more piece of evidence.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
People's T. at 8:06 p.m. The statement ends with the text from Alvin to Hannah. Did therapy go well? Hannah responds at 8:08. I didn't go. Today was another rough day. This shows there may have been some therapeutical, psychological things going on with
Objection.
Hannah
Speculation.
that we do not have. Your Honor.
Yeah, there may have is definitely speculation, especially on your part. As the
Said they may have.
Your Honor, may I restate?
No!
Well, the objection is sustained. So you may continue to examine the evidence, and if they object to how you do it, they're going to object again.
Is it weird
in
that
the evidence, it
the
shows
reason
that
why she
the,
wanted to go therapy was to talk with me
Hannah
and
Baker
her
was
in
going to
couples
therapy. There is no statements to state her mental state from a therapist that she was able to give testimony at that time.
Are you able to give testimony to a? I thought a therapist was licensed and it was.
Objection. Hannah didn't give testimony. She gave a statement to a police officer.
All right, splitting hairs. We know that Miss Baker is no longer on this earth, and that she gave a statement not anytime
Well, her
recently.
body's somewhere.
So, I know that. Let's move on.
I shouldn't have fucking said I would go to goddamn couples therapy with her.
Can I do my closing now?
Wait for the judge and then.
No, I know. I'm just saying. That was more of a question to the air.
I got you.
Defense. Anything further on the evidence?
Bueller?
We're good, Your Honor.
All right. Are we now ready to proceed with closing statements?
You doing closing, Odessa?
Yeah, the prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
I believe the defense is ready, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's proceed with the closing statements then.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Today, you've heard the story of 10 victims and the defendant's involvement in their suffering. You've heard testimony not only from investigators, but from the victims themselves. The prosecution has brought forth evidence to show that the defendant was the man behind these grave videos and the attacks that they show. Attacks that would take the lives of Jessica Stevens, Reese Orland, Sebastian and Diana Kendrick, Allison Jules, Faith Hudson, and Tate Hudson. Attacks that would also harm and scar Levi Fisher, Reggie Might, and Ash Ketchup. All of these attacks have been linked through one common thing: videos. Videos that are horrific and gruesome, playing out the traumatizing events that each victim of the defendant was subjected to in a sadistic attempt to gain notoriety and control. Further connection with the defendant can be found in his own fingerprints, found in the blood of Jessica Stevens, Levi Fisher, and Reese Orland. Physical trauma didn't seem to be enough, as he inflicted emotional trauma on future victims and their loved ones by calling and texting each one of them while planning his future attacks, or whilst the victims were in his custody. When he got bored with the attentions of his victims, he started to contact investigators, informing them not only who he was holding against their will, but also the nature of any future attacks. As stated prior, he has emphasized throughout this case as stated prior, and has been emphasized throughout our case, the defendant is the only assailant that has committed these serial assaults and killings. For the ease of the court and the people gathered here today, let us go through and see how the defendant's heinous acts fit this charge. Firstly, we have the factor that the attack should show premeditation or clear intent. We believe that this factor is abundantly clear in the fact that the defendant abducted and imprisoned his victims, clearly wanting them to suffer. Secondly, we have the instances occurring in separate events at different times. As stated prior, and has been emphasized throughout our case, the defendant has committed these attacks in multiple different cases, as he himself also admitted. Thirdly, and finally, we have the factor that the separate instances should share common characteristics, such to suggest the reasonable probability that these crimes were committed by the same actor. We believe that this is clear in the mode of operation of the defendant, in the clear documentation of each attacks in video format. Is this a man who could ever be helped? No. He even proved himself by saying he was going to turn over a new leaf, but then only continued to kill? Then now he claims that he's doing better in prison, but turns around and starts a gang to which he admitted it himself. The prosecution believes that beyond any reasonable doubt, this man is a killer and will always stay a killer. A killer who takes pride in his work. A killer who knows what he has done and happily gloats about it. A killer who could never change, as per his own actions and lies. In one of these videos, the man claims to be a demon sent from hell. Well, Your Honor, the way I see it, it's time we send this demon to whence he came. That is all, Your Honor.
Thank you, prosecution.
Fuck.
Defense, you may give your closing statement.
Holy shit.
Apologies in advance, Your Honor. I'm about to wing it.
Holy shit. Thank you so much. Why is there so many people who's just shown up?
Mr. Kowal.
Thank you so much, everyone. Oh my god, there's so many of you guys.
I'm going to say something to open his closing, and then he's going to continue the closing, if that's fine.
Yes. Proceed.
Okay. Your Honor, in this
Thank you
court
so much,
today,
everyone. Oh my god, Havenfall.
we feel nothing but prejudicial narrative has been
Thank you so
supplied by
much,
the
guys.
prosecution.
I fucking love you all. You're all
Prosecution
amazing.
assumes the defendant is involved in every step of their narrative. However, the burden of removing reasonable doubt
Thank you
has
guys
not been
so
accomplished by the prosecution.
Oh, Ash
While
and
emotionally based
oh, thank you
testimony
so
was heard by
much.
the court without any concrete
You
proof
guys are
these
all
narratives
amazing. Holy
were
shit.
directly related to the
Oh, we hit
defendant,
our
feel
follower
this
goal
court
too.
simply cannot find the defendant guilty of these crimes.
You guys are all so freaking amazing. I love you all.
And sure, they have.
I love you all. You guys are all freaking
defendant is
amazing.
guilty
Welcome,
of
welcome,
assaulting
welcome.
And killing in a serial
Oh,
manner
I
to
do not
support
deserve
any
this.
such
I do not
charge.
deserve all
If
this love.
prosecution had any better evidence, they
Thank
should
you,
have
guys.
provided it and outlined it. We
Thank
find that
you.
even in the hypothetical instance that the anonymous phone calls mentioned in testimony could be traced back to the defendant.
Oh, thank you
it would
guys.
not
You're so
prove him
far
guilty
too
for
nice.
anything other than
Fucking love you
harassment or
guys.
prank
You're so
phone calls.
nice.
And the defendant himself would
Oh,
like to
thank
finish
you
the
guys.
closing.
Right, as stated,
No.
we have
Thank you for
heard
those
a lot
gifted
here
subs as well.
tonight. Mostly
From Havenfall.
in the form
And fucking
of
all the
just phone
freaking
calls which
follows.
were
Oh
stated
my gosh.
to arrive from unknown
thank you.
numbers. There is very
You guys are all so
little
amazing.
actual evidence provided referencing proof that the defendant.
Thank
is
you
the
guys. I
one on
freaking
the
love you
other
all.
line
You're
of
you're
these
also
calls.
I'm so glad I got to be part of this case. I'm still a paralegal. I don't even have a bar license yet. I'm still just a paralegal. But I'm trying my hardest to
lot
prove
of
myself.
speculation. It feels like the defendant himself
Oh,
is on
Cammy,
trial for
thank you guys
prank
so much.
calling, as
You're all so
stated
kind.
From, Sergeant
Oh, thank you.
Mackenzie Hayes herself earlier, that the defendant placed a prank phone call on April Fool's, claiming
Oh,
to
thank
be
you so
a
much, guys. Yeah,
different serial killer. and therefore
I wanted to get my bar license
never
to be able to help.
He's brought up games throughout the entirety of this case.
laying a basis, I guess.
Yeah, I'm still just a paralegal.
The
Yeah.
idea of prank calling in general.
Yeah.
Videos were never touched
Oh,
on.
thank you,
Actual
guys.
evidence was very rarely touched on. The crimes themselves not touched on. Only phone calls and conversations, which have no.
Thank you guys. Thank
ability
you. I would
be
like to thank all of these followers. There's so many of you guys. Holy shit! I need to. Oh my god! I'm gonna try to go through all these. Once he's done talking, I'll definitely go through and thank you guys all. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I play Odessa. I got my bar license to help prosecute and get people thrown away who deserve it. Funnily enough,
All right.
I have side
Mr.
characters who
Stout, do you have
are
anything
alt
further?
characters
What
who
does the defense
are serial
press?
killers, but Odessa will be my love forever.
Okay.
Oh, thank you guys. I
I
appreciate you.
do not want to seem like I'm rushing everyone out the door, but we have heard this entire case at this time, and it is now my responsibility and due diligence
Oh, thank
to
you,
review
guys.
thoroughly every piece of evidence, the transcript from this proceeding, as well as all of the testimony and findings.
I need to go through and thank everyone
that we went
who
over today in court.
who followed.
We are
When I get a
running late
brief
for
moment of
another
reprieve, I
case,
will thank you
which was
guys
meant
all.
to start on the hour. So I do not personally have time, and the court does not have time to allow me to come back with a verdict on this evening. So we will adjourn at this time. Mr. Kowal will be remanded back into custody, and a hearing will be scheduled to
judge
both
needs to
deliver
know
the
that he
verdict,
needs to have a proper
and should
trial
that
before
verdict be rendered guilty,
We're gonna need a
Oh,
minute.
that's on us.
proceed with a
Yeah.
sentencing
That's
hearing,
We'll get him in the
should that
holding
be
cell
necessary.
for now.
But at this time, it will take me at least a day to review all of the evidence that has been brought to bear
Oh, thank you.
against the
Oh, God,
defendant
Collins,
in
I wanna
order to
hug you.
deliver a just and fair verdict
You every time
on
I've come
serious
through, thank
crimes
you.
against him. So we will be adjourning at this time. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I know this has been a long case and not a very
Oh my
pleasant
god,
subject
Kitty. Jesus
matter.
Christ, guys.
So
All right, I
hope
want to thank
everybody
Ali
enjoys the
218,
rest of their
Phoenix,
weekend. And Mr.
Itiga,
Kowal, we
Kimber
will
White,
get a
Little
hearing
Panda, Little
scheduled
Angel,
to
Falter
proceed,
Earth,
with the
X
verdict
Luscious, Cherry,
and,
Hyba,
whatever
Looney,
next steps
Alex,
follow from
Mew
there.
Mel, Bentosh, Aspire,
court is
Leisha,
adjourned for the
Zencat,
evening.
Madam, Wailing Girl, Death Voice, Liko, Infinity.
Thank you, Judge Holden.
Thank you all.
I don't know what's happening. Red Wing,
You did, Reggie. You did.
Wendy, EH, Edie Moss,
Yes,
Rain,
Eastside
May-
flop.
Also, thank you so much, Haven, for the 5 gifted subs. You're so freaking amazing.
What?
Davison, Knight, Old So Fire, Ernie, Dad Dog, Blue Valvanino, Basic Daily, Sally's, Yebag, Katsumi of Draconic, Orchid, Bluest Luna, Kira Kiki, Paula Chaos, Electra Melody, Cami Bug, Semperfi, Nova Australian, Zoro Duck, Mari Goldie, Charlie Fowler, Hey Kaylee, Moira, Amy Lynn, Mega Moose, Zira, It Nikki, and Madam Oil. Thank you guys so freaking much. And we hit our 900 goal. I'm so freaking happy.
I also don't know what level I'm at. How am I loud?
I'm sorry, what?
Am I loud?
Sorry, my head I just got overrun with stuff. I'm sorry, what are you saying?
Am I loud?
No, you're fine.
Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
That
I
was
saw
a
you
great
text me,
closing,
but
by the way.
What'd you
that
say?
That was a great closing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
freaking
good.
Cool.
Beautiful. You said it
Yeah.
so well, honestly.
Yep.
It was a mixture of everybody, and that's the even best part of it is everyone had a input on
Part
it.
in it, yeah, it was great.
Also come down here.
I think we've got him.
Are we doing that thing, or are we just?
I don't think we've got the units to, honestly. I think we're just gonna have to brute force it up there.
Thank you for the follow, Ren. I appreciate you.
We could get him in the holding cell downstairs.
Reggie's
real
a
quick for
butt.
the next case to proceed, and
Okay,
we'll
he
try and
can
get
hear
units
me.
real quick. If you want, so we'll get him downstairs real quick and see. if
Oh
we can gather
gosh,
units, 'cause
what just happened? Starkey, thank you so freaking much. 5 gifted subs, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Starkey. Oh, you're so freaking kind to me.
Yep, and unsealed.
Oh, thank you, Don. I appreciate you guys.
I'm willing to give it a minute and see if we can
Love you
get
all.
me downstairs to make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next to me?
You guys need a transport?
Oh, this
yeah,
is,
we need to do transport.
We're gonna
This
need
is,
as many units as possible
fucking
for this.
Joji's.
I might even get in a cruiser too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're all going in a cruiser for this.
Yeah.
I parked my own cruiser, so.
Okay, cool. Let me
thank you guys.
let me plan out
Let's
quickly.
get him to the holding cell downstairs real quick. Just at the bottom floor so that the next case can proceed.
We're gonna go a different way this time though. We're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
go.
fine.
We're not gonna go up Milton. We're gonna go.
Yeah, we'll see. Though.
I know where we're gonna go. We're gonna go towards Boulevard del Perro, straight northbound, North Rockford, go. Risks, yeah. So.
I'm gonna think about something real quick right here for like 5
Yeah, you good.
You should check your message though.
I don't have my phone. I can't. I'm not a judge, so I don't. Or not a lawyer, so I don't have my phone. I'm just a paralegal. I'll check it when I get outside.
There you go.
Oh, let's. All right, let's see what you wrote here. Yep. There's your phone back.
Yeah.
Right, I'm.
Ha! Ha! Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I had to. I was really proud of that final line. Of the, this man claims to be a demon. Well, the way I see it, Your Honor, let's send him back to hell. I'll show you guys again once I get my phone back.
Where do you guys need me?
We're trying to get transport. We're gonna try and.
I could transport him. Don't worry.
No.
Cheating.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll jump straight to the execution.
Okay.
Hell yeah, Reggie.
I gotta say, Reggie, you rip it into him was.
I just.
Oh,
said
by the
that
way,
the facial hair comment was gold.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Wasn't
Flop,
taking
guess
any of
what?
this shit.
What's up?
6:13 now.
Woo!
Hey, good
Congratulations.
shit. Nice work.
I did recommend you, so I'm
no,
very happy.
23:45.
Jesus
It's not
fucking Christ,
6:13,
Reggie.
it's 23 or
Oh,
23:46.
it's
Christ,
my call
Reggie.
sign. It's my call sign.
No.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll
man.
probably know it outside.
How you feeling about that, Your Honor?
You did really well. You actually did.
Thank you. It's my first case. So.
Come here. I also did say to Crane, can we take Grez's bar license and give it to you?
Yeah. I appreciate that. Well,
I gotta
Judge
get ready for
Grayson
the
said.
next one.
Judge Grayson said, depending on how well I do today, he will. He'll give it to me. So hopefully I can get it. But
I don't see why you wouldn't, but I can't give it to you because I'm a witness and shit. So.
Yeah. Alex has already said she
I want them
recommended
back.
me. So, but hopefully, I'm hoping to. I want to put fuckers like that away.
Yo, Reggie, you know how you love me?
I'm gonna go check on Ash.
You know how you love me and you want to give me a soft.
How you feeling, Ash? Feeling all right? Well, you're surrounded by your friends, and that's what's important. And I hope that we did everything we could today to make sure that he goes to jail. Just,
The height of him.
you have a good one, all right? And,
What did you say? I said the height of you.
I don't know what that even
thank you
means.
for the follow, Jenna.
Like, how dare you?
Oh.
Thank you for the follow, Ozzy. Appreciate you.
Anyway, I got shit to do.
Excuse me, Max. Oh man, I gotta shut my window. I'm so
I'm never talking to you ever again, Reggie.
so freaking cold right now. I don't know how cold it is outside right now. It is a warm 4 degrees Celsius.
So, that's not true. But
Yeah, the Doug.
the Doug, the wind song, and the husky, that none of that's good.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll grab 3 of them.
Yeah, the husky looks.
Well, like I said, we have the extended footage of the Doug
fuck is
thing
my
in
medical
our
bag?
actual trial coverage, so
My fucking medical bag.
Judges here? Any judges?
Oh yeah, they're about to start a trial though.
Yeah, a whole bunch in the courtroom in there, Randy. There's a couple just standing around there if you want to chat with them.
Yeah, Wrangler can't say we're biased.
I should be
It
okay. I
include
got
people, telling the dogs to go after.
I got a pretty big pickup earlier at Iron Hog.
I'm ready to go back in if you want to go back in.
Thank you for the fall. Unlove Cancer. Appreciate you. Okay, that's a machete that was in my water. That can't be healthy.
Yeah, we can go back in. Actually, no.
Alrighty.
Let's check the MW really quick.
Hi, Bill. Oh, he's already gone. Hello. Wrangler the dog mangler.
How are you?
I like that.
It's good, right? It's solid.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm doing good. How are you, Bill?
Thank you for the follow, Ubertag. Guys, I'm gonna take like.
Wait, what?
I need to take like 2 seconds, so I'm gonna go over here. I need to shut my window. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to do like everything. My Sims bars are all like my you know what I'm talking about, like my fucking moodlets, I think they're called. No, moodlets are like the little thingies. All right, I'm gonna be right back, guys. It is so cold. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay. It's like 15 degrees in my freaking room. But I feel like it was much colder because it's 4 degrees outside and I have my window open. Now my dog is looking at me funny. Wait, why do I have so many... I do owe Fauna a hat. But that Eliza kill hasn't been frozen.
Good luck.
Oh, would you guys like to see what was sent from Anita? If you didn't have a girlfriend,
Yes.
I would have said that was hot. That's what she said.
You want me to call them?
You got to remember, Odessa is poly at the end of the day,
shit, okay.
but she would never cheat on her her girlfriend. Just
check
because
if I
she's
got
poly
Stanley's.
doesn't
I
mean
think
she
I got
would.
Stanley's.
She just simply
am I cheating there, man?
can very much appreciate
You
a
want me to get Bundy to bring it through for you?
she has
Yeah. Yeah, one sec.
she has a Anita. Sorry, Anita. Oh my God, my words. She has. She's welcome. She's able to have loves and feelings for other people. She would never act upon them because she's good. Also, cheating's just fucking gross. Jesus Christ, Kitty.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
I'm so my hands are like warming up right now.
Miguel, did you see what Murphy went? Yo, Rami, where did Murphy go?
I don't know. I'm about to sell this fucking Stratum real quick.
I want to get out of here before. I want to get out of here before this all fucking pops off here. Oh, I didn't. Scared bunny. Oh, thank you, WTF. I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna get the heck out of here. Kitty, remind me later. I can do it. I just gotta do it later. I will. No, I will. It just takes me a second, and I gotta get everything set up. Just text me, like send me a text message, and I can do it afterwards. Thank you for reminding me, though. I appreciate it. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. All right. Where am I going? I think observatory. Feels like an observatory night. Sky isn't that clear, but it feels like an observatory night. Hello, Rudolph. Guys, for those who are new here, I have a doggo named Rudolph. He goes by Rudy for short. He is currently resting his little head on my lap. And he's fucking adorable. He is the cutest of boys. Well, him and Dasher. He's got his brother, Dasher, as well. Yes, Rudy is my son. This is not the road I wanted to go on. I've actually driven these roads IRL. Well, I wasn't driving, but I was in the car. They're very, very fucking treacherous. You can definitely hit someone quick if you're not doing it. Oh, and hopefully hazes. Alright, transport didn't get hit. Thank you, Serrana. I appreciate you. Also, thank you to the follow. I don't know if I've asked a thank you X. Oh, my encoding's overloading. Give me a second. Whenever I drive, I have to click off my RTX voice. The court case UP. Oh, thank you so much, guys. I freaking appreciate all of you. It's my first court case, so I'm glad it went well. Oh, should we? Nah, we're not gonna grab Argos because Anita wants us to go to this thing tonight. Excuse me, Baru. Right, yes, it's my first court case where I'm on the prosecution on Odessa. All that jazz. Oh, Celestorino, thank you so much. Celestorino makes some freaking incredible art. So good art. I've loved all the little sketches. Celestorino did a bunch of little art for the Maynard Thiesos case, which is just really good. I can do. If you guys scroll down to the bottom, you can see all the art that Celeste did. I put it on the wiki page. Just so, like, you know, under fan art and stuff. Kitty, your stuff is great as well. But everyone here already knows you. Alright. I need to update a couple things on my phone, actually. So, Hayes, I want to update her number to... And then... I think I need to update Winston as well. He's a senior officer now. I think everything else is up to date. I could make Maddie's like my senior ranger, but it's like very clear that... Oh yeah, all the art that I got from Maynard was just so good. Oh, my heater's turning on now. Oh god, it was so cold. Let's get some calm music on. Oh, I need to watch this. I need to watch this. Let me pause the music, and then I want to show... I want to see this, because someone sent this to me. Oh, sorry. Why is it... It's whatever. Window is being... Window, it's fine. Let me turn down the in-game audio. And turn up that. Okay.
Got an idea. You ready? Wrong one. The other one. No, I was thinking that we take the bar license from Grizz and we give it to Odessa. Yeah?
Sure.
Alright, easy.
Sounds good.
I like it.
Fuck off.
Get out of my way.
That's
What an
funny. Did
idea.
Simo have any other? Oops, I didn't mean to go to his stream. I meant to go to his clips. I want to go to his clips. I was seeing if he had any other clips from today. I'm trying not to be. Nah, he does nothing. I'll see if you guys have any stream clips you guys want me to watch from today, from today's proceedings. Send them over. Oops. I got another one.
Very welcome.
Get fucked, Hayes. And fucking
Yana, Mr. Stout will be on his way.
Odessa, fucking objecting, asked and answered.
All right. You're welcome.
I'm trying to remember what this was in reference to.
No, it's perfectly understandable.
It is important. It is important under the circumstances that he was having difficulty finding an attorney. I think to make every effort to ensure that he at least has
was
the
mean to
option of having
them.
counsel if it's available.
He was mean to them, or fucking
I
attorneys.
appreciate that, Your Honor.
Very welcome.
Maybe if you didn't go
Yeah,
all,
just do
I'm
that.
the devil.
Yana, Mr. Stout will be on his way.
As according to the statement and the testimony given, when he was originally kidnapped, not on scene at the construction site.
All right. No. No. No.
As according to the statement. I love that. Thank you for the follow. I watch with you. I wonder who you watch.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know if you just. Dude.
Well, technically you won.
Fucking sucks. Oh my
Honestly.
Aw. Poor Livy. I've not actually met Livy in character. I know of her, but I've not met her. Because she's just a completely different time zone to me. That's so loud. No, Grizz, down, down. Oh. Oh, man. Did Hayes go to sleep? Apparently she must have. Oh, she's still alive. I need weed. Weed. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is happening on Twitter? Knock it off. Well, River, shouldn't you have your yellow paget up if you're gonna be busy? I'm joking. I don't care. Oh man. Oh, let me unmute alerts as well. Thank you guys. I can't believe we hit 900 followers. Holy shit. Dude, I had a goal for the end of the month to be 900. Oh, my Hayes called me. Hey. I'm on the roof. I'm sorry. Would you like me to come to more stable ground? Well, thank you. Tried my hardest. Yeah, you should be able to hear her now. Oh, no, you can't hear her at all.
Case Odessa, and you made people go, oh, damn.
Reggie came up to me afterwards. He said, I asked Judge Crane if we could take Grizz's bar license and give it to you.
Yeah, honestly, you should get his bar license.
Hopefully that was enough.
I think we all
think we
heard
got
it.
more than enough.
I think you heard it in the tone of Holden's voice. He was done by the time he started.
Yep. Yeah, he really I don't have weed, though. I got chips.
I tried calling River to deliver us weed, but...
Ribs.
I got rib sandwiches and
Don't hate me, Odessa. I do have a lot
and
of
a
booze
chicken.
on me, though.
It's okay.
I was supposed to go drunk metal detecting a couple of days ago, and I still have the drinks on me.
Really?
You guys
Yeah.
are okay to drink. I'll be fine.
No, this is the first court case where I'm not really pissed off.
Honestly, I was expecting after the pre-trial hearing and then hearing that he was going to unseal the case. I'm like, here we fucking go again. We haven't even started. And
I thought it was going to go so badly.
I thought that honestly was going to go downhill, but I feel like he was fair on both sides. I think the things that we brought up that he shot down, I feel like Grizz dug himself a hole. But at this,
It's literally Grizz that's always digging himself a fucking hole.
yeah. But overall, I think the court case, regardless, I mean, obviously, I care about the outcome, but I think regardless of how how Holden looks over everything, I feel like from both sides it was very good. And I think Holden handled himself a lot better than I had honestly anticipated. And I'm happy with that because I anticipated the worst and got the best, I think. So,
Oh yeah, we were prepared for fucking Armageddon.
yeah.
Why is there a chicken here?
It's Flap.
Oh, it's
That's
Flap.
Flap.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Flap.
I forgot about Flap.
Alright, so for the sentencing hearing, what we're going to try and do is I want, if Ash is up to it, I would like her to speak. I would like Reggie to speak. I would like members of the Seaside to speak that were contacted, and then Sherry.
Okay. Yeah, we can... Yeah, that's good. Sorry, I've already turned my brain off for today. Like...
Yeah, no, my brain keeps going. That's the...
No, I get it. You're fine. For your statement, Flop,
You can make it as emotional as you want. You can, like, no one can object to whatever you're saying
Okay.
because it's an emotional impact. So no one can say that you're wrong. No one can say that you're right. You're just stating how this case affected you and the victims that are a part of this case. So you can talk about Reggie, you can talk about Ash and how their demeanors have changed. You can talk about how you saw Reggie after his attack and how you saw Ash after her attack.
I mean, damn, I'm probably gonna get fucking teary just talking about it then. I mean,
That's perfect.
That's the entire point.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be easy enough to say watching a man who had his mouth sewn drag himself across the floor to hug me, I think is already good enough to say that this man was fucking dislodged. So I got this. I'll go ahead and the emotional terror is something I could do.
Yeah, we're trying to make it seem, it's not even to make it seem, we're trying to make it well known of the amount of horrendous actions that this person has caused that has affected a shit ton of people. Not just one, not just the victims, but their loved ones. The loved ones can talk about how it has caused them paranoia, about how it has broken up their entire communications and made them alienate their friends, or that they were alienated because their friends are trying to protect them.
I have something kind of crazy to suggest. What about Guzman?
Guzman?
Chico Guzman, the man who stabbed.
Yeah, I did that shit. Thank
Yeah,
you,
we
Your
can-
Honor.
My
Sorry.
reasoning is this drove a man to try to take another man's life. The only thing is he's clearly biased, but
Yeah, the question is, does that help our case? Like, I feel like getting someone. I mean, he pled guilty
Yeah.
to it. I don't know. The question is, I agree with you. I
Because
think
it
that
was
would be great.
emotional terrorism on Chico as well, because he got phone calls while Ash was in custody.
and it really it drove him to the point that he was going to take this man's life.
Like, I'm wanting the people that want to kill him, instead of killing him, they actually go to the stand and
Javi.
Yeah, Javi.
they talk about it.
What's his name? Rex.
Every single person that was at Reggie's entire scene,
Do you
they
think
all make
Sana?
a statement. Sana can also do that because she was targeted and caused her to develop paranoia.
Mhm.
I want Sherry to be there because she got a phone call when Ash was taken.
Let's let's gather a list and get it like on paper so we can start contacting these people and just say, listen, while we have the time, and you know,
Yeah, we're not going to get them all, but
No,
No,
but
not all of them, but a good amount of them.
Like Sana's one, but honestly, if Sana can't make it or I don't get a chance to talk to her, I'm not going to feel indifferently. This is just a matter of getting a lot of the primary people. I think Javi, if we want Chico, I'll let you guys discuss how Chico should propose it if we want to go down that road. Reggie and Ash, even though it's going to be hard for both of them to probably get back on stand, I think it's important that they do if they're willing.
It's not even on the stand. It's just at
the
the little podium, and then
Mhm.
they state their piece, and then they can leave.
So for sentencing, Hayes, I know you've written up stuff for like the prosecution's perspective. Did you want to say anything as like the investigator and having to go through what you did with him, or do you feel comfortable just doing the prosecution bit?
I can.
Because I'm happy to read the prosecution bit if you wanted to do your own thing.
Yeah, I can do my own thing or the prosecution bit. The last time I did this, I kind of did both of them. Because when it came down to it, he only targeted me because I was the lead investigator.
Yeah, but you could talk about how he did it to, you know, I mean, all these fucks do it. They try to like emotionally manipulate or get under your skin, cat and mouse, all that fun bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Honestly,
I can't start to reason to think that I could understand serial killers, but you know.
No.
Oh no, they always try and do emotional manipulation and psychological manipulation. They do it all the time.
I was honestly waiting for Alvin in the middle of him going through evidence discrepancies, him to go, Your Honor, it doesn't make sense because, you know, I was there. I was kind of waiting for that to slip out, but it
There's a
didn't,
reason it took
surprisingly.
me a while to object, because I just was waiting for... I mean, he was digging himself a hole. I don't think he understands the fact that, one, gloves, like...
Are removable?
Yeah, it's weird.
We're not born...
No.
gloves.
What about facial hair? Come on now.
Sorry, I had
That
to
was
ask that
fucking
redirect. I'm
That
sorry.
was when you asked that question, we all started laughing in the corner. It was
It
good.
was so fucking good.
But yeah, just make that decision. Let me know if you need me to read anything. I'm happy to do stuff. So,
okay.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
I'll just sit.
I
and
wish I could
look
talk
pretty.
like you. I
What do you
just
mean?
get really mad when I'm on, because you talk so eloquently.
No, I've
Your
been
closing, everyone after your closing was like blown away.
Mm-hmm.
So, regardless of how that turns out, your closing was fucking phenomenal, and everything regarding the beginning and end of that case and everything in the middle was fucking fantastic. It really went a lot smoother than I had anticipated, and I'm very happy with walking out of that court, which was probably the first time ever that I've ever walked out of court surprised.
There was one point where I kind of had to like take a second to breathe, but I felt like I was able to kind of like recenter myself there, and kept going.
I'll tell you
Well,
what.
yeah, that closing was rewritten last night, so everything was fucking new.
No. I'm talking about the overall court case where I was like, there was a bit where I kept kind of getting a little excited with like the rewording the questions, and I was getting overwhelmed, but I was able to kind of just recenter myself. So
I feel like I
No,
was
you
able
did
to
amazing.
reword myself in the questioning pretty well too, because
You did
Ash
great.
was a little.
Yeah,
I
you
think
did
Ash
great.
was a little different with how she answered things, and I tried to get through everything. I feel like I might have missed some stuff though. I don't know.
I'm
I think we
surprised.
did the theatric that Holden wants.
That's fair.
Dan, when we dismissed him, didn't seem upset.
I don't think he
No.
was, and after it was explained to him, I'll let you speak on it, because you were on the phone with him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he called me after the whole thing asking why he was dismissed. And I pretty much told him it's because of the fact that he deliberately spoke to Reggie after he had a conversation with me. Literally yesterday, asking him to not try and use this as a podium for him to try and get Reggie disbarred. And his statement to Reggie then caused Ash to have a bit of a mental breakdown, at which point I have to prioritize the two people that...
We used to apparently do it in the courtroom as well.
Yeah.
So
So he's like, yeah, I wasn't going to actually do that. I was just going to be there for
boo-hoo.
making sure your court case, and I'm sorry, and yada yada.
I like Dan.
seemed
He's always
he
been really kind to
understood-
like EMS and making sure we're safe, but like
Yeah.
I was really disappointed with him when he started saying that he was going to ruin your shit.
Dan.
It was mostly just the timing. He shouldn't have done it with Ash there. He didn't know who was a witness in the stands and who was going to be called up. And because of that, he should have just been a little bit more thoughtful and understanding that this is not the place to talk shit to Reggie. Even after I told him multiple fucking times yesterday that Reggie actually helped the prosecution.
Dan understood everything, and I have a lot of respect for Dan. I think that, again, going back on it, it was a heat of the moment thing for him based on previous events and not being able to put it past him in the moment. And I was hoping he was going to, but as soon as I heard that before even court started that he was saying shit, I was like, this is just going to go horribly. And Hayes, I think you put it very well that his complaints that he wanted to push, you didn't want to give him a podium, and I think that that's fair. And I think that hopefully he understands that that wasn't the place for a fucking podium on something like that.
He seemed to understand, which
Okay.
I think a lot of the times police officers just get heated and they can't see
Thank
past
you
the
for the follow,
haze
Anthony.
of being
Appreciate you.
upset, and then they just focus in on the first issue at hand that they have, and it's just like, you need to look past it, because yes, Reggie's a fucking asshole. Yes, there are times where I want to strangle Reggie's neck, but I respect him because I know that when it comes to push and shove, Reggie is going to do everything he possibly can to protect his loved ones. And if he has the belief that legally that he can go about that route, he's going to go about that route. And he put that trust in me and in Flop, and I didn't want to let him down. Because that is the first time anyone that was not already wearing a
Thank you
badge
for the follow, Bows. I appreciate you.
or was already a victim came and said, hey, I'm going to try and help you. For Odessa. But you're like you're an anomaly.
What do you mean?
You're an anomaly.
How am I an anomaly? I'm confused. Sorry, I zoned out. What am I an anomaly? And
Because there's not a lot of people like you
then, what do you mean by that?
that actually trust the police.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. You know what I wish? I wish I could turn... You know what I wish I could turn into a drug? Holden telling Grizz no.
Oh my god.
I want to just inject that straight into my vein.
No. It was so
Down.
It was so
Get
demeaning.
down.
It was so good.
Get off the counter, Grizz. No. Grizz, no.
You do it so well. It really...
I feel like Grizz is just one of those people that he's just at fault, always on the fucking counter.
I feel like with a lot of that, like, I'm kind of learning with, like, court shit, you kind of just have to, like, be assertive and be, like, you kind of have to act like what you're saying is right.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And that's kind of what I'm learning.
Grizz faltered for a little bit, but fuck them for not thinking we brought evidence, honestly.
You were funny, because after you were like, oh, go ahead. Challenge my evidence. Let me fucking rip this one apart.
I don't think... I feel bad. I like Stout. I feel bad for the guy, because he just got thrown into this. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy. He, when he saw me as a legal aid, he actually called me. He's like, hey, I've seen you around the courthouse. I know the stuff you do for clerk. Like, you know, I'd be happy to take you to, you know, do anything. And then, but Grizz can go, suck
He can eat a goddamn an acorn out on the street. No, pine cone.
He
Pine
can
cones are
sit
bad.
on a pine cone.
He can eat a pine cone and sit on a cactus.
Oh my god. Ow. Ugh. Sorry, I felt that one.
Both of them. And I hope he has pee out a kidney stone at the same time.
The only thing that made me, like, curdle was hearing him say, we're not recalling any witnesses at this time. That, for me, because I felt very inclined to say that, you know, for the people that could leave or were informed that they could leave, when you initially say, no, sir, no, I need to speak with you, or I need to call you back up again, and then, you know, an hour and a half later, you're told, oh yeah, by the way, I don't need to recall you. And, you know, if that person wanted to leave, that was a little bit of a, you know, a waste.
Yeah,
but it is what it is.
Like, if Ash didn't have the support that she did during the trial, and she had to sit there and listen to everything still, I would have been even more pissed off.
Sorry, marking down, you know, on my list of government jobs to collect.
What, lawyer? Judge?
That's the next judge, huh?
No, I would never be a judge. I'm too much. I like helping people. Judging isn't helping people.
You would help us putting these crazy serial killers.
No, but that's what I'm doing
you know.
now.
You did a great job, to be honest. So, yeah, you should be proud.
And like, I'm only getting the bar license to be able to help you guys. You know that, so.
I'm aware. Make it very much the point.
I like.
All the time.
I liked helping you. You got look. Also, it definitely helps with fucking, like, if the forensics thing goes through, I'll have it to push with that stuff. So.
Also, you fucking help me not lose my fucking mind with putting all this shit together by myself.
I got you.
So I'm deeply thankful.
Yeah, I'm happy to. And I did it all not paid. Thanks, DOJ.
Woo! How much you want?
Money.
No, I don't want money.
Money means
I'm an unpaid
nothing to me.
intern.
How much are you gonna charge?
It's for you know, credit hours.
$1 million.
Really?
No, it's
Honestly, with the
oh
amount of
Jesus
people-
Christ, no haze. That brings up that no,
Okay, here we go.
that's unethical. That's extremely unethical. Don't do that. No, bad.
My friend.
Bad.
Odessa, I'm
You
wiring
could put that back in my pocket. I'll
$2,500
jump off this building.
for
Jesus Christ.
I'm giving you gas money, Odessa. I'm gonna comment gas money. Is that cool?
No, please don't send me money. I'm serious. No, I'm like I was just.
Yeah, don't send her electric money. I'm just fucking with her because of the fact that
Fine.
people do it all
Yeah,
the
you
time. And it's just
definitely
like we
don't do
can't
it.
take money as a public.
Yeah.
What, is gas money bad?
Just.
It
It's,
can be considered bribing.
yeah, I pay
Oh.
for half of my gas anyways. Like my ambo is all paid by the government. So and then that car. Half the time it's my roommates driving it or.
I bought a Stratum and it drives better than your car.
Okay, my car is currently fixed up. Would you like to drive it right now? So I can
It
prove
takes
you.
forever to get at speed.
No, it doesn't.
Takes fucking forever.
It can because it was broken when you drove it. It can get to, it's got a max speed of like 140.
140 and takes 5 minutes to get up to 60.
Leave my car alone.
I just don't like it. Like slow rolling while you're flexing on people and you're putting down the goddamn soft top.
It's a hard top, but you know, details.
It's a convertible.
He's like Zumi's car so that she can recklessly drive.
Oh my god, you criminal.
I'm an adrenaline junkie. That's the entire point of being a cop.
Wait, actually, can you check my profile and my licenses? Actually, I can just check here. I don't need you to.
I'm checking anyway.
It hasn't happened yet. Okay, we're fine.
Oh wait, did
Hasn't
someone
happened
put him
once.
back into custody of the?
Yeah, Collins did. Apparently, if you put anything with over 4 nines, it scuffs out or whatever. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
really?
you just
No, it's
said
5
it-
nines, isn't it?
No,
Not that I
4.
would.
So it has to be 4. So
Okay.
Thought it
what
was
they just said on command,
6.
yeah, because it was triggered on command, right? And they said, hey, someone needs to fix this. Just 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The more you know.
God damn it, Odessa, the party.
Yeah, I didn't.
DOJ, head county clerk, paralegal, EMT,
Nah, it would be in my licenses.
E40,
It's not my licenses.
pilot license. Oh yeah, you fly a helicopter.
Yeah, I actually got that before I joined EMS. I got it for mountain rescue. It was like 30
That
grand.
makes sense.
Excuse me for a sec.
You're good.
Hopefully bar license soon, TM, copium.
Yeah, I should totally get a flying license.
Please no.
Desi, someone needs to teach her.
I mean, isn't there people in PD to teach you, or are you talking civilian?
There is a bajillion of people on each and one. of
Why are
these
there so
groups.
what the chickens are multiplying?
Yeah, there's Flap,
Hey,
Hey,
man.
and Chick.
Did we ever figure out who that woman with the gray hair was? Was that Brooklyn?
no
Oh,
idea.
Brooklyn.
Was it Brooklyn?
Mm-hmm.
You mean Dundee's best friend?
I don't know.
I was kind of wanting to get Quinn to just say that he's not safe to just go around the streets. That if anything, he should be in life in jail.
You could, you know what you should do right now? You know what would be a big fuck you to him? You could motion to DOC and put him in ADSEC for his own safety, considering he was just stabbed.
And not only that, he claimed that
has to-
someone was sent to prison just to stab him.
Oh, you know what he did? He actually dropped the fucking knife to Chico and said he can get his justice, and then he got stabbed.
You want to know what
So
was
we need to
my
put him in
little sweet
AdSec.
about the stabbing, Hayes? He got stabbed once we were rolling in. But here's the thing, right? We were clearing the cell block, right? There was people shot down and whatever, right? When I got close to see like that corner, that blind corner of where they were, right? That's when he got stabbed. That's when Carlito stabbed him.
Oh, it was lucky that he didn't kill him.
Well, oh no,
honestly,
he tackled me on the ground.
Thank you
and
for
he
the
put
follow. What is
fucking
in the
knife
heart?
into my back
Appreciate you.
and had me as a hostage. That was great.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
When I heard that Alvin was stabbed, all I was thinking was, holy shit, this man's gonna die before his court case.
It's fucking.
I honestly,
Josiah
for a
all over
split
again.
second, I was like, this dude is gonna fucking die.
We didn't prepare
He's gonna
anything
refuse
for Josiah,
medical.
though.
Ugh. Hi, honey.
Yeah, no, he
jumped up
I
in
don't
my
know. I think he was trying to get like a bunch of painkillers so that we wouldn't like be able to be fit for this time. That's kind of what I understood from it when he was being traded.
Yeah, and thank God Balto was there, because Balto don't take shit from anyone.
That's my ex-lieutenant.
I love Balto.
He's just a paramedic now. Which actually, hopefully I'll be a
Hey
paramedic
guys, you
soon.
know who's an ex-lieutenant too? Me.
That's my captain. Sort of. Kind of.
You know what's gonna happen?
Not really mine,
in,
but
in a
no.
week, when
Don't
everything
say
fixes.
it. No.
No, hear me out. They're gonna be like, you know, hey, or oh my gosh, Anita. Fuck it, keep it. It's gonna happen. I'm telling you.
Oh god, no. Espinosa deserves the captain role way more than I do.
Well, I already saved her my phone as Captain Anita May, so I don't feel like changing it back.
Real quick, besides impact statements, do you guys need me for anything else? Because I'm pretty sure I know Reggie's in trial right now. I want to go see if Ash was still there, see if maybe I could pull her to the side and talk to her.
Oh,
I tried calling her, she didn't answer. So, all right.
Just write up
Well,
your
if you-
impact statement. And...
Am I cool to do that? I don't need that like immediately, right?
No, you
No.
can take a day. He's gonna do the decision making in a day, and then something else will be scheduled.
Okay. And then we'll all have to find a schedule date. So fair.
Well, no,
Yup.
it'll just be who can make it, essentially.
Oh,
Because
okay.
you
Hi,
can't,
Quinn.
can't schedule all those people. You'll
All good.
the prosecution and stuff, but
It's a wall.
if I imagine it'll be this time next week.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Well, sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and go see if I can find Ash. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Anita, thank you for everything and being
What?
there.
I didn't do anything. You guys did
Anita,
everything.
you supported for the beginning, and I appreciate it. It was a lot to go through, and we had a lot of overlapping with the Smiley stuff. And Odessa, you fucking nailed today. Like,
Thank you, Flop.
nail in the fucking coffin. Nailed it. You did so goddamn good. I really, I can't thank you enough for everything. The prep work that we did, at just everything.
I'm just trying to prove myself, Flop. That's all it is. I'm happy to help.
I'm dumbfounded you don't have a bar yet. I expect to see one by tonight, and if not, I'm gonna yell at someone.
I mean, technically, I can give myself a bar license, but that's a whole lot of.
Well,
That's
yeah.
that's a
I
lot
think
of
you managed
problem.
yourself perfectly, though.
Thank you.
So, but anyway, I got my phone on me. Give me a call if you guys need me, okay?
Okay, bye, Flom.
Take care. Flap, get the fuck over here, you dumbo. Where are you? Is this you? Come here.
God, you
I
can't
don't
tell
think
your own
that's-
chicken. Flop
Yeah,
to-
what the
I
fuck?
mean-
you
I
just
mean,
tried to grab
hey.
hey.
I'm sorry. There we go. All right. Sorry.
God, Flom. Jesus Christ. And then you just like put pocket on. What's up?
Glad it went well.
It did. You guys did great.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm exhausted, but
I can imagine. It was good. It was nice. But that closing, oh my god. My god, that was really good.
thank you.
You
Try
know,
to put a
when it
little
comes from
emotion
the
into
heart,
it.
you know? Yep.
You see that hunting tower behind us?
Yeah.
You should ask Hayes about that tower.
Why? What happened? What the? Why?
Back when I was doing Smiley CI stuff, we met there.
Yeah.
She threw herself off the freaking thing.
Of course she did. Oh my god. Wait, she cannot handle a goddamn stairs.
We
She
had
does
to
not.
fa- We had to fake a car accident so she wouldn't be questioned of why she was there. Thank you for the follow, King Wolf Boy. I appreciate you.
Oh my god.
That was so good.
Freaking Hayes.
She just threw herself over the thing.
Yeah, she has an issue with gravity.
She really does. She really, really does.
Yep.
I need to finish. Yeah, I need to eat some food after this. And then I gotta take the doggies outside. Rudolph, get down,
Other than
bud.
that, how are you feeling? A little bit more relieved, I hope.
Yeah, for certain. Relieved. Glad I went well. Glad I was able to impress people. So. I mean, to be honest with you, like, obviously I want my bar license and everything, and I want to put this man to justice, but, like, at the same time, like, part of me throughout this entire thing was trying to prove myself to SCU to be like, hey, I can do paperwork, I can do good. So, to be able to help with, like, the forensics thing, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you did, to be honest, so, yeah. Let's see what the future holds.
Let's hope so. And hey, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but...
I really hope it does, to be honest.
Well, that's what everyone keeps telling me. I mean, Hardcastle's told me that, Flops told me that, Demi's told me that, Hayes has told me that, like...
I don't think there's any holdout on,
I mean, you're high command now, so...
Oh, man, yeah, I'm high command, alright. Jeez. Oh my god. She's gonna...
Jesus Christ! Hayes! Hayes, get down from the ledge! We can't trust you up there.
Jumping off the.
God, I'm fucking right.
I'm a free
Okay,
woman.
we
I
all
can do
know
what
that
I
is
want.
not okay, Hayes. We both
I
know
am,
that
I'm
is
on the
very.
preservatory right now, and everyone's upset.
Yeah, she is a free woman.
Horrible places that we travel.
Yep, she can do whatever she wants. Agree. That is a great one.
I burnt it at the Davis PD. You had me burn it in the lab. Hey Hayes, you remember that? You remember that Ranger Tower over there?
That one. Over
Yeah, that
there.
one. Yeah, that one right there.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
She just told me this story. I am not surprised, to be honest. And then you tried to jump on the goddamn
she
ledge.
also jumped
God.
off of a fucking fire tower. Okay, it wasn't just me.
Did I?
He jumped off of something.
I did fall off of something. What was it? No, I fell off the dock. Okay, that's a very different. I fell into water.
God.
And I didn't.
I'm
win it.
doomed with both of you.
Well,
I'm
it
the
was
one
just like
that's
we would
doomed
try to
with
find
falling.
unique locations each time we would meet. For some reason, we just kept choosing really high up places.
No, you kept choosing really high up places.
Wasn't
You're
intentional.
like, hey Hayes, meet me at the Firewatch Tower, and I'm like, well, she's trying to kill me. Just from me falling and not being able to stand on my own 2 feet. Supposedly, the people are really considering the fact that we didn't have any evidence.
What do you mean?
Because Brooklyn stated that we didn't have any evidence to Quinn, and that
Thank you
he
for the
wore a
follow,
mask when
Evie.
he kidnapped
Evie,
Ash,
Marco, I appreciate
and that they didn't have any actual proof that he was there. And I'm like,
Except
what
for
the fuck?
the blood that we
There's DNA?
specifically mentioned.
It said
What?
that there was
Who cares
DNA.
about what Brooklyn says, though?
I'm worried that the fucking judge is gonna have the same fucking
Oh,
thought
he-
process.
he's
But the
clear.
judge is not that dumb. Like,
The judge isn't fucking stupid. He had everything pulled up. Brooklyn didn't have access to any of it. Look, this fucking, pardon my language. This fucking bitch wants to be a cop. Like, come on, you can be able to at least follow along with this stuff.
I don't know. I just really fucking hope that they're not like, oh, we didn't read the full reports, so you didn't bring it up in. Instead of just saying the DNA matching. And
he admitted to everything, Hayes.
Alvin Kowal.
He admitted to it all.
I know he did.
So what's the no.
I don't know.
Fuck the Bakers. Fuck them. I don't give a shit what they think. I only give a shit about how you were feeling after that case, and you said you were feeling fucking amazing. So focus on that, and fuck Brooklyn, fuck Hannah. I don't give a shit.
I agree. 100% agree with Odessa. He's just
You wanted to give me a Hannah doll.
I had no idea where that sentence was going. I got one,
The only
actually.
thing I need to no, fuck the Hannah. That's just fucking weird.
It is kind of
It's
weird.
weird.
She also didn't give a shit about her sister, so I'm kind of confused. She like never met her before, but
No.
I don't know.
well-
Like you want to be a cop? Like she's Cleo 2.0 because she's like becoming best friends with fucking Dundee. I don't know. I'm just sorry. I shouldn't judge someone. I
No
don't
one
really...
can ever fucking come up against my fucking evidence. Try and come up against my evidence.
I think when fucking Stout and Grizz got up there, you could tell that they were shocked by the number of fucking evidence that you had.
It would be beyond a reasonable doubt. If I'm going to court for this type of stuff, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to push it to beyond a reasonable doubt, not probable cause, not reasonable suspicion. I'm going to go up and beyond to prove that this is the only person that could commit this crime.
Thank you for the
And
follow,
that's what
silly
we
butt.
did.
Appreciate ya. Oh boy, I'm so tired.
I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, it's not good right now. Anita, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie to
me
you.
too.
I would love to go to that thing with you, but
Oh no, I'm too tired. That was like 2 hours ago. I don't even know. Not now.
Good night, guys. Can I pet Pocket?
Yeah, you can. He's laying down. I'm
Can I
gonna
pet
go
Pocket?
too. Yeah, you can Pocket.
Super play Pocket.
He's the best way. So now that I'm high command, I can kind of just give myself all of the surge. So
you could.
I
Please.
need to talk to Ripley because I'm getting.
Yeah, just give yourself
I'm
senior
not gonna.
handling.
I'm not gonna do that. I would never be able to do that.
just
Now I
please
gotta
don't give
work on
yourself
my
Air 1,
fucking-
just for the safety of so many
Everyone.
people.
But
Just
what do you guys?
everyone.
What do you mean? I would do great on Air 1, guys.
You did up and down, which is movement for
Yeah.
Air 1.
Yeah.
Not movement that you would want to just do in the city because you need to like turn around and stuff. In the
But
city.
I managed to rotate the back part of the helicopter. Right? That's good.
Yeah, that is good.
But,
That's
like,
another part.
Should let you.
know,
Should have
like
you fly Life Flight one day. See how that goes.
Oh God, no! She's gonna kill someone.
I'd actually love to see how Hayes feels with Life Flight and see how you feel like driving it. Cause like for me, when I was learning how to fly, it's a fucking tank. That thing does not turn.
Hey,
It's like-
is the Range Rover at Mission Row? Oh, you.
I brought my
think it is.
motorcycle. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it's
okay.
at the.
Oh, yeah, Nova's
at
Cork.
Mission Row. I didn't take it.
Okay. We still need to go to Mission Row and get that then.
I can give you a ride.
No, I have a car. I have a
Oh, okay.
charger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Odessa.
Anytime.
I owe
Hayes.
you one.
You don't owe me jack shit.
I owe you one.
You don't owe me jack shit. Look, like I said
Speak
to.
better than I do. I know you one.
Oh, you don't owe me anything. Like I said, I'm just trying to get my bar license to be able to help you guys out more.
I need
And
speech lessons.
part of me is hoping that maybe this proves myself for the whole forensics thing as well. So that I'm able to help people and be of use to
Set
something.
up cases.
Yeah.
God fucking damn
I'll
it! We
try
need
to
to
see
set up
what I can
cases.
do as my maybe very possibly temporary high command.
Hey, you're a captain right now. Okay.
Oh my
All
god.
right, let me give you a hug, Anita.
Alright, yeah.
Thank you, Molden. I appreciate you.
Go rest up, okay? You did great.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a night in or morning. Day in. No.
Days in. Hours. Weeks in.
Look,
Months in.
I'll be honest with you guys. Do you want to know something that was bad? If Maddie wasn't amazing to me, I probably would have had to work 30 hours of EMS between Thursday and Saturday.
Why?
Because I maybe didn't have enough money to pay my debt, but Maddie was able to help me out, so I'm glad I didn't have to do that. So I was able to focus on this and actually get sleep. So
Now we're gonna get even more sleep. I can start condensing everything and making it easier to grab certain other things, and not counting my eggs, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna get it guilty.
yeah, hopefully we find out soon. And then, to be honest with you, I don't think we'll get death. I really don't think. Reggie didn't seem to think so either. But, you know, at least we can hopefully get life, no parole. So.
Yeah.
Hopefully he never becomes a therapist. Only put death on the table for the judge to figure out. I don't give a fuck.
It's not our job.
Alright.
Love. Bye, Anita.
I'm in heels. I ain't running.
You gotta run.
Just, my fucking.
BBW is me, a
Jesus.
big, beautiful woman.
Okay. That logo was just weird. I don't know if you can tell, but my voice has gotten deeper and deeper throughout this entire proceedings because I'm just getting tired and tired.
Yeah, soon you're just gonna be mumbling.
Mumble. Here, let me give you a hug, Hayes. Oh, no, never mind. That's right. Well.
Oh, step out.
There we go.
My
Give
life is slow.
You got this?
No, I really need to go to bed.
Go give Bucket some love.
I will.
Bye. Yep. Oh, God. Okay, let's go home. Let's not get hit by a car. Doesn't accelerate my ass. I was able to keep up with an Explorer the other day. Oh, I spun out. Okay, that doesn't count. Oh my god, my throat hurts. I did a lot of speaking, and I think my eyes are dry. Oh boy. Yeah, I need to, like, self-care after this. Get some water in me, get some food in me. Ah! A-okay. I'm not the best at drivers. See, this is why I don't want to be a cop. I am, this is why I'm not a cop. I want to do forensics, so I don't have to drive and shoot. I can do all the fun shit. Who do you guys want to raid? Who should we go raid? I got like 20 viewers right now, so we can go raid someone. Sakel's probably gonna end soon. Kath is probably gonna end soon. Excuse me. I imagine Chris will end soon. Simo and we could just raid Simo or Ash, but I feel like they're massive streamers. I don't like to raid like people who have far more viewers than I do, because it always feels awkward. but we can see. Whoops. If Mike is still alive, we can go right him. I'll just check who I've got following. Alright. Alright, who we gonna write? Come on. Nope, computer froze. Maybe. Nope, computer didn't freeze actually. It's just fucking Twitch that froze. Oh no, it's just there's not a lot of people who are live. Mike, thank you so much for the raid. I'm literally just about to end my stream. Oh, I love you guys. Thank you for the follow, Life Mentality. Thank you for the Life Blue to be rebrand. Oh, thank you, Mike. Dude, I was just about to look at rating you. Well, I'm going to pass you guys on over to someone. I'll find someone great to go. Thank you for the follow, VFN. Thank you for the follow, Fern. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are all so amazing. I hope Mike had a good time with it. I really do. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for the follow. I hate Def Taco. Thank you for the follow, Tears. Thank you for the follow, Off to Scale. Thank you for the follow, Crit C. And thank you for the follow, Mike Horrible. Of course, thank you. The man himself, the man, the myth, the legend. Thank you so much. No, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Oh, and all the love from everyone here. Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you all. The people want Flop. All right. I don't know how much longer he's going to be awake, but we can go give him some love. All right. Let's see here. I got his stream pulled up. Thank you for everyone. Thank you, guys. I appreciate all the freaking love. Look at all you guys. So Zakel is going offline. So Zakel's going offline, so we're going to raid go give Chris some love, who plays the lovely Floppington. Alright, everyone. Lots of love. And go give some emotes and love to Flop, so